That's a great choice. That's a good choice. Whoever's decision that was. That's a big-time choice.
Oh, that music sounds great. This is our reality tonight, Linnell.
Doesn't even feel real.
You get Sunday Night Football, you get Commanders, you get Tampa, and you get it for the second time this year. That's usually a good sign. It's the team's first playoff game in 4 calendar years. Last opponent, it was these Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They looked different. Our team looked significantly different. We had a different name at that point. But we are here, Linnell. I have been fired up.
Wow.
Literally, I woke up at 6:30 a.m. on a Sunday.
Wow.
Just giddy.
That's
just the electricity is flowing through me. Like, all right, I need Jaden Daniels on the field, and I need him on the field ASAP.
So that's how that's supposed to go. That's how that's supposed to go. You did it right. I was like the opposite of you last night, turned into this morning, and I'm just now getting recalibrated here.
That's probably a good way to do it too, though.
Yeah, either or. I mean, you can't go wrong with it. I share your emotions. I've been a roller coaster the entire day. I don't know. I've been on the team all week. I've had good vibes about what today and what tonight could be. But as we sit here 2 hours away from kickoff, the reality begins to set in. This is a tall task for Washington tonight.
Very much.
Going on the road against an offense that has been one of the best in football. Baker Mayfield, 40-plus touchdowns on the season. It's not going to be easy at all, but I will say this. This group all year long, no matter who the opponent's been, outside of Tampa, been in a bunch of one-possession contests. This group knows how to win the close games, and it feels like all year long, right? When they've been in these big gotta-have-it moments, they've come out on the right side of it. So
when they are in these big gotta-have-it moments, Linnell, there's nobody I'd trust rather than number 5.
Seriously.
There is not a single person I trust more than number 5. Well, maybe one. He wears 15 in Kansas City, but that's a pretty darn good list to be on right now. Jaden has been the most clutch quarterback this season. By every statistical number that you will find, there has been nobody better in the late stages of football games than Jaden Daniels.
Not a soul.
With him in particular, though.
Yeah.
That's why this feels so different. That's why this feels so different, because if you look at the last time this team was in the postseason, who was the quarterback? Taylor Heineke.
Taylor who?
Taylor who, right? It was the birth of the Heineke Hive. He gave us a great performance. Thank you for that, son. And then he gave us 2 years of a lot of questions. If you go back before that, it was Kirk. Before that, it was Todd Collins and Mark Brunell. It feels so much different with Jay. Obviously, Robert in 2012 as well. I forgot him. Well, but it feels so much different with Jay. Maybe forgetting Robert was because I've been so transfixed on the guy that wears number 5, because he is the future of this organization. And in a position that you would hope when he was drafted, you get to maybe by year number 2. You better get there by year number 3. He gets you there by year number 1.
And it just feels different for those reasons. Like I said to you, and I'm going to knock on wood, whatever it is in the damn studio. Because we've kind of been here before, this feels so much like 2012. It does. It feels like 2012 before Haloti Ngata did what he did.
2012 with an asterisk of positivity.
You know what I'm saying? Like as if the injury never happened. So it's hard not to put yourself back in that mode. And I think you agree with me when I say this. The fans do too. It feels like there's nothing that can stop us right now. And that's the fan in me speaking, not speaking with objectivity, because clearly the run defense can stop you. Clearly the offense going cold can stop you. But it feels like, from the fan's perspective, just to be a fan for a second, feels like nothing can stop us. We're playing with house money, and no matter what happens, I'm putting us near the top of the list next year in terms of Super Bowl contenders. Like just because all the resources, the draft picks that you have, the cap space, all of that, you get what I'm saying? It just feels like that our time is now. And I'm ready for whatever happens, man. I hope they stay
Their time
healthy.
is up. Our time is now.
100%.
You can't see me. My time is now.
We will see them, though.
But talking about music here, so I put together something. This team hasn't been in the postseason since January 9th of 2021. The top song, January 9th, 2001, weirdly, Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas. However, that ties, who is still listening to All I Want for Christmas is you on January 9th. The last time this team won a playoff game, Mariah Carey was also at the top of the charts. Top song in 2006 was Don't Forget About Us. When was the last time that was in rotation? Probably never for you. Probably never for me.
I'll be honest.
But
Never for your boy.
That was the last time this team won a playoff game. January 7th, 2006. 18 years. There's segments of this fan base that were not alive.
I genuinely remember. I was
in 5th grade.
I don't remember anything about that season, watching it. I told you the first season that really, I remember every game and every moment was that 07 year. 05 and 06 are like a blur for me. So this is really this is nuts to me if we win.
It's nuts.
I'm not going to lie.
You know, we always get people who try to big time us because we're young. Like, oh, you guys don't know how to handle
the glory years.
Yeah, of course we don't know how to handle this.
Exactly.
Nobody under the age of 35 knows how to handle this.
Thank you.
Because the team has won one playoff game since
appearances?
91.
How many playoff games have we seen? And I'm not talking about you the old ass fans out there that do I was 3 years old.
Yeah, ain't nobody watching a playoff game at 3 years old.
Exactly.
You ain't watching a playoff game at 3 years old. You might be in front of the television. You watch some highlights now. You ain't watching that at 3 years old.
The only playoff games I genuinely remember at Seattle when Todd Collins got the start.
Yes.
That Packer playoff game, and then the Seattle 2012, and then the
Tampa one.
That Tampa one doesn't count. There were no fans there. I think that's the most bogus thing ever.
No, it was nuts. I do remember the last time this team won a playoff game. I was in 5th grade going on 6th grade. I had blonde hair, but out of a box, so it was kind of more orange than anything.
Yeah.
But I remember that one. I remember the game after against Seattle where Daryl Jackson was my least favorite human on earth for 60 minutes. I don't know. You got to look up Daryl Jackson. He was
the defensive back.
No, the wide receiver. Oh my God!
That showed you how
I was so.
It shows you.
I hated that man with a passion. I got mad and I dropped all the stats.
All I remember about that Seattle team is a lot of Sean Alexander.
Matt Hasselbeck.
Yeah.
But so it's that, and then it's a bunch of the games that you mentioned. This team is not. We are not a playoff fan base.
No,
we are not used to being in the playoff. I had one of my friends DM me, and she's like, my son. Her son's very young, 6 years old, 6, 7 years old. He's like, he's a fan. I don't know whether to be upset for him or happy for him. I was like, you got to be happy for him.
Yeah.
He's picking it up at the right time because this is the future.
I feel like the younger fans that are just now starting to understand what this is, you're going to be spoiled.
Way spoiled.
What an introduction if you're a first-time fan, first-time follower of this team. And I know, I took it for granted, I guess, the impact that Daniel Snyder had on the fan base in terms of people going away for that period of time. Oh, my gosh, I almost lost my entire due. I almost took it for granted because we take calls all the time about, and guys say, well, I haven't watched this team since 2004. I haven't watched this team since 07 because of the ownership stuff. So, everyone right now that's a part of this should feel the glee that we all feel. We will get into the X's and O's part of it in a second, but I'm glad we've kind of taken the time to, sit back, look at this thing big picture, and appreciate what the hell this is. I was talking about Boy earlier. He's an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
And this is what he's used to. His life has been nothing but playoff appearances. This is the first time I've woken up with a job in the industry in the postseason. 2020, I was in college. I didn't know what the hell life was going to be like.
I mean, hey, the playoffs giving us an extra check.
Yeah. Well, I was about to say there's now that incentive for your boys.
Yeah, now we want them to go.
But
go further.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, the fan base should feel the way that we do. You should have woken up today and felt excited. Now, maybe there was some anxiety, which is. I mean, it's a part of it. It's the worst part of it. But you also live to have these anxious moments because you want to be here. And I gotta give it a round of applause before we get into the deep dive football stuff because I do have something I want to touch on before we hit our first break.
Yeah,
our fan base has gone crazy.
Well, I didn't realize it was this many sickos, and I love it. Sickos in a good way.
But it really nails on your point. Dan's gone. The team has success, and the floodgates have opened to all of those that were apathetic towards this organization. I can't tell you how many tweets from so many different people about plane rides to Tampa and the plane. Obviously, you're coming from D.C., so I get that.
Yeah.
But the plane filled with Commanders fans. I've been getting tweets from guys that are there showing the amount of Commanders fans. Now, I don't know how it's going to look on television, but this fan base is fired up in a way that it has not been in our lifetime. I don't even know that we were like this in 2012.
Snyder. The cloud of – that was the thing about when he was – in charge. Whenever there was positivity, it was always that dark cloud of him. So could you really capitalize on it and maximize it? And as we've seen with previous regimes, they haven't been able to. To your point, this feels sustainable. This feels real. This feels like something that can build momentum and people can get behind. I'm stunned that people are traveling. Last year, people weren't even willing to go 40 minutes to go to the game.
No, they didn't want to sit in 495.
You know, and now people are willing to get on a plane.
You're
and
going
take their
through
ass to
TSA.
Tampa. Like, so it just shows you, man, this fan base is awakened. And someone just wrote it in the chat. Joe the Hat says it hadn't been like this since the 90s. This is the stuff that I hear about from aunts and uncles and cousins and things of that nature. Something that's like foreign to me. I didn't think it was real.
This is the stuff that I only knew about because I was a sicko, and growing up, I would watch America's Game.
Okay.
And I would hear about the 87. And I'd watch these hour-long programs where it's Gibbs and it's Joe Theismann on the screen and it's Doug Williams on the screen and learning about like I'm seeing Mark Rippon interviews when I'm like 12 years old, and I'm like, well, surely this team's going to get back to that. And then it didn't get back to that for another 16 years. But I want to get back to Jaden because there's a lot of reasons why I'm confident, Linnell, but there's one really integral thing that I have found has given me the most amount of confidence.
Yeah, what's that?
This is the second time that he's playing Tampa Bay. Now, if you take the Dallas thing out of it, he didn't play a full game against Dallas, right? He's played two teams twice. We'll start with the Giants. Now, those were both 2 wins. Obviously, Philadelphia was a loss and a win, but we'll start with the Giants. Week number 2, a very strong performance. 23-29, 226. That was when they had 7 field goals, didn't score a touchdown. He had a QBR of 41 in that game against the Giants. How did he do the second time? 15-22, 209. You think immediately, if you're just a box score reader, you're like, he was worse. 2 tutties. He had a QBR of 95.6. Yeah. We talked about that on Monday. The Monday after that, it was one of the best quarterbacking performances we've seen here in a long time in terms of decision-making, getting the ball out, getting it to the right spot, making the reads, knowing when to tuck and run. How about Philadelphia? Thursday Night Football, worst game of the season. Looked abysmal.
Yeah.
Round number 2, how'd that one go? You remember that one?
Lights out.
I remember that one. 5 tutties.
Yeah.
For old number 5. So he plays so much better seeing teams a second time. So you look at how did he do in week 1. Week 1 was, outside of the Philadelphia game, I would say one of the lesser performances, not because he looked
like a fish out of water.
He was a rookie.
He literally looked every bit of the rookie.
He was a one-read tuck and go, and I'm going to figure something out. 17-24, 184, no touchdowns, no picks.
Still wasn't a bad line.
Yeah, did have 88 yards rushing on 16 carries and 2 touchdowns, but he was tuck and run. What is he going to do now?
Dude, that's why I have the utmost confidence in this. And we'll get deep into the numbers as we roll throughout the pregame. We got loaded guest lineup as always. But like you said, going up against this defense for the second time, and Tampa's nothing to really be afraid of on that side of the football. They have the way that they're going to play, and it's going to be to try to put pressure on this young man. And we'll give you the numbers as we roll throughout the show. But like, he has quite literally been one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League against the blitz, second highest EPA behind only Lamar Jackson, 12th best QB rating. So, like,
how do you
really
think
thrived in those situations. I think that's what they're going to do is they're going to send the pressure. But here's the thing. Washington's got to get something to hit vertically so they cannot press up on the hitches, the slants, and things of that nature, because I don't think you're going to be able to run the football in this front. Your traditional run game, I don't think – if you're Cliff, you don't want to just completely abandon it, but there gets to a point in this game where
it's been tough.
You got to do what you got to do to move the football.
It's about survival.
Exactly. So if they abandon it early, I think we would all understand. You don't want to waste downs here going against this thing, but I think the quick game stuff's going to be there, but you're going to have to open it up by taking a shot first, man.
You're going to have to – it's going to be a lot of Jaden.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as I've liked –
all-star performance. Man.
As much as I've liked Brian Robinson, this has not been a Brian Robinson second half of the year. Now, I don't know if there's like an injury thing to it because he did get injured or what. This has just not been a great Brian Robinson. Now, maybe we see a lot of Austin Eckler. By the way, it sure seems like we'll make it official when we get official confirmation, but it seems like Jamison Crowder is going to be good to go. He was questionable. They brought up another wide receiver from the practice squad yesterday. I was a little worried about that, but it seems like that Jamison Crowder is going to be good to go. So that is exciting because Jamison and Jaden have developed a very nice rapport.
Yeah, they have. And, you know, in this big-time game, they talk about, you know, anybody, anywhere, anytime, and needing everybody in the locker room. The second half of the season, all of the little cliches that we kind of chuckled at through the first month of the season, they've all come to fruition, and it feels like there really is, call it corny or what, or not. Like, there's a sense of belief in that locker room that every man's going to contribute to what they have going on. And I love that they got the captain patches on the jerseys tonight because the guys that they gave them to, I couldn't have picked a better 4 or 5 guys.
How about Jaden being in there too?
Shows you the respect he has of his teammates.
That feels like a very well earned thing.
Yeah.
Not like a coach's, we're going to just name him because he's a rookie quarterback. That's, hey, we're voting on this, and the team realizes that he is one of the captains. So I loved that. You mentioned it. We have an all-star lineup. You're listening to us on the radio? Sick. If you're at home, turn us on YouTube. You can see us 106.7 The Fans YouTube page. You can watch our pretty faces. I did my makeup. Linnell did his makeup, so you get to watch us. We'll be on during the game as well for some reaction stuff as we proceed here. Kevin Sheehan, though, he's going to start our guest lineup at 6:30. So 14 minutes from now, you'll hear the Junkies after that. We got Danny Rouillet from Grant Danny at 7, Craig Hoffman, 7:15. The Rooster coming out of his cage at 7:30, all leading you up to kickoff at 8 here for the Commanders and Buccaneers. But we're going to look at the matchup that everybody has their eyes glued to, Linnell. Marshawn Lattimore, good to go. What is he going to do against Mike Evans? Is he going to stop him? I got some numbers for you that suggest he might be able to. I'll give them to you when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's the Commanders, Burgundy and Gold post game. Let me do that again. Post season.
Yeah!
Post season. I haven't done a postseason.
The first time being.
Haven't done a postseason pregame show, but that's what you got. Don't go anywhere. It's 106.7 The Fan. Little over 90 minutes from kick. It's your Burgundy and Gold pregame show postseason edition. Wild card weekend. Commanders and Bucks from Tampa in 90. Linnell, we get Kevin Sheehan in about 10. Give his thoughts on this one. We should have the official injury report. Who's inactive? Who's going to be good to go? Hopefully in about 15, 20 minutes. But I was on Twitter today. And Commander's Twitter has been awesome today, Linnell. You can follow me at the Denton. You can follow Linnell at NELL_BTP. Outside of Jaden Daniels, I feel like a majority of the fan base is eager to see Marshawn Lattimore, Mike Evans.
Yeah.
For a number of reasons, mostly because we want to see if they're going to fight. At least that's on there.
At least you're being honest.
I'm being honest. I went back and I did some numbers. I just wanted to see, what is Marshawn Lattimore and Mike Evans like? And this was partly fueled because Marshawn Lattimore walked into the arena today in a nice flannel shirt. I was like, oh, it's a very nice shirt. On the back, it says, be careful what you wish for. That's not an accident. That might be a brand that I'm not familiar with.
It may be.
But it's not an accident.
But it's not an accident.
That is not an accident. He understands the magnitude of this game. So how have the last 5 games been like for Marshawn Lattimore and Mike Evans? Well, I can crunch you the numbers in a whole. 11 catches, 197 yards, and 1 touchdown in 5 games.
Not very good.
There are teams, Mike Evans does that too in 1 game.
1/2.
1/2.
Yeah.
The last time they played was October 13th this year. Mike Evans, 2 catches, 34 yards. Going back to 2023, 3 catches, 40 yards. September of 2022, 3 catches, 61 yards. From a yardage perspective, that's the best game that you're going to find on here.
Pretty much.
2021, 1 catch, 14 yards in December. 2021 in October on Halloween, getting a little scary. 2 catches, 48 yards, and a touchdown. You want to talk about clamps? Marshawn Lattimore has put the clamps on one of the best receivers of a generation in Mike Evans.
The numbers are great, but Marshawn Lattimore has been hurt.
Yes.
And Marshawn Lattimore hasn't played a lot of football.
Correct.
So I am, I don't want to say concerned. I'm curious to see how the matchup goes. I think the more important thing about this football game and what will impact their matchup is, can Washington get a consistent pass rush? Can they impact the quarterback? I don't care if it's from blitzing. I don't care if it's from rushing 4. Can you impact Baker Mayfield and make Marshawn Lattimore's job easier? Make Mikey Sainris's job easier? Make Noah Odd's job easier? That, to me, is the bigger thing here. I'm infatuated by the one-on-one matchup. I hope Marshawn is able to keep it within the rules and not hurt this football team in any stupid way, because Lord knows we don't need that. But can the pass rush make this matchup really a non-factor if they can get after Baker Mayfield?
And it's worth pointing out because in that first matchup, they got after Baker Mayfield. They did not bring Baker Mayfield down.
Yes.
They were getting to him. They were touching him, but they weren't sacking him.
And when you think about the 90-plus degree scorching heat that they were playing in,
right,
first game of the season, guys not doing a whole lot during the preseason. We were out there at camp. Wasn't a grueling training camp by any stretch of the imagination. They got the work done. They kind of ramped their way up as the summer went in terms of the length of practices and things of that nature. This time, they've built a callus throughout the year. They know what it's like. They understand their assignments. They know how much guys are playing. They know the rotations. There's no excuse not to get after Baker Mayfield tonight if you are able to get him within your grasp, man. I just think with it being the postseason, all the little stuff matters that much more.
As it relates to Evans and Lattimore, do you shadow him?
No.
So if it's not Mike Evans, who do you trust? Because generally speaking, I would look at Mikey and I would say Mikey Sanderson's had a great season. Rookie of the week last week. Hey, how about that?
So
he's had a great season, but he legitimately surrenders about 7 to 8 inches, to Mike Evans.
So this is what I would do in this situation. I'm leaving Marshawn Lattimore on a side. When Mike Evans comes to that side, we leave him single coverage. When Mike Evans is on the other side, I'm doubling him. I am bracketing him. I am doing what teams do to our number 1 wide receiver, and I'm making Jalen McMillan and Trey Palmer and Rakim Jarrett, I'm making those guys beat you. Mm-hmm. Do not let Mike Evans ruin the football game for you. Because he was pretty damn productive, 2 touchdowns the last time these 2 teams played.
He was going up against old pass interference St. Just over there.
Yeah, I think we're going to end up seeing him tonight, too.
I would rather see St. Just than your boy Michael Davis.
Hope Mike Davis didn't make the trip. I hope Mike Davis is the reason that Seymour guy got called up off the practice squad. because Mike Davis retired. That's genuinely what I'm hoping for. Mike, I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
I'm not. Play better. I mean,
He's
it's
been
as simple as that. So you're then open to the bracketing idea because I'd seen that
Yeah.
passed around a little bit. My preference is that I want to see as much of Lattimore and Evans together as
I
possible,
understand that.
just because I don't really trust anybody else. I had not really thought of the idea of bracketing because they have guys. I mean, McMillan has been on fire at the end of the season.
Actually
Baker
doesn't
and
make
McMillan. I mean, this is going to sound crazy. The Mike Evans injury might have been really beneficial to them in the long term because it allowed, with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin out, McMillan and Baker Mayfield to have themselves a hell of a couple of weeks. Because if you remember from week one, McMillan dropped at least one, if not two, touchdown passes.
Yeah.
Like in the breadbasket on the money.
He overthrew
on
him
the
a couple.
turf.
Yeah, they weren't able to hook up on a couple. Baker overthrew some. McMillan had a couple of drops, but you're right. McMillan's been ultra productive for over the past 6 weeks. But one thing that I know about Baker Mayfield, and maybe it doesn't happen this week, but if you're Washington, you got to be banking on it. He's going to give the football away. He's
a
going to give
gunslinger.
you opportunities.
Yeah.
So can Washington capitalize on those? I don't even want to call them mistakes because sometimes they're purposeful. Can they capitalize on the risk taking of Baker Mayfield?
You have to be able to. Like Louvu had one go off his hands last week against Dallas. It feels like that's happened a couple of times. You're going to have to, when given the opportunity to create a turnover, you have to execute on that. If you're this Washington defense. Now we got people in the chat. You can connect with us in the chat on YouTube at 1067 The Fan. You can also tweet us at the Denton Day at NELL_BTP. It is our Burgundy and Gold pregame show wild card weekend edition for the Commanders in Tampa. We got a lot of people in L saying the team has to stop the run. I don't know if you've watched this season. They do not stop the run. Unless John Allen and Deron Payne turn the clock back like 3 years.
Well, is it too much to ask? Can we ask that they turn the clock back
I think a vintage performance is something you can ask for. I don't know if you'll get it.
I hope, Grant Barton, rookie, who's been playing stellar, doesn't push those guys around. I hope Cody Mock, second-year guy, doesn't push those guys around. They got to take it personally. We keep talking about the run defense. The defense as a whole. Those are the two highest-paid players on this defense outside of Marshawn. They got to step up.
They have
Point blank. Point blank.
They are theoretically leaders of the team, too.
Yeah.
Not in the way that Bobby Wagner has taken over and some of these other guys have taken over. But theoretically, prior to this year, John Allen was a locker room leader. I need him to step up for this unit. We got Kevin Sheehan coming up in a couple of minutes. I do want to update you on the game that's in action because along with the Burgundy and Gold pregame show, this is also an Eagles hate-watching show. We do not want the Philadelphia Eagles to win because F the Philadelphia Eagles. They're up 10-0 over the Packers at the moment, but Jordan Love just had a very nice throw to get the Packers in scoring position potentially. I say potentially because former almost Washington Commander Brandon McManus missed a 37-yarder.
Yeah,
How do you miss a 37-yarder?
Yeah, it's tough.
That is not good at all.
I know Chris Russell's somewhere rolling around talking about special teams.
And that Chris Russell rolling around talking about special teams will join us in an hour. But Kevin Sheehan's going to join us next. It's your Burgundy and Gold pregame show, Wild Card Weekend Edition with Denton A. Linnell Willingham on 1067 The Fan and the Odyssey app. It's a Burgundy and Gold pregame show, Wild Card Weekend edition. 90 minutes from kickoff in Tampa. The Commanders and the Bucks. Commanders looking for their first playoff victory in nearly 20 years. Joining us now via the phones to help us break this one down. You can hear him every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on the Team 980. He is the host of the Kevin Sheehan Show. He is Kevin Sheehan. Kevin, how are we feeling? I don't know if you've admitted this publicly or not, but I know the feeling is back with you. So how do we feel ahead of this first game, this playoff game?
I feel good about it. I mean, I feel like they have a really good chance to go down there and win. This is an even matchup. I mean, it's, two teams that are really good on offense, not so good on defense, that they may be a little bit healthier than they've been on defense in the last few games, but so is Washington with Lattimore back. So, in these kinds of games, you usually look at the quarterback, and I'll take our guy over their guy, even though their guy's pretty good.
Yeah, the quarterback matchup obviously is going to be a big one. Kevin, I continue to look at this football game and go, yeah, we know what Washington is defensively, right? They're going to give up stuff in between the 20s. Can they buckle down inside of the red zone? A big way that the red zone defense can be helped out is if this pass rush can get a couple of key wins. When you look at Washington's defensive front, is there someone in particular that you think really has an opportunity or I guess needs to play big and make a couple impact plays?
I mean, defensive front, are we going to say it all season long? We're waiting for Duran to step up and be dominant. Look, he played a lot of defensive end the last 2 weeks because they needed an edge setter. It would be great to have him and John Allen be interior pass rushers. Look, maybe it's Johnny Newton as a rookie tonight. He's been decent as a pass rusher. Interior pressure is everything against quarterbacks, and so if they can get some tonight, that would be great. But it doesn't matter, Linnell, if they're not stopping the run. Yeah. If they can't stop the run, then they're not turned loose on the quarterback. And I think you think, and I think Denton thinks the same thing. If they can't slow down Bucky Irving in the run game, and they're on the field for 5 and 6 minute drives, and the Buccaneers get to the red zone 6 times like the Cowboys did with Trey Lance last week, it's going to be a long night. So number one is, stepping up with Luvu, with Wagner, with Chin, whoever they throw into the box to stop the run.
Now, despite the fact that this team has been pretty awful at stopping the run, Kevin, you just mentioned 2 guys that are made the All-Pro team this year, second-teamers with Luvu and Wagner. Which one of them are you hoping to have a better game from today for Washington's defense?
Luvu could be big tonight. He's able to, he's deflected passes, he's knocked down passes, he's had shots at interceptions. He's obviously had, big TFLs, by sniffing out plays and being in the backfield. You only need 2 or 3 of those. A tip ball on a 3rd and 3, a 2nd and 4, TFL for -3 or something like that gets them off, in their 3rd and 7 instead. I think he is their best defensive player and the most capable tonight of making some big plays.
Kevin, it feels like, all season long, Tampa's been super aggressive when it comes to blitzing opposing teams. You look at their second half of the season numbers, they've blitzed more than any team in the National Football League. Jaden, in turn, has been really good in those situations. How important do you think it is, though, for them to be able to find explosives in the pass game here tonight? Because it feels like it's going to be one of those games where Jaden's going to have to drop back a ton, because I don't expect them to be able to get much push with their traditional run game.
Yeah, and I think, too, against the blitz, a lot of quick game, to sort of nullify the effect of the pressure, and I expect we'll see a lot of that. And I'm not just talking about quick game with screens, the quick game, over the middle and finding those holes in the zone to Ertz, slants to Terry, slants to Crowder. But I would expect the ball's going to come out quickly tonight, especially early in the game, and that'll be a big part of staying ahead of the chains, keeping possession of the ball and moving it. To take shots, the protection's going to have to hold up. And we didn't see it hold up last week. We didn't see it hold up at times against Atlanta. But having Biotish back will be huge for them. But I would imagine we're going to see a lot of that ball coming out early tonight, especially early in the game.
Are you expecting more deep shots as well? It felt like against Dallas they didn't really take one. They've kind of limited those. Maybe that's because of the protection issues, but do you think we'll see them take a few more shots vertically?
I mean, keep in mind they didn't protect well, but the other part of that is that when you can't run the football, you're not in play action as much. The play action can work, but it's not as effective. So yeah, I mean, again, I would imagine they'll blitz a lot, but they'll play zone behind it. And a lot of the stuff and finding the holes, underneath and letting those guys catch and turn and make a couple of yards or make a big play in the case of a Crowder maybe or a Terry or, I know Zach Ertz isn't going to, give you a lot of yak, but I think Eckler's big tonight too. Diami's big tonight. I think both of those players will be significant.
The numbers when it comes to the matchup between Lattimore and Mike Evans are pretty well documented. When you think about what type of coverage Washington's going to deploy, is it a situation, Kevin, where they should be following Mike Evans across the formation, or do you think it's one of those situations where you leave Lattimore on the side and you deal with who comes to him?
I think one of the things that hasn't been talked about as it relates to the Lattimore-Evans thing is that Lattimore was on some really good defensive teams at times in New Orleans, teams that could stop the run, teams that really were much better than Washington is defensively. And so if you're covering a guy and you're getting pass rush pressure in 3rd and 11s, it's a much different outcome more times than not than it is 2nd and 3 on play action. So let's see what happens tonight. That's a critical matchup. It'll be interesting to see the way that Washington chooses to play it. Do they play him traveling with Mike Evans the whole night like he did A.J. Brown? It didn't work out, a few weeks ago against A.J. Brown very well. And is he healthy enough to do that all night? They know that. We'll see what happens. But without a pass rush, Lattimore's not only going to be effective for a couple of seconds against a guy like Evans. And play action in 2nd and 3 and 2nd and 4 is a lot different than 3rd and 11s.
Do you think a guy like Dante Fowler could have he's been the best pass rusher for the team this year, Kevin. Do you think he could have a good game tonight and taking out Baker Mayfield? Because they got to him a ton in week 1 all those weeks ago.
Right.
They just couldn't bring him down.
Yeah, they couldn't bring him down. It'll be interesting because he's not their best, edge setter. So that's why he hasn't been in recent weeks against Atlanta and Dallas on early downs. You've seen more Duran with John and Johnny Newton inside, Duran on the edge. So, in pure pass situations, yeah, Fowler's been as good as they've had. But wouldn't it be nice if they can really turn somebody like Luvu and Wagner loose tonight, Chin loose tonight, and feel comfortable with Lattimore on the field that they can cover for 2.5 seconds?
It's going to be key, Kevin. Obviously, and one more X&O question before we get your prediction here. I've said it all week long. It feels like to me on both sides of the football tonight, first down is going to be the most important parts of this football game. Can you get ahead of the sticks defensively by, forcing a 2-yard run? Can you get ahead of the sticks offensively? How do you think they ultimately fare in that category tonight? And defensively, how much of a shot do you give them? Because I know that's where it's really a long shot.
I still think their best defense tonight is when their offense is on the field and, taking the 9, 10, or 11 possessions in the game and scoring on more than half of them. And I think if they can do that, you got a game that comes down to the wire and you got a chance to win. What's interesting is, I talk a lot about down and distance and how important it is, and yet Jaden seems to overcome bad down and distances a lot. And so does Baker Mayfield. He is really, really good, kind of off schedule and extending. If they let him get out of the pocket and extend plays, you just can't cover long enough. So, yeah, I always first down, second down. Not having third downs would be the best thing in the game. So I also think Washington should be more aggressive, obviously, on 4th downs tonight because I don't think you can give up possession of the ball that much.
All right, Kevin, fill in the blank. Jaden has to do what for this team to win?
What he's been doing all year, keeping Tressway not very busy by making plays to overcome sometimes long down in distances, or in a game like Tennessee when they were ahead of the chains, but just making the throws, making the easy throws tonight, because I think there will be some in the quick game. Getting him in rhythm, hopefully, and when it comes down to him needing to make a play, him making a play with his legs or his arm, he's done it all year. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be surprised if he is overwhelmed by the situation, guys. That's not going to happen. It's possible that Tampa healthy is just better defensively tonight than they've been, but I would think that, there's no concern about him being up to the moment. He will be.
All right, Kevin. Team hasn't won a postseason game since 2005. I have zero recollection of that season at all. So I'm geeked up. You're excited. Denton's excited. When it comes down to it, though, is this season continuing after tonight?
I think there's a good chance it does. I just believe in him more than
he's called him him. He just called him straight up him. Didn't even call him Jaden. We know who you're talking about.
I mean, do we need to call him by the name? I mean, we know who he is at this point. And he strapped the team to its back, against Atlanta. He did it against Philly. They overcame 5 turnovers against Philly, 13 penalties against Atlanta. And I think they do it again somehow tonight. And I think one of the things to keep an eye on tonight, guys, is just because I'm hearing from a lot of people who are down there that there is a big, Washington contingent, which isn't surprising in Tampa. But, yeah, I think they get it done tonight. I do.
I certainly hope so, Kevin. I hope we're celebrating tomorrow morning and looking ahead to, I don't know, maybe Minnesota? Probably Detroit, though, based on how this Philly game is going. Kevin, enjoyed it as always, man. Enjoy it.
All right, boys. Thanks.
Thanks, Kev.
That is Kevin Sheehan. You can hear him tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time on the Team 980 with yours truly, breaking this thing down. When we get back, Linnell, the Junkies gave their takes this week. You will hear from them how they think this will play out. And also an update on the Eagles' hate-watching experience. It's now 10-3. The Packers got a field goal. They also picked up like 4 injuries on the drive. And as I say that, is that Dallas Goedert? He stiff arms his way for a touchdown. So if the Commanders win today, it'll be Detroit. Anyway, Junkies, they join us next. Don't go anywhere. It's your Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Denton Dale and Willingham. It is the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on YouTube as well. You'll hear from the Junkies in just a moment. Danny Rouillet in 10 minutes at the top of the hour. We're just over an hour away from kickoff between the Bucs and the Commanders. Sunday Night Football wild card weekend, Linnell. There's no place I'd rather be.
No place I'd rather be at all, but I have bad news. I don't want to say bad news.
Yeah, bad news. You got good news, too.
I also have good news.
I got good news if you don't got good news.
The bad news is Antoine Winfield back for the first time since December 8th.
That is tough news. The good news is Michael Davis is not.
Oh!
You will not see Michael Davis tonight. The official inactives for Washington.
Love that.
KJ Osborne, who's played like once since being signed, but whatever. Jeff Driscoll, emergency third quarterback. Derek Forrest inactive. Michael Davis inactive. This is one that people are going to get upset about. Chris Rodriguez inactive. That one to me is a little surprising. Dominique Hampton inactive, and Chris Paul.
I don't know if I get the Chris Rodriguez thing.
I would, depending on how tonight goes, I would like an explanation from Dan Quinn on that one.
Looks like he's the numbers game's not there. I think the running game is going to be inconsequential tonight, though. I really see them slinging the ball across the yard. One of those Jaden Daniel performances where we see him drop back 35-plus times. I think that's the formula for tonight, man. But none of it matters. None of it matters if Washington can't get off the field defensively. I think if you're Tampa, your mentality has got to be, what can we do to keep Jaden Daniels and the Commanders' offense on the sideline? How can we possibly limit his possessions? Because I don't care if you got Antoine Winfield back or not. If you're Tampa, you can't feel confident about your ability to stop this Washington offense.
I don't have the answer to that, but maybe the Junkies do. Here's their thoughts on the game and how this could go for Washington.
All right, boys, we got a playoff game, Sunday Night Football. It's a rematch from the Week 1 loss to Tampa Bay, but it seems like so long ago, Washington heads to Tampa to take on a really powerful offense, Jason, that the Buccaneers have.
They've got a great offense. I think they're third in the league in yardage. They've got a quarterback that threw 41 touchdowns, which kind of surprised everybody. It's going to be a challenge. They've got a balanced offense with a good running game, obviously a good passing game. The key for me is Marshawn Lattimore, because that's the reason they traded for this guy, to go out there and cover a true number one receiver like a Mike Evans, who he's got history with. So how healthy Lattimore is and how good he is against Evans, and I assume he's going to cover him the entire game. I think that's the biggest key defensively.
Bucs offense is effective, but the Commanders offense can get after it too. Top 5 in scoring. Hopefully you're going to see Jaden come out sharp, unlike he was in the first half against Dallas. I'm just completely dismissing the leg soreness. That is not going to be an excuse. I don't think it's going to be any problem heading into tonight's game. I would expect Jaden to not only rush effectively like he did in the first game. He has progressed so much as a passer since that opening week loss to the Bucs, and you're going to see that on display tonight.
We're a completely different team than we were in week 1. I watched Cliff Kingsbury's presser yesterday, and a couple days ago, and he just talked about it's hard to even watch the film from week 1 because we're such a different team. Jaden's grown so much, obviously. When they've struggled, I think a lot of it has had to do with injuries and guys like Tyler Biotish not being in there. We should be relatively healthy in terms of having our main guys up front. So I expect us to put up some good points. And I'm just not scared of Bucky Irving or Irvine or Irvin, whatever his name
1,100
is. I refuse to believe
5.4
that
carry.
we're going to get knocked out of the playoffs by some guy named Bucky.
Well, look,
but
he's part of an offense that, we talk about the Commanders having this top 5 scoring offense. Tampa actually scored more per game than Washington. And you can forget about being Bucky Irving. They've got a great offensive line. Pro Football Focus had them ranked number 3. They open up holes for whoever's back there. They also give Baker Mayfield a lot of time. So it's going to be really tough to stop that Tampa offense. I do think that Tampa's going to have the same problem with Washington's offense. Tampa has a very mid defense. All right, I know that if you look at some of the stats, they sack the quarterback, but they don't have really many elite players. You think about Vita Vea, maybe Levante David. You
They're
don't
good
think of
against
many
the run, but they're
elite
not
players
against
on
the
the
pass.
defense. You can score against them. Spencer Rattler was having success just a week ago
Yeah, he was.
against that Tampa Bay defense. So I think if Washington's going to win this game, and I think that they will win the game, it's going to have to be kind of like that Eagles game a couple weeks ago, where both teams are in the 30s, and Jaden just has a monster, and he's certainly capable of having a monster, and they win it. So I can lead off. I'll go 31-28. Commanders win in Tampa.
Mr. Bickle, a guy named Bucky might not beat you, but I think a guy named Baker is going to beat you. So I'm going to take the Bucks, and I hope I'm wrong because I want to preview another divisional playoff game with
Yeah, you want to pick
Washington.
against the Commanders again.
That's fine. At least,
kinda your thing.
at least we can talk about it for a week. I'm going to take Tampa 34-30.
I'm stealing JP's score, 31-28. Commanders win. If Cooper Rush can pass for nearly 300 yards against this Tampa Bay secondary, what's Jaden Daniels going to do? Especially when he has the threat of rushing as well as
What's
passing.
that sound effect you do, Cakes? Pew, pew.
There's going to be some explosive shoo, 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 shoo. Commanders win on the road. We're talking about them in a positive light next week, too.
I just think there's something special about this team, and this is a heart pick, but I'm going to try to manifest a blowout. 31-13, Commanders.
Wow.
Like
Big
it.
one. Big
Let's hope
win.
you're right, because then it'll be a victory Monday starting at 6 a.m. on the Junkies. Back to you, boys.
I need it.
Appreciate it,
Injected into
fellas.
my blood.
Injected into the blood. We are about an hour away from kick, but in 5 minutes, our guy Danny Rouillet, Funny Danny,
Danny
going to jump on
Rouillet.
with his co-host of Grant and Danny. His thoughts on the game when we get back. It is your Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Denton, Dale, and Willingham on 106.7 The Fan. It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. Wild card weekend in Washington. And it's relevant because the team we like is actually playing in the wild card this weekend, Linnell. We're an hour away from kickoff in Tampa. It's Washington's first playoff game in 40 years. They're still searching for their first win in nearly 20 years. Before we get Danny Rouillet on, just an update for the Eagles' hate-watching portion of the show. It's now 16-10. The Packers finally found themselves in the end zone. It took a Josh Jacobs monster run to do it, and then he got in from 1 yard out. But they finally got into the end zone, so it's only a 6-point game with about a full quarter left to play. There's hope for Green Bay, potentially. We'll keep you updated on that. But I got Danny Rouillet jumping on with us here now. Danny, I woke up at 6:30, juiced TF up. How are you feeling today?
I am good to be with you boys as always. I am nervous. I am wearing pajama pants and a top that doesn't fit real well. I'm just kind of huddled amongst a bunch of pillows. I tried to find a childhood doll for comfort.
Yeah.
This is the anxiety portion of our program. We don't do this very often. You guys weren't alive in the 80s, a.k.a. the good old days when things were true and calm, where if you lost a playoff game, you got to say, no big deal. We'll be back next year. It literally took the best team that season to beat Washington, and you go, shrug your shoulders. The Giants in '86 deserved it when they beat us in the NFC title game, 17-0. We'll be back next year. And they were, and I went to a Super Bowl parade. Or you'd lose to the '85 Bears. You'd lose to one of the great teams ever assembled. You go, we'll be back next year. And you were. This is rarefied air. Hopefully it is the start of something. But, yeah, it's hard to feel good. I feel anxious and queasy at best.
Your feelings are I feel them. It's I think it's a mutual feeling amongst everybody in the fan base. Denton said he was up at 6:30. I had like the opposite night. My night didn't end till this morning because I was so nervous. I watched the Tampa game again. I'm watching the Jayden Daniels hype videos. I want to talk about him for a second, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to week 1 for a second. When he looked like a fish out of water, he was a one-read quarterback. He's evolved so much since then to the point where a lot of us locally feel this team has a really good shot to win this football game. As you've watched the other playoff games this weekend, how do these other quarterbacks stack up to Jayden Daniels, Danny? And do you think he has one of those signature performances tonight that really etches his name in stone as one of those top 5 to 7 guys in this league?
Yeah, it's what it's going to require. So let's talk about not talking about it for a second, Linnell. Just to your point, what is let's do like an old school 30 for 30 intro. What if I told you there's a team whose running backs are averaging around 2.8 yards per carry over the last 5 or 6 weeks? What if I told you there's a defense that can't stop the run or the pass when they decide to commit to the run? What if I told you the offensive line doesn't protect that great? Their number 2 wide receiver was a dude that got cut basically by this Eagles team that's got 16 points in their own playoff game. What if I told you all those things? You'd go, what number in the draft are we picking? Is it 6? Is it 7? Maybe it's, we got bad luck. We're picking 8 or 9. Now enter Jayden Daniels. I know this Cowboy game sort of notwithstanding here last week. I still haven't really figured out how to categorize that. Sort of choosing to ignore it, quite frankly, for my thesis here. But they were Daniels and O down the stretch. I mean, they were. They're not doing anything well. And I also forgot to mention they committed a ton of penalties. So other than that, right? I mean, this is not a good football team right now this minute. But they have Jayden Daniels. They have the secret weapon. They've got the guy who is leading their team in rushing. And last week against Dallas, their leading rusher was Marcus Mariota. Their second leading rusher was Jayden Daniels. That run game, which was so dominant at times, is now kind of broken. I hope they can fix it, but Tampa's not a great candidate to do that against with Vita Vea and Kalijah Cansey, just a pair of smart cars there in the middle. So, to me, watching some of the uneven performances, some of the up and downs, when you look at, how unbelievable the guy that I believe deserves the MVP, Lamar Jackson, was yesterday, how transcendent Josh Allen was at times today, the guy that's probably going to win the MVP. It's too much to ask. It's not fair to have a rookie quarterback and say, hey, sorry, could you fix all of this?
Yeah.
Just sort of wave your hand at a giant tire fire next to a nuclear meltdown, in the midst of like, a 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and a couple of the kind of nastier parts of the Bible where you're like, yeah, man, could you just gloss over all of this with a fresh coat of paint and make it okay? But that's what's expected. And all that's happened, frankly, is he throws touchdown passes in the last couple of minutes of games. All that happens are these performances that are sort of beyond the norm that have now become the norm for us in D.C., and we're used to it. But, yeah, one more ride where we got to depend on him. That's the point. I picked him to win on air, and we'll get to that, I'm sure. But he's the reason why. I mean, sorry, I hate to undercomplicate it and turn it into a shouty show type segment, where Nick Wright's mid-entire career just saying Pat Mahomes is good. So maybe this is my bit that I do.
Easy on the easy,
super
Dan.
famous on Right. Listen, Nick Wright's a hero. He saved Grant's wife, Allison, one time. There was a hornet on her head. He got it off. No one else could. So he's forever fine in my book, but he's basically like, no one's as good as Pat Mahomes, and he gets paid millions. I'll do that for Jaden Daniels. Maybe I can get a TV show. But the point of the story is, Daniels is excellent, and we need him to be.
Talking with Danny Ray here, co-host of Grant and Danny, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday on 106.7 The Fan. Danny, is Marshawn Lattimore going to shadow his boxing partner, Mike Evans?
It's what I would do. I mean, so here's my hope. I'm not, guys, everybody's just sort of doing Lattimore's playing, so he's going to do Lattimore. I don't feel that way. Yeah. And maybe I'm too Curtis Samuel'd out. Maybe I'm too, Chase Young'd out in terms of the reports where he's going to come back and then he doesn't, and he's going to back and then he doesn't. And when he does, we're just sort of expecting things. I'm just hoping he makes it through the entire game. To me, this is more I sort of hope I can, I don't know if you guys ever played chess, but there's a million different ways to do it. So it makes the game so beautiful, and there's a new strategy coming up every week. But one of the things that you can do is say, you know what, I'm better if their queen is gone. And you do whatever you have to do that. And that's kind of what it would be if you could have Marshawn Lattimore somehow get Mike Evans to take a swing at him. I mean, this is like fourth line hockey stuff where you got an agitator, looking to throw the gloves with one of the best players. And that's literally how I'm thinking about this. I don't think you shut Evans down. I don't think you shut this offense down. They're humming. They're too good. Washington's defense simply doesn't have the horses. So, yeah, maybe you get a 15-yard penalty here or there. Maybe you get, Evans kind of out of his game. Just making it a personal war. That's kind of my best case scenario here. But that's what I would do, certainly, is to have Lattimore, find out what he had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Basically, criticize him, use some of the trash talk I've heard so much about that sometimes athletes do to each other. But you try to be an antagonist, try to bother him, because I don't think anybody's shutting him down.
Danny, I've said it all week long, man. It feels like, to me, this game comes down to first down on both sides of the football. For Washington, defensively, can they stop the bleeding and not get gashed on the early downs? And then offensively, can they do whatever by hook or by crook to stay ahead of the sticks? When you look at this group offensively, with the traditional run game not really being effective over the past couple of weeks, as you mentioned, put your coaching hat on for a second, Danny Kingsbury. What do you do to stay ahead of the chains minus that traditional running game here tonight?
Now, first of all, I want you to imagine I'm minus 50 pounds and my voice is very baritone and commanding, and I have a work ethic where I get in the office around 4 a.m. So here's what I'm doing. I love Brian Robinson to death. As a person, as a dude, what he's overcome, it goes without saying. I don't think he's particularly special. And something's going on to me right now where he doesn't look as explosive, doesn't look like the same running back that was running all over people. When he has to stop his feet, there's just no burst, there's no acceleration. He doesn't look the same to me. I don't know what's going on. Maybe nothing, maybe something. I don't know. I don't have patience. When in playoff games, I don't have patience anymore. That when people are like, you got to stick with it. Establish the game's over. You don't have time for any of that crap, okay? It's Austin Eckler early, Austin Eckler middle, and Austin Eckler late for me. That's my plan. And he gets spelled by Chris Rodriguez. We're going to see Brian Robinson today. I'll give him a couple chances. If it's not working, I go to Eckler early. To me, the point of using Eckler the way they did this season was to keep him fresh. What are you keeping him fresh for, Danny? This. I'm keeping him fresh for this. This kind of environment, these kinds of games, this kind of defense. He's in early downs for me. Remember that Philadelphia game up there on Thursday night where they went Eckler right, Eckler left, got themselves a big chunk and moved the football down the football field for a chance at points on their first drive. I'm doing something like that. I'm getting him involved early to help Daniels get in a rhythm, helps them kind of change the field position. That's the guy I'm leaning on today. I expect 10, 12, 13, maybe even up to 15 touches. For Eckler, I think he's in for a huge day. I don't think we get much out of Brian Robinson because, frankly, A, we haven't. B, I just don't think you're going to get the volume. You don't have the luxury of sitting there saying, we're going to stick with our game plan. Think about that New Orleans game, guys. They were sure. I really believe this. I think they were certain they'd be able to run the football at some point against a god-awful run defense. So this David Robinson gave him his 20 carries. They never did. They never broke free. They never got one. And that includes, by the way, a pass that ended up being scored as a run that went for 20 yards. Other than that, he was averaging about, a cough, 1.3 inches of forward progress on some of these runs, and they just stuck with it. I don't expect that today. I think they're too smart. I think they know that they're not going to be able to stop this Tampa Bay offense consistently. So to me, this is really about Eckler, about Rodriguez, and maybe McNichols to a degree, but I really think it's an Eckler day.
Totally agree.
Danny, final one for me before we get your official prediction. Do you think Jaden and Terry are back on the same page tonight?
Oh, another good question by you. I mean, A, they better be. B, again, I don't know what that was against Dallas. I don't know how to treat that. I'm confused. It looked like a group that really wasn't that interested in winning the game in the first half, and I hate to do the thing where it's like, old school yelling, talking head guy, like, you got to talk about effort in that game. It's a Dallas game. I have no idea what the plan was. I don't understand. I don't know if you're resting veterans, if you're resting important players, why he was the only one that rested. You probably could have rested Eckler after a couple of touches, Corin or Ertz or a couple of the linemen that got banged up, defensive players like Bobby Wagner, Frank Louvo and company. They didn't. It was only Jaden Daniels that sat after he played probably his worst half of football since week 1. So I don't really understand what was happening. So my belief is yes, that they will be on the same page as they have most of this season. That's more out of necessity. I'm kind of wish casting that, but I do think they will be. Again, that's the weapon. That's the guy they're going to have to get some big plays from in this passing game.
Danny, one more before we get to prediction. I'm eager to find out what score you have. You told us kind of a little tease on the result, but I look at this pass rush of Washington. A lot's been talked about with Marshawn Lattimore versus Mike Evans. The run game, I feel like, is going to be successful for Tampa regardless. But stopping Baker Mayfield in the passing attack, to me, is public enemy number one. Is there somebody in particular in Washington's front four that you circle and say, hey, that guy's got to dominate if Washington's going to be disruptive up front?
Here's my counter to that, and I think you're right. I just don't see anybody being able to do it. This Tampa line is excellent, guys. Tristan Wirfs is as good as there is in football. And wherever you get your data from, if it's PFF, Pro Football Rankings, Pro Football Talk, Pro Football anybody, they are one of the best offensive lines in the sport, and that's really governed all their success here. That's kind of where it's all sort of began. Everyone's like, how is Baker Mayfield doing this? And I kind of point to that group and I go, it's kind of right over there. I'm doing that Leo meme, where I sit up and I'm like, look at those 5 guys up there that are pretty healthy and excellent, So I don't see anybody dominating. This to me is more about trying to confuse Mayfield. It's more about maybe sending a blitz or two just to kind of disrupt some timing. It's more about maybe doing something you haven't done, going against type a couple different times. I don't see a consistent pass rush today, guys. I think that's a huge part of it, kind of to your point. And I think you're hoping for that, maybe a little bit of bend, don't break, go back into your shell. And maybe it's one of those Mayfield going YOLO style, maybe up to Evans or something like that, where maybe you force a turnover, you force him to do something, that he's done, frankly, all season long. It's gone with great production, 4,500 yards and 40-plus touchdowns, but leading the league in picks for a reason because he can't stop Mayfielding here, there, and everywhere. So that's the hope, is that maybe you force something like that. But, yeah, I mean, I'm with you on early downs, especially if you make them semi-one-dimensional. It hurts everybody, not just this football team. But man, I don't know. I don't know how the consistent stops are going to come. Like every time I kind of chop up the numbers, such as it is, I'm not like Abdul from the Leroy Jenkins video. There's not actually any numbers that I'm crunching, but every time I do sort of quote unquote crunch the numbers, it comes up. I don't know how they stop this offense because nobody really has here down the stretch.
All right, Danny, who wins? Are we celebrating on Monday or is it a miserable Monday?
27-20, Tampa Bay with about 1:05 left to go. Washington has one timeout. Kickoff, touchback, first down pass goes to Eckler, second down to Ertz. Now all of a sudden you got yourself a first down. Clock is running. Here comes Jaden Daniels on a scramble, out of bounds. 45 seconds left, still at the Washington 45. A dart down the middle of the field to no guess who? It's Olamide Zaccheaus. Now you got the ball in field goal range. Take the timeout with 25 seconds to go. One shot to Terry McLaurin, out of bounds. With about 8 seconds to go, ball at the 15-yard line. Jaden Daniels, touchdown, 27-26. Dan Quinn immediately, with his hat on backwards, talking about arriving violently, puts 2 fingers up in the air. They go for it. We got Jaden Daniels on a little read option look, rolling out to the left, flips it into the end zone to Zach Ertz for a 2-point conversion. Washington wins. And to quote my man Dave Chappelle, it's a celebration, bitches.
Danny, we appreciate it. I hope, to quote Dave Chappelle, we are celebrating tomorrow, bitch. Appreciate it, Danny.
Love you, boys.
That is Danny Ruya. You can hear him if we are celebrating or whether we're miserable.
God, he's
tomorrow.
just
He does a
that.
great Chappelle.
Yeah, that was
He does
sneaky.
a great Chappelle.
We should have asked Danny to come on as Kevin Sheehan. That would have been the bit.
that would have been, if it wasn't a wild card weekend,
we may have had that fly.
Craig Hoffman's going to join us in a moment, but before we get to that, Linnell, it's time for our Baldino's Lock and Key player
I've been
to
thinking
lock
about this
in
all
on.
week.
Baldino's is your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. Who are you locking in on today? There's a lot of different directions this could go. Who are you locking in on?
I haven't taken the cheat code answer all year long. I haven't circled the all the above all year long. It's Jaden Daniels. It is Jaden Daniels. It is Daniels, comma Jaden. It is Black Jesus, whatever you want to call him. He has been a godsend to this DMV region, to the organization. He has to play like Superman tonight in order for Washington to win their first postseason game since 2005. And a little tease ahead at our predictions. I think he does it, boys. I think he does.
So there's your tease.
I think he does it.
My player to lock in on kind of goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
Arm and catch, maybe.
Yeah.
It's scary season. We're peekabooing in the end zone. I'm locking in on Terry. I think they get back on the same page tonight. I think Terry has a big time performance. He was just named All-Pro this week, second-team All-Pro, but he was the top of the second-team All-Pros.
Yeah.
I think it came down to him and Amon-Ra St. Brown as to who was going to get that final spot on the first team. But I think Terry has a really strong performance in his second career postseason game, and he and Jaden get back on the same page. We'll get Craig Hoffman's thoughts on that when we get back. Hoffman coming up next, the Rooster to follow after that. Don't go anywhere. It's a Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. It is the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. All right, Linnell, 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Are you getting jazzed up? I'm getting jazzed up.
I've been jazzed up all morning. I'm ready to watch the young man that wears number 5. The jersey that I'm wearing here tonight, I'm ready for him. We're in prime time for a reason. It's because of that guy.
Because of that guy.
And his ability to, make big time play after big time play after big time play. I'm so ready for it. First playoff game, man. It feels like every game this season where the stakes have been super high for Washington, they've risen to the occasion, gets no bigger than tonight.
I don't want to put pressure on our next guest, but a couple of weeks ago when the Commanders took on the Philadelphia Eagles, we had Craig Hoffman on, and Craig said Jaden has to have the best game of his life for them to win, and Jaden threw 5 touchdown passes. So no pressure today, Craig, but your word clearly carries a lot in regards to this quarterback. How do you feel about 40-some-odd minutes away from kickoff tonight?
I feel excited. I mean, I think this is going to be a really fun night. Jaden's a big game player. Terry's a big game player. I think there's some other guys that are ready to step up. I mean, the Lattimore Evans thing is fun, but there's other defensive pieces that I'm excited to see how they perform. But I think on the Daniels front, man, like, let's party. Let's see what he's got. And even if it doesn't go well tonight, like, it's the first time he's shown an incredible propensity to learn, and there's almost no outcome tonight where I think we look at the future and don't go like, all right, let's go. Like, this is the start of something.
I echo those sentiments, my friend. I don't know, I guess I've been using the phrase they're playing with house money because whatever happens, like you said, the arrow is definitely pointing up. I want to get into some X's and O's here for a second, Craig. I think first down on both sides of the football is going to be like the big determining factor in this football game. When you look at it from a schematic standpoint, how does Washington win first down offensively and how do they win first down defensively?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's complicated for Washington because Tampa is going to blitz. This is who they are. It's clearly how they thought to attack Jaden the first time around. They blitzed him about 47% of the time the first game week 1, and Jaden handled that with a mixed bag. You know, he obviously ran a ton, and that's not what you want. You want to be able to find open, easy guys, and you want to have better solutions. And then I think the other part of it, obviously, is, since week 11, Tampa has been the blitz happiest team in the league. So that that they want to blitz Jaden. And then beyond that, they blitz everyone, I guess is really what I'm getting at. So what do you do with that information, right? Do you try to run into it? Do you try to predict where the blitz is coming and run away from it? Have less guys, there to defend the run? Do you try to give Jaden easy answers with his arm downfield, whether it's one-on-one type of situations, whether it's, quick in-breakers, or do you try to use your screen game against it, whether that's Austin Eckler, De'Ami Brown, or Brian Robinson even. Like, I think there's a lot of potential solutions, and I can sit here and name them all, and Cliff gets paid a lot more money than me to actually figure out which one's the best one.
What is your level of trust if you had to rate it 1 through 10 in the combination right now of Austin Eckler and Brian Robinson?
I guess I would ask you to define level of trust. Level of trust to, like, go out and not mess it up, like 8 or 9. To go out and have a really big-time performance and, like, all of a sudden pop their best game in a while, like a 6. Not super great. Robinson, I just don't feel like is as fresh, as sharp as he was earlier in the year. I feel like he's kind of second-guessing some stuff when he's running the football. Eckler did show a little bit more pop last week, but obviously he's pretty rusty, you would think, coming off of what he's coming off with the really severe concussion and just not having played a lot of football. So, like, do I trust them to know their assignments and do the right thing? Yes. Do I trust them to do it at an exceptional level? No, but I guess the good thing is I don't know that they have to be exceptional. I just think they have to be complementary in order to put Washington in good down and distances and all those kinds of things. Because I do think, one of the questions I've been asked a lot this week when I've been doing these hits on other shows is, like, what happens if Jaden is the leading rusher? Like, do they have to make sure he's not? And I'm like, dude ran for 127 yards 2 weeks ago. If he's the leading rusher and is rushing for 80-plus yards, like, that's fine. So they just have to be good enough that he can do his thing.
Yeah, it's huge. And another thing that goes into that tonight in terms of the traditional run game, Craig, is the level of patience Cliff Kingsbury has with it because it's a postseason game, because it's such a stout front. I wouldn't be disappointed if we saw him go away from it. How do you expect them to try and supplement that run game if they're unable to get it going here?
Right. So you have to have some answers that are quick. And again, like, because Tampa blitzes so much, and they are better, by the way, at getting free runners than anyone else. So it's not like you just want to drop back and pass because you're going to have guys in your face constantly if you're Jaden Daniels. So can you get the screen game going? Can you get the quarterback run game going? Like, I think all of those are huge, huge parts to a successful plan tonight. And that can also stymie the pass rush, right? Like, one way to get a team out of blitzing all the time is to run past them the other way. You get a blitz going one way, they're chasing the running back, Jaden pulls it, goes the other way. You get a reverse. Like, I think some of the end around stuff, they had a great carry from Diami last week on an end around. Like, that stuff should be in the playbook tonight. So not that Cliff needs to be like throwing out trick plays every other series, but they definitely can, I think, go a little deeper into the playbook and play fairly horizontally to try to stretch this defense out. And then can you then, sneak the big shots up the field? Because I think the other thing that, we've been focused on some of Washington's injuries and guys like Lattimore. Tampa getting Antoine Winfield back makes them a completely different team defensively. They've had a ton of air in their defense. And for all their blitzing, they haven't actually been that good while blitzing. They've given up a lot of stuff, and a lot of it since Winfield went out. He's back. Unless I missed him being inactive, but I'm pretty sure he was good to go. So he's good to go, and that completely, as long as he's him, not a rusty bad version of himself, that changes the amount of air available for some of the stuff down the field.
Craig, we're talking with Craig Hoffman, host of the Hoffman Show, 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern time every Monday through Friday on the Team 980. The final stat line for Terry McLaurin today is what?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm thinking he's going to get like 12 targets. Like, I don't think they mess around. One of the things that we talked about all week on our show and on the Take Command show is that week one, when these teams played, I don't think Cliff fully understood, and I don't think Jaden fully understood how good Terry was, and that the definition of open for him is just different. He is statistically, by multiple measures, the best contested catch guy in the league. He doesn't need basically any space. Just throw him the ball. And even last week, there were times in that first half where he didn't get a bunch of catches, but like the plays were clearly designed for Terry, and whether a ball got batted down, bad throws from Jaden, a little bit of timing being off, pressure where the ball doesn't get off to Terry, and it should have if the play is protected better. Like, all those things were there, and then you see Marcus in the second half just go to him again and again and again. Like, that's how it should have looked in the first half if the protection is different. So I think they understand fundamentally their offense needs to run through 17. And so I think we're talking about like 12 to 15 targets, 8 to 10 catches, and, that should be 100-plus yards and hopefully a touchdown or two. I really do think that both who he is as a big game player and how this game plan is going to be designed, that if the Commanders have a good game, he is going to be a massive part of it.
Another thing that could really help Washington out here tonight, Craig, is ball control. We've seen them go tempo quite a bit this year and really prevent teams from getting their, proper defensive personnel on the field. In a game like this against a Tampa offense that it really has the ability to eat up 350-plus yards on any given week, do you think they use the tempo and try to slow the game down, so to speak, not snapping the ball till you're later in the play clock to try to keep Baker and Bucky Irving and company on the sideline?
For sure. And the funny thing is with them is sometimes they will go no huddle, but it's not really with any kind of fast tempo. Yeah. And they'll still substitute and things like that. Like they will go from 11 to 12 personnel, take a wide receiver off the field, put a tight end on the field. They just do it without getting into a huddle. And, typically the defense subs and is fine. And it's just, there's no real time to huddle because you're at that point just kind of challenging their communication, right? It's, okay, hey, if you huddle, we might quick snap it. So even though you got your substitution off, you don't have time to come together in the middle of the field, get a call. So you're challenging their communication. You're making more simplistic calls than necessity for the defense. But you're not necessarily snapping it with 18 on the play clock. And so Washington's been pretty good at that, I think, this year in managing that, and Jaden's pretty good at managing that. And then the question is, like, if you feel like you got them, do you go quick? And I think that there's some of their personnel groupings that allow for a lot of flexibility in formations and things like that, where Eckler can go split out. So you can be in what you'll hear called pony personnel, where it's 2 running backs and 1 tight end. And because it's those two halfbacks in there, those guys, especially if it's McNichols and Eckler, can go spread out, and you can go in empty with nobody in the backfield, even though you technically have two running backs on the field. So there's a lot of things they can do to try to play with Tampa's defense, and that can also, you send in a blitz call if you're Todd Bowles, and all of a sudden it's a bad blitz call against empty because you don't have enough guys to spread out in the formation. You're kind of counting on those two running backs being in the backfield. Like, can you get that communicated fast enough to check out of it? So there's some real interesting at the line of scrimmage kind of chess match type of stuff that can happen along those lines. But the simple clock part of it, I think, is also a factor because of how potent Tampa's offense is, and the fact that I would hope Washington knows by now the simple fact that's true for every team. Your defense plays better when they're rested. So rushing back on the field after 3 plays because you went super quick and went 3 and out is a very bad formula for Washington's defense.
All right, Craig, who wins? Are we celebrating tomorrow?
Oh, man, I convinced myself by the end of the week that we are. And in fact, we'll be celebrating tonight and Take Command Instant Reaction Show. Decided to go big for the playoffs, boys. We got Zoe on the show. With Logan down in Tampa, Lorenzo Alexander is going to join me live after the game on YouTube. So if folks are listening and they're not going to stay up, that will be in the Take Command feed by the time you wake up in the morning. But I do think we'll be talking about a Commanders win. And one of the interesting stats that came across this week as you're doing all the research is, one, this is expected to be a 3-point game by Vegas. This should be close. And in close games this year, the Commanders are 8-4. The Bucs are 3-5. So if it's close late, Washington's been there, done that. Tampa struggled a little bit more. I trust Jaden to have another moment, and then we can deal with Detroit next week.
Craig, I hope that's the case. I hope that is the case. Enjoy this one, my friend. Hopefully it's fun for us.
Indeed, hoping so. Have a great rest of your show, boys, and we'll talk to you later in the week.
That is Craig Hoffman, host of the the Hoffman Show, on 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. every Monday through Friday on the team at 980. When we get back, Leno, we're opening up the cage.
I don't know how to feel.
Are you ready? The Rooster is a-coming. Don't go anywhere. It's the Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Leno Willingham. the only man with a WWE-style walk-up song on the pregame show. It's very fitting. It is the Rooster, Chris Russell, good enough to join us here. We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff, Wild Card Weekend. The Commanders taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's been 4 years since the Commanders have been in the postseason. Ironically, it was Tampa Bay who they played last. It's been nearly 20 years since they won a postseason game. Ironically, it was Tampa Bay who they beat last. Rooster, how are you feeling ahead of this? Do we get our first playoff win as an organization for the first time in 18 years?
I hope.
Me too.
I don't know. I don't feel great. I'll be perfectly honest. This is going to piss everybody off. I am, I'm a pessimistic old man. I'm really hoping that a lot of things are different from week one. And quite honestly, a lot of things have been different in the last 4 games, really out of the bye, because this offense, at times it's looked good, but a lot of times it's looked disjointed. And I'm not worried about Jaden as much, if at all, a little bit, just because, blitzing defense, crazy-ass Todd Bowles, and just the pressure on the spotlight and all that stuff. But I'm more worried about everyone else.
Makes sense. Quarterback feels like him and the entire team, I think, should get the benefit of the doubt of when they've been in these gotta-have-it situations, we've seen them play their best, and they've come out on the right side of a lot of this stuff. Something we talked about during the week is the importance of having success on the early downs on both sides of the football. When you look at Washington's defense, Chris, is it a situation where they've got to concede something this week, whether it's giving up the pass or giving up the run?
I don't know if you can, Linnell, because they're that balanced and that explosive and that good. I mean, the Bucs are number 1 on third down. We know they're really good running the ball with Bucky Irving, been good on early downs. The Commanders have not generally been, and they've been late, slow, hesitant, whatever it might be, to make adjustments. They have made them, and they have had success as games gone on, and maybe into the second half, and maybe that's what's going to happen here again tonight. But if they don't have early down success stopping the run against Tampa and presumably Bucky Irving most of the time, then that's going to lead to 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, what have you. And I just think Baker Mayfield is going to pick them apart. Tampa was, I believe it was 9 of 12, maybe 9 of 13.
9 of 12,
in week one. Again, they're number 1 in the NFL across the board, over 50%. And then for Washington on offense, I mean, guys, we know this. When this offense is ahead of the chains and down in distance, and it's 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, they're lights out explosive. It's been a while since we've gotten that. It's been since Tennessee, and quite honestly, that worries me.
Can I interest you on defense, Roost, in a vintage all-pro kind of performance from both Deron Payne and or John Allen?
Oh.
Preferably both, but I'll take either one at this point.
What does Nell call them? The Alabama jailbreakers?
Alabama bank robbers.
Bank robbers. I mean, listen, guys, I was in Tampa in week one, and obviously I'm not there now. I remember both of those guys putting heat on Baker Mayfield, and they couldn't close the back door, and they couldn't get off the field on 3rd down. So I think it's more than, like everybody throws around this pass rush win rate thing. Pass rush win rate doesn't mean you make a play. It just means you win your block, right? And I saw a bunch of that in week one, and I didn't see them make the play and close the back door. And Baker Mayfield extended plays with his legs, and he spun out of things, and he bought extra time, and coverage broke down. Now, you didn't have Marshawn Lattimore, and you had a whole lot of Emmanuel Forbes, Benjamin St. Juste, for crying out loud, Jamin Davis, and who's the Fedarian Mathis on the field for the Commanders' defense, right? So we talk about the Commanders' offense changing a lot since week one. Well, their defense has changed a lot, too. So hopefully Lattimore is healthy. Hopefully. I don't know how much I totally buy that, but hopefully he's healthy enough to make an impact everywhere else. And guys like Quan Martin and Jeremy Chin can come down and lay the lumber and help them in run support, and so that they're not always in 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, and so that they're not always breaking the Commanders' defense down by play extension.
It's going to be tough. We're sitting here 16 minutes away from kickoff. Doesn't even feel real. It's finally just starting to hit me what's about to happen in the next 15 minutes. But, Chris, I go back to the offense here for a second. If they're going to win this game, is there a number of points you think that they've got to reach? Is there like a certain threshold here?
I mean, to me, it's a minimum of 28. You know, like if Tampa doesn't score, say, like more than 24 points, it's probably because you got a minimum of 2 takeaways, maybe even 3. And Baker is susceptible, I think, to turnovers in the red zone if those windows close up and tighten up. And last week, granted, against Trey Lance and no CD Lamb, Washington did a terrific job. They were 1 of 6 in terms of allowing touchdowns in the red zone. But that's against Trey Lance, and that's no CD Lamb. This is a completely different beast. But if there is a area that I think Baker sometimes gets a little impatient in and sometimes tries to fit a tight, spiral into a small window, it is in the red zone, guys. So while Tampa in general is very, very good in the red zone, that is an area where maybe you could not only get the turnover and the ball, but also take them off the board. I should say, get the ball and take 3 or perhaps 6, 7, or 8 points off the board, and get a lot of momentum off of that. Even if you don't score after that, which ideally you'd like to go on a long offensive drive and a productive offensive drive. But even if you can take points off the board, Linnell, you and I talked during the week. I thought the number one thing for the Commanders to have a chance to win this game on defense was, yes, Marshawn Lattimore, obviously, but turnovers. You cannot depend on red zone stops against this Tampa defense like you have against other pedestrian offenses, including the one last week.
Do you think Terry McLaurin has a big game today, Roost?
I hope so, D-Day. I mean, Jamel Dean is playing. Antoine Winfield's playing. The blitz is obviously coming. They'll play a lot of zone behind it. But Terry had an opportunity first drive of the second half in Tampa up the sideline, and Jaden overthrew him. So, to me, the way I try and get Terry on track, everybody talks about, getting him touches early and getting his hands on the ball. And yes, I believe a lot of that. But to me, I'm trying a deep post or a deep go first, second series. Stretching them out, putting it in their mind, hey, you better not be uber aggressive and over aggressive and think we're going to throw everything horizontal. And if they can hit one, whether it's a deep post, whether it's a deep go, and I haven't seen a lot of deep posts. Maybe I'm missing it, guys. I don't remember a lot of deep posts. And it could be, obviously, beyond Terry, it could be Diami as well. But to me, like, that's the way I put a seed in their mind. You're not going to just be able to blitz us all night and attack and expect us to go east and west and horizontal. We are going to go deep. And even if it doesn't work out, you put the seed in their mind.
Chris, one thing to me that Washington's got to be, cognizant and wary of tonight is not letting anything go over the top of their head. I know it's been something they've been really good at all year long. Jalen McMillan, though, for Tampa has done a really nice job here over the past 5 or 6 weeks, really getting going opposite Mike Evans. When you look at Washington's defense here tonight, is there someone you're circling saying, hey, look, like this guy has to be big in order for Washington to –
I mean, besides Lattimore, because really I think that's the number one guy. I mean, if he can neutralize Evans and not also have it be a penalty parade like it was the last time we saw him against A.J. Brown, and I know some of those calls were controversial, but, I at least 2 of them were good calls out of the 3 in one quarter. Besides him, if there's one individual – that I would say, again, needs to step up and be a big-time difference maker, that not that you don't expect, but, I mean, of course, Frankie Louvu, who, like last week, right, off the tip from Payne in the red zone, almost had the interception. You got to squeeze that. Remember, he had the big interception when they were reeling early on against Philadelphia, I think down 14-0, and had the big interception. That turned into points right away. So to me, and we know Luvu as a pass rusher, as an athlete, as a tackler for the most part. I mean, he'll miss some tackles, but I mean, he's relentless. So I would say that's the guy outside of Lattimore. But I'll just give you another quick one. Sandristel, who struggled in week 1 in Tampa as a rookie, his first game. We know he won that stupid Pepsi Zero Sugar thing, whatever majig last week. I don't need any awards to tell you that Mikey Sandristel. Sure, he's going to give up some stuff, and he's tough as you know what. Tough as you know what. And if you throw a screen his way, and if you throw a little hitch his way, and you need 10 yards on 3rd and 11, generally speaking, almost all the time, although I guess there was one time last week where he didn't, I feel pretty good about Mikey Sandristel being able to make the tackle, being able to relentlessly pull down somebody short of the sticks, and be able to hit somebody and wrap somebody up. So those are a couple of the guys that I'm really hoping stand up because they need all of them. I mean, it starts with Lattimore, but they need all of them.
All right, Roos, 2 wins. Are we celebrating tomorrow or no?
I think the Commanders, I got them at 3.5. So, D-Day, I know you're a gambling guy. I got the Commanders plus the 3.5. How about that? But I ultimately think they lose a close game. No insult, no embarrassment by any means, 30-27, 33-30. I just don't know if they make enough plays defensively, number one, as we just discussed. And number two, what about the rest of this offense? Man, they need the natural running game. Man, they need guys to squeeze balls when they get an opportunity. And that just hasn't been the case for a lot of this winning streak, ironically, yet they're on a 5-game winning streak.
All right, Roos, I mean, I hope you're wrong. But
I hope I'm wrong, too.
We'll see nonetheless. We're a few minutes away from kickoff. Appreciate it, my friend. We'll talk
Thanks,
to you
fellas.
soon.
Appreciate you. Have a great rest of the night. I'll be listening.
That is Chris Russell, host of the Chris Russell Show every Monday through Friday, 1 to 4 p.m. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, you can hear Linnell with Chris Russell. Linnell is about to break. We are going to break. When we get back, we got keys to the game, Linnell. And maybe a statistic that does have me worrying just a little bit. Just a little bit. That when we return, it's a Burning Gold pregame show. 10 minutes from kickoff. Wildcard Weekend. All righty, we are a couple of minutes away from kickoff. I'm antsy. I just checked in with the bullpen. They're antsy. I know Linnell has been antsy for the entire evening that we've been here, Linnell, but we're a couple minutes away, so we'll get to some keys to a game. They are presented by the Window Man, our windows of opportunity since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no-pressure in-home estimate or at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. Your first key, we'll do two each, Linnell, two each. Your first key to Washington coming away with the victory is what?
Anyone listening, if you've heard every interview we've had here, I've asked the same question to all of our guests here on the pregame show. The key for me is, can Washington win first down on both sides of the football? Offensively, can they stay ahead of the sticks by hook or by crook, whether it's a traditional run game, whether it's Jaden's legs, whether it's a quick passing game? Whatever you have to do is to stay ahead of the chains, I think is huge on offense. And then defensively, can you force second and long so that you can get aggressive with your blitz packages and, run these run blitzes to try and slow down Bucky Irving and company? It's a key. I don't know how well they do it. I expect a lot of points on both sides.
My number one key is I'd like to see the Justice League. If Jaden Daniels is Superman, I don't like solo Superman films.
Yeah.
I like when Batman's involved. Give me a little bit of Aquaman, some Green Lantern action. I don't know. You could name whichever superhero you want and associate them with a Commanders player, but I need to see a little bit of help. I know he can go Superman. I just don't want him to go Superman. It's a lot easier, and it's a lot less stressful for the two of
when
us
he just starts running.
when somebody helps him.
Yeah.
Eckler, McLaurin, B-Rob, Diami, Luke McCaffrey. Anyone who helps him is somebody that I need to do so. By the way, Luke McCaffrey, 13-1, anytime touchdown. It's not dead yet, people. But I need the help for Jaden Daniels so he does not have to do absolutely everything.
I agree with you 100%. Our keys kind of tie in together here. How are they going to stay ahead of the chains? Who's going to be the other guys outside of Daniels and McLaurin to really step up here? You mentioned it, I think, when Craig joined us, or when Danny joined us, rather. Like, the inability for Jaden and Terry to hook up over the past couple of weeks. A.J. Terrell was really sticky in coverage in the Atlanta game. Last week, Jaden didn't play much because of the quad injury, so I want to see those two get it going. We expect them to get it going, but who's going to be the other guys, so to speak? I think with a quick passing game, expected to be on full display here, all my parlays have Zach Ertz on them. I continue to think he is going to get a lot of action on these early downs to try and stay ahead of the sticks. Here's the thing about this football game that I think will be key. While I want Jaden to be Superman, because I think when he's Superman, he's going to be the best player on the field, and they got a really good shot of winning. But when it comes to him being Superman here tonight, be Superman by making the routine play consistently, right? Yeah. When the check down's there in the flat and it's going to get you 4 yards, take it so you're in 2nd and 6. Take it so you're in 3rd and 4. If he can get the football out on time and keep them ahead of the sticks, I think that's really the big thing here.
My final key, you got to sack Baker.
Yeah.
You got to sack Baker Mayfield. You did a great job in week 1 getting after him. You got to take Baker Mayfield to the ground. If you let him just sit back there with all the time in the world and slice and dice you, you're going to get sliced and you're going to get diced.
Yeah,
He's too good. He's a gunslinger, but he's too good of a guy to let just sit back there. You have to get to him, and you got to bring him down when you get the opportunity to get your hands on him. I want to see Baker hitting the turf, and I want to see it a lot.
I think that's the key. Can you get pressure on him when they do drop back to pass? Because I tell you what, when you look at the rushing numbers on both sides of the football for Washington when it comes to rushing it and stopping the run, they're clearly much better running it. But Tampa, Baker's throwing for a gazillion yards, but Bucky Irving's a 1,000-yard rusher. They're big, they're nasty, and they're physical up front. Graham Barton was a rookie the last time these two teams played. It was week 1, and it was one of the keys, right? Could John Allen and Deron Payne beat up on the young pup on the interior? He has been groomed and seasoned all year long, and I'm sure it helps going up against Vita Vea every day in practice. He has turned into one of the best interior O-linemen in the NFL. Can John Allen, Deron Payne, and company stop that group from getting movement? If they can limit this running game and not get gashed by it.
Need a little bit of vintage from those two
I think
guys.
that would be, if I could ask for anything here tonight, it would be that.
If I could ask for anything, tell Deron Payne it's a contract year.
Yeah, tell him if he plays
all of
well, he gets a
sudden
new
he'll have
deal.
6 sacks. The guy will become unblockable. He'll become Aaron Donald 2.0. Now, before we get to our predictions, Linnell, I do have something.
Yeah.
This is not positive, but I'm hoping the Commanders can buck a trend. No pun intended, or maybe pun intended. The Eagles beat the Packers 22-10. Earlier today, the Bills beat the Broncos 31-7. Yesterday, the Texans beat the Chargers 32-12. The Ravens beat the Steelers 28-14. Outside of all of those games being what I would consider to be blowouts or comfortable wins. I don't know if you're going to say 12 points of blowout.
I know the trend.
No road team has won. All of the road teams have lost so far. But this is why we get to bucking the trend. I don't know when the last time, I'm sure I could do a deep dive on research and figure this out, but I don't know when the last time every single home team won in wild
I gotta
card
go.
weekend.
I gotta go look at my tweets. There's an upset in wild card weekend every weekend, and we haven't had the upset yet.
We have not had the upset
Because,
yet.
well,
We haven't had games that are particularly close. And by the way, like Washington kind of excels in close games because of Jaden Daniels.
what they do.
I mean, the biggest difference
So here we go.
in terms of positive versus negative for Jaden Baker is that Baker's a gunslinger. Jaden is not. He makes safer decisions with the football.
And hopefully that helps out Washington. This is per Hembo. VSBN underdogs are 69, 100, and 105 all time on wild card weekend, an average of 1.5 upsets per season. At least one underdog has won a game in the wild card round in 40 of the past 46 seasons dating back to 1978.
It's pretty good.
Technically, there has been an underdog that won because Houston was underdogs for whatever reason. I knew that they were going to win that game.
I don't think he's talking about gambling, though.
But, like, literally the lower seed.
Right. He's talking seedage-wise. All right, so with that said, your prediction. We are a couple minutes from kickoff here.
Yeah.
Who wins?
Man, all week long I've gone back and forth on this. We know what the keys are. I expect a lot of points to be scored in this game. I expect maybe even some extra free football based on how this year has gone. I think all week long we're going to be partying and recalibrating our expectations for this football team. I think it's a super high-scoring affair. I like Washington 36-41.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a big-time high
There's
scoring.
going to be a lot of points.
Going to be a little lower scoring for me, but not that much. I like Washington 31-24. I think they win by a touchdown. I think we're celebrating tonight. I don't think Linnell and I are getting any sleep tonight, by the way. We'll be so jazzed up after this
I hope
one.
so.
When we get back, it's kickoff. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. We are presented by Rude. We're underway when we get back. Antsy is not the right word, but it is the right word, Linnell. We are here. We are minutes away from kickoff. I see nothing but red in the stadium. It's because they have this weird light bit that they got going on there in Tampa. I don't know their customs, Like, what do they do pregame?
Yeah, I thought they just do the silly pirate ship bit where they, like, set the fireworks off and the pirate comes out and does that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm annoyed. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how I went from annoyed to nervous to antsy to back to annoyed.
I mean, this is a roller coaster of every single emotion from here until the end of this game. I mean, hopefully more positive than negative, but
for sure. They keep showing our quarterback.
Well,
and I leave him alone. I don't want to see him because it's making me think he's nervous. I know he's not nervous, but like they're showing him so much that it's making me uncomfortable. I will say this. As we sit here moments away from kickoff, I don't think I've ever felt like this before a game. I feel like I'm about to play.
I did tell you, I did this bit today where I was the living embodiment of the classic he think he on the team meme. Like I was walking around, I made sure I had a nice pregame meal. I made sure I had a nice pre-show meal. I got another cup of coffee so I have just the right amount of energy for the day. Like I'm not a part of this team at all, but you couldn't tell based on my routine. I stayed off my feet. I didn't do too much.
Say you were resting?
I got a little bit of a slight workout in beforehand just to get the muscles pumping. Like I literally felt like I was on the team. I'm not.
God.
But here I am. I'm actually calm.
You?
Like I'm sitting here. I'm like, all right,
how?
Like let's do this.
How could you possibly be calm? Am I talking into the microphone? Do my levels okay in there? Okay.
I don't know.
No one's responded to me.
But
that's fine.
I'm sitting here and I'm feeling calm.
I'm doing the bit early where I'm at a loss for words. And normally the past couple of weeks, we've reached like the second half, and I've become like a mute, and I don't have much to say. My sentences get very short.
If you on the stream help Linnell out, hit him with a left hand up.
Thank you. That's all.
Everybody get a left hand up.
That would get me feeling like, all right, DQ's got his glasses on. I just feel, I'm just nervous, bro. Like I keep saying it, like it feels like I'm about to play. Then it's the playoffs, so they're gonna take forever to kick the damn football.
Yeah,
off.
They're not kicking off till 8:15. They did this bit where they said, all right, it's going to be a 7:30 kick. And we're like, hey, you ain't kicking off at 7:30. And they're like, all right, it's going to be 8 o'clock kick. And we're like, why would you change it for the playoffs? It's always 8:15.
Yeah.
And now they're doing the national anthem, so it's going to be an 8:15 kick.
A person looks like Bret Hart.
The hitman in Tampa.
Wouldn't that be something?
Can Bret Hart sing? How ironic would it be if Bret Hart was singing the American national anthem? That'd be kind of weird.
Yes, it would be. So I was looking at this video yesterday. It came across my TikTok feed. It was Baker Mayfield and the smelling salts. I don't know if you're familiar with the bit.
I've never done the smelling salts. I kind of want to.
Neither have I. I've heard that it doesn't feel very good. So
I know it doesn't feel very good. I can't imagine that all the videos I've seen of people, on a wacky bit.
Yeah. Because we don't have the volume up in here, I have no clue what's happened with the coin toss. Has the coin toss even happened yet?
I am like doom scrolling Twitter to see who is starting.
I don't want the football. Please do the double up second half thing. I feel like if we win the kickoff and we defer, the game is already in the bag.
The game, then you feel comfortable. Although I don't know how often they've been able to double up recently. Like that does feel like it was very much an early season bit. But if you want to go back to, I'd love it. It makes life a whole lot easier. I mean, they did it, I think, against Philly.
Yeah,
and that turned the tides. Yeah. I mean, it is. Coaches talk all the time about winning the middle eight.
The middle eight. Look at you.
Yeah, the middle eight. Look at me. I'm a coach. It's that final 4 minutes of the first half and that first 4 minutes of the second half. If you can win those, you really decide the football game in many instances. So if Washington can do that, because we know Dan Quinn loves the bit where he defers and he gets the ball second. Now, the problem, at least recently, has been offensive or defensively. They are not very good.
Yeah, teams
and against
are going
this
down.
Baker Mayfield-led, Heisman Trophy-led team, don't feel great about that one.
I don't feel too good about it either. Teams are marching the football down the field on these opening possessions of the game. I think tonight, if you're Washington, man, like, do you come out in the 5-man front from the get-go? Because you remember Atlanta, right, when they struggled to stop the run. In that first half, you saw Deron Payne get kicked out to end. You saw extra defensive tackle get brought onto the field. They were playing Newton, Allen, and Payne at the same time with Louisville and Fowler as the hanging edge players. Mm-hmm. Do you come out with your 5 down front first, because I'm telling you, you can read all the press clippings you want about Liam Cohen and how he's going to get a head coaching job and how the Bucs passing attack is so prolific. Baker's thrown for 40-plus touchdowns. They're going to come in here and try to punch Washington in the face. I guarantee you. It wouldn't be surprising. First down run, second down run. Do it. Washington hadn't stopped anybody all year consistently from running the football. Bucky Irving's one of the hottest backs in the NFL right now. If you were Washington, like, I'm selling out to stop the run. If they hit you with a play over the top to Mike Evans to start, I'm okay with it. Literally. I am so fixated on making them one-dimensional and taking their confidence away when it comes to the running game that, like, anything else is possible. Now, I do understand this. Most defenses, when you talk to high school coaches, little league coaches, college coaches, they want to sell out to stop the run. I don't even think that's Washington's mentality, and that's part of why, like, this year's been so frustrating for us, because we're like, why can't they stop the run? Why can't they stop the run? I think Washington's key philosophy, key principle, their non-negotiable is like, hey, don't get beat deep. Don't get beat deep. And they haven't. I think today comes down to, can you lock up in the red zone? Can you tighten up in the red zone? Someone just threw it in the chat. I don't know if you've read it and saw it. Tampa won the toss.
They won the toss. They are receiving.
Which is like,
which is
they
all
think
the
they don't respect
dreams
us.
coming to reality. They're trying to do the bit that I was afraid of, which is we're going to go down and score
and make you
and try and make you feel uncomfortable. Little do they know, Washington's been uncomfortable this whole year.
We're literally the awkwardest team in the NFL.
I mean, you merely adopted the dark Tampa Bay. We were born in it.
Yeah, literally.
To quote Bane. I'm a lot of superhero references coming today.
I hope it serves as like a precursor to what the quarterback's going to be tonight. I've said it all week. You look at my tickets on FanDuel. I've got them going for 250 yards passing. I've got them with 40 yards on the ground. I've got a rushing touchdown. I've got 2 passing touchdowns. It wouldn't stun me if he had one of those, I'm a top 5 guy moments.
Right. Tampa Bay, I guess they did a giveaway where they got a bunch of, like, flags.
Oh, my God.
But it's not like terrible towels. It's like flags that like your white soccer mom puts on her back window. You know, you drive by, they're rattling in the wind. They got a bunch of those flags. I do see a lot of burgundy and gold.
It looks
in there.
lit in there.
It does look very, very
lit.
lit.
It looks lit.
I mean,
my
Sunday
God.
Night Football, it better be, right? So we get our first look here, Linnell, at Tampa's offense.
Here we go.
Really, I'm just afraid of Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan.
Can John Allen and Deron Payne step the hell up tonight?
Can we call their name positively?
Can they get penetration? Can they whip Graham Barton and Cody Mock's ass? That's what the game comes down to here tonight. They're better than those two. They need to play better than those two. You mentioned it. They actually were pretty good in the opener, talking about John Allen and Deron Payne. They just weren't able to finish. So noticing it here, Denton, they come out in the 4-down set, and Tampa makes a decision of throwing the football to start. And here we go.
And there's your first look at Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore as well. So Baker rolls to his right. He delivers a strike to Mike Evans. That's enough for a first down. Mike Evans is?
Yeah, he was grimacing and called himself off the field.
Already. It's a pickup of 11 yards, so that's the first we have seen of Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore. Lattimore got a little bit of a hit on him there, too. He kind of made him roll up like a roly-poly-oly.
So I think he needed him in the back. That's why Mike had to come off of the field. But Washington's came out on that first play in a traditional, like, 4-3 look. Jordan McGee was the third linebacker in there with Louisville. And, if they're going to make plays like that, then they're going to stop the run. This could get very interesting.
That's all-pro linebacker Bobby Wagner with a big hit at the line of scrimmage. That's a no gain.
Love that
for Bucky Irvin. Watch him hit the hole here. This is Bobby Wagner at his best, right? He's just reading. He's like, nope, I know where you're going. Bop.
Yeah, he was able to slip the block of the guard Brendanson, and he got underneath and made a big time stop. Man, it's a good start for Washington on the ground. You also notice John Allen doing a good job trying to get upfield a little bit as well. That's what it comes down to here tonight, man. If they can stop the run, I'm fully confident that they'll have success in this one. Bobby's playing like a man possessed.
Yeah, Bobby's on one.
Yeah, this defense
today.
is flying around right now.
I mean, Bobby Wagner, was that a linebacker? Was that a running back or a guard that just blew up?
That was Bucky Irvin getting introduced to the National Football League because my Hall of Fame linebacker is blitzing and whipping ass. Watch the replay, Denton.
I mean, Bobby
He
Wagner
literally gets taken off of his feet.
This was
yeet. Bobby had the smelling salts today. Holy hell. That's how you started here, though, man. But this is what I love. You need Bobby Wagner to come up big here in this game and to do good things. He's doing it. Washington's in their first third down. It's a third and long situation, and they go coverage.
I don't know.
I hate that.
That answers the question. I was going to ask, is Mike Evans in the football game? Because we saw him exit, and he is. He has 2 early catches against Marshawn Lattimore.
I'll be real. I'm going to get critical here. 3rd and 9 situation, and you only rush 3, and somehow Mike Evans ends up wide the hell open. Don't understand it.
Let's see. So they're shadowing him with Lattimore, which is kind of what but he's not playing bump and run.
Yeah.
So there's no contact. There's no pressing at the line of scrimmage. Free release for Mike Evans over the middle of the field rushing 3 guys. Don't love that one. At the very least, you got to chip him. You got to hit him a little bit. That's a gain of 23. That's already one of the best performances he's had against Lattimore over the last 5 years. I looked up and did it during the pregame. He's winning the battle so far. It's early, but he's winning the battle so far. If you're going to have Lattimore out there, Liddell, against Mike Evans, you gotta hit him at the line of scrimmage.
For sure, and I 100% agree with it. To get them in 3rd and 9 and then only rushing 3, I just don't like it from a X's and O's standpoint. Pressure him. He's got to get the ball to the sticks. Don't make it some situation where he's able to hold the football. Make him get it out of his hands quick and come up and tackle. Don't like that at all if you're Washington. But I will say this about the Commanders. There goes your boy Jalen McMillan. He gets nervous against us. I don't know what it is.
Drop. And that time he was covered by Lattimore, so it's not an explicit shadowing of Mike Evans. That's going to bring up a 3rd and 7 for Tampa Bay at Washington's 32. So they've done a good job marching the ball down the field. It's mostly been Mike Evans. It's been all Mike Evans, actually.
So to Washington's benefit, and this is going to be one of the keys in this football game, I think on the 2 runs that we've seen from Bucky Irving, we've seen defensive linemen shed blocks and make a tackle. Cleveland Farrell did it on the last snap, and now Washington's got him in 3rd and medium again.
You got to blitz.
So they rush 4.
They're only rushing 4. They're not winning on the only rushing 4.
Hey! Love that.
And Baker tries Mikey Sanders still down the sideline looking for Jalen McMillan. Incomplete. He actually threw into double coverage. There was 2 guys running that route for McMillan. That's incomplete. That's going to bring on a field goal. That's a stand for Washington. I like that.
Yes, it is. And you're seeing it again. Benjamin St. Juice is on the field here. This is BSJ in coverage with Mikey Sanders.
Honestly, I'm going to say this, Linnell. I mean this with 100% sincerity. Thank God there was a miscommunication there. Thank God, because Mikey Sanders still, I don't know if he was supposed to be there, but I am thanking the good Lord that he was. Because if that was only St. Juice completely lost him.
Yeah. Hell of a start, though, for – oh, no. Oh, no.
Did he make that?
Why is there a flag? Why is there a flag down?
Please give me a holding.
If that Deron Payne smacking people again after the kick.
He's smacking dudes in the nuts. Let's see it. No, there's no.
Oh, they called offsides on
that's
Jeremy
weak.
Reeves.
That's weak. Now it's not enough for that'd be a 5-yard penalty. They hit the field goal, so there's really no reason you're going to do that unless you're going for it.
That's fine though.
That'd make it a 4th and 2 with the Washington 27.
But if I would have told you a couple hours ago,
they declined it.
If I would have told you a couple hours ago that like, hey, first possession defensively, Washington holds Tampa to a field goal, you'd be signing up for it. If you were Washington, you could not have asked for a better start to this football game. The talk all week long is, would they be able to stop Tampa? Would they be able to stop Tampa?
But they stopped the run.
They stopped the run well, and it made everything feel more manageable on the defensive side of the football. I'm all for it. Love the start that they're off to.
You did get a little lucky with the Baker Mayfield miss and the Jalen McMillan drop, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck. So the score's 3-0. And we're going to get our first glimpse at Jaden Daniels in the postseason. That drive for Tampa Bay, 8 plays, 38 yards, 3 minutes and 25 seconds. 38 yards there, Linnell. 34 of them were from Mike Evans. He had an 11-yard reception. He had a 23-yard reception. The other few yards came from a 1-yard Baker Mayfield run and a 3-yard Bucky Irving run. So they are very much aware of the Mike Evans, Marshawn Lattimore thing the same way that we are very much aware of the Lattimore Evans thing, and they decided to target Lattimore often. I can't blame him. It's his first game back and really only his second, third game in Washington.
Can I tell you? I'm like geeked up.
You're geeked up.
Because the defense is what we talked about as being like, okay, if they can do it there, if they can do it there. We mentioned it in the pregame. Dallas had, 6 red zone attempts last week. Washington held them to just 1 touchdown. This wasn't a red zone drive, but the reason I think Washington's able to get off of the field here is they were so successful on the early downs. Every time Baker and company got in the third down, it was 3rd and 7, it was 3rd and 9, and Washington just did a really good job getting off the football field here, man. Like that's awesome. But it all starts because you won first down, no gain to Bucky Irving when Bobby Wagner blows the play up. Then you get a 3-yard run from Bucky Irving. Like, if you can keep winning first down, man, you're going to be in a good spot.
That's a very good spot to be in. When we get back, we will see Jaden Daniels on the field, and that might be the best spot to be in, Linnell.
Yes,
Number
indeed.
5 makes his debut in the postseason. Down 3-0 with 11:35 to go in quarter number 1. The offense on the field when we get back. It is a Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live Wild Card Edition with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan. We're seeing big things already from this Commanders offense. They're down 3-0, but we got our first big play of the game. It came on a huge 3rd and 6, Linnell. First down, first play of the game. Jaden threw it away, avoids a sack. It was smart. Second play, you get Brian Robinson for 4 to bring up a 3rd and 6. And on 3rd and 6, blitz coming. McNichols does a good job chipping a guy blitzing. Jaden takes a little bit of a shot, but he also finds Terry 35 yards down the field. That connection is back, my friend. And Washington's now with a 2nd or a 3rd and 2 at the 20-yard line in the red zone for this offense. This is beautiful.
So it's going to be key if you're Washington here, man, to keep capitalizing and connecting. That was a hell of a play by Levante.
I mean, yeah, Levante David flew.
It's going to
on
be
3rd and 2. Jaden gets pushed out of bounds for no gain. They going to go for it here? This is a big decision by Dan Quinn.
Yeah, we'll see. But I think to go back to the deep ball to Terry McLaurin, man, Washington's going to have to capitalize on those opportunities. They'll be there. Tampa aggressive in coverage. They leave Jamel Dean one-on-one. Terry with a really nice inside release, and he's able to get on top of him.
This is a huge play. The offense on the field on a 4th and 2. They're down 3-0 with under 8 to go in the first quarter. This is massive. This is that aggressiveness that we have loved so far for Washington and Dan Quinn. Tampa brings a lot of pressure, and Washington does nothing with it.
Yeah, they that's tough.
I mean, I like being aggressive.
I may have taken the points there. But
I might have taken the points. At the very least, I'm not going empty.
It's easy to second guess it. They got pressure off the edge that made Jaden step
They
up
won
into
immediately
this.
off the edge on Wiley. Immediately.
Yeah, it looked like it was 0. I think that's that Tryon Sharenka.
Yeah.
I think off the edge, he won with quickness. He was trying to get it to Zach Ertz coming across the middle. It happened so fast that we didn't even really get to compartmentalize the decision. Dude, take the 3. Take the 3.
Take the points.
I get it. It's hard to second guess it because of how successful they've been on 4th down this year.
You're going to trust 5 on a 3rd and short, but you also have to know they're blitzing.
Yeah.
They blitz on just about
Every down.
every single down, except for one where Jaden runs out of bounds. They had 3 guys. That's why I thought he was going to get it. But outside of that, they're blitzing. You got to know that's coming. And if you're going to go hot, it looked like he was going to Eckler there. I don't mind going to Eckler, but I don't know that he's the guy I'm looking for in that type of position. You know what I mean? I'm looking for Terry. I'm looking for Terry, or maybe I'm looking for Ertz. Get a quick break, big target, boom. I'm going to get to you for 2 yards there. You knew they were blitzing. I mean, a lot of game left to be played,
tough.
so I'm not going to hammer Dan Quinn for it too much. I would have liked the points, though.
Yeah, it's easy to second guess it because they didn't get it, but man, your defense came out and did well and got you a stop. I know you want to reward them by getting a touchdown in the lead, but that's just tough to me to go for it right there. The pressure situation here early is going to be interesting. So Jaden's been flushed out of the pocket pretty much every drop back we've seen except for the deep shot to Terry.
Yeah.
They've got to –
And they blitzed on that deep shot. He just he took a hit.
yeah,
He
they're going to
stood
have
in
to
there.
find ways to continue to capitalize on that and make Tampa Bay pay, man. I really do believe that, like, the opportunities are going to be there. Up front, though, they got to figure something out because the pressure is coming from the interior, it looks like. On the last one, it came off the edge, but the first play of the game, it comes right up the middle. It's Kalaji Kancey winning inside. We saw them send a blitz up the middle that flushed Jaden out. So figuring out the interior pressure situation, I think, is key right now after your first offensive drive here.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this play over again. They send 5 guys, but it's Wiley that just gets beat immediately.
Yeah.
Like by the first step, Wiley is already lost, and then Brandon Coleman loses 2. So you get both guys off of the edge losing, and then Jaden doesn't really have anything to do. But I'm watching this over and over again, Linnell. They kind of have some spies. Like you're playing short yardage, so you kind of have an idea that you're not going to let the receivers get past the sticks. That is something to monitor, as though we saw Levante David make a really great play on Jaden to force him out right before this 4th and 2 to make it a 4th and 2 on a 3rd and 2. It's going to be interesting to see how they balance blitzing with keeping guys home to make sure Jaden, because once he escapes the blitz, good luck. Yeah. He's been torching teams all season once he escapes blitzes.
That's the key, though. Are they going to continue to provide answers for him? What type of balance do you strike with wanting to take the shots off of the blitz looks, and then that can't happen, and then wanting to make him pay underneath? This last run was the first time in this football game that we've seen Bucky Irving break tackles. He led all backs in the NFL in yards after contact this year. That can't happen. Kind of bursts through the hole there, breaks a couple of tackles, and now you got a first down. That was the key to me on that first drive. They limited his rushing success on first down. Now they're in a 1st and 10, fresh set of chains here, and we'll see how they combat it.
It's two big Bucky Irving runs. A gain of 6 on first down, a gain of 7 on the second down, and Tampa Bay moves the chains. They're at the their own 34-yard line. And Baker Mayfield is dropping back, and he's looking for Jalen McMillan, man. And McMillan, there's a lot of guys open. There's a lot of guys in the secondary that are open. It doesn't matter whether it's Sanders still that's guarding him or Marshawn Lattimore. That's a pickup of 15 to McMillan, and now they're just at about the 50-yard line, midfield.
Yeah, it's tough here. This is why stopping the run is so impactful. When you're a defensive lineman and you got to think about stopping the run, you're not really hauling ass with your pass rush, and you saw it on that one. It's plenty of time for him to throw. And McMillan one-on-one against Sanders still. I mean, he likes his shelf against Mikey. I don't blame him for it.
I don't either. I mean, Bucky Irvin, they're going to Bucky Irvin a ton. This was a great job by Dorrance Armstrong stopping him at the line of scrimmage. Yeah. It almost looks like, Linnell, this is something to monitor. They're setting up for Baker to keep it. That's the second time on this series that Baker's done a little bit of a pseudo read option bit. He doesn't do it a ton during the regular season, but there's going to be one of these times where Baker pulls it. I hope Washington is picking up on that. I hope Joe Witt is seeing that as well.
I hope so, but you got to stay home, whoever it is, however you decide to play it. I think they're having the defensive end crash and then the linebacker scrape over the top. So it's called crash and scrape technique, but like that's got to be it. And that time is Armstrong again, man. They're doing a decent job up front right now.
I mean, outside of those 2 runs, they've done a really good job with Bucky Irving. On that 2nd down and 10, he picks up about 2, which is going to make it a 3rd and 8. That's huge for Washington. You got to get off the field. You did a good job on the last drive getting off on that 3rd down. You got to get off the field here. You got to get pressure on Baker.
And thinking about where Tampa is in this area of the field, I don't know if it's 4-down territory or not. You got him in 3rd and 8 again, though. Like, this is to get him in a 3rd and 9 and a 3rd and 8 to start this football game. It goes back to the key that I mentioned during the pregame. If you can win first down, you're going to have a real shot here. And this time they get him. Time they get him. That was the
Armstrong
difference.
And Frankie Louvu do a great job. I think it's Louvu
and Bobby's
that forces.
Talking to him. Bobby's literally pointing at his helmet and talking to him.
It's Louvu that forces Baker to step up, and Dorrance Armstrong does a great job sliding and getting the sack there. Watch this again. That's a great job.
Yeah, Dorrance.
No, that's not a Louvu. That's 96 on the outside, forcing Baker to step up.
That was Jalen Holmes getting a good rush. But I like what Armstrong does. They're rushing him from like a 3 technique, which is not where he normally plays at. He's like your traditional end. He retraces his steps, man. He doesn't get too far upfield. He doesn't run past the quarterback. And that's how you end up with like cleanup sacks like that, man. But I'm glad you gave the credit to who it really should be given to, and that's Jalen Holmes on the opposite side, making him step up. But Washington, like, look at how you started here defensively. Like, that is, you can't ask for anything better.
No, you cannot. All right, when we get back, the offense back on the field, we will get our second look at Jaden Daniels. Let's put some points up on the board this time, fellas. What do you say? It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live, Denton Day, Leno, Willingham. We are presented by Root on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. So the best throw of the day was that deep shot to Terry, Linnell, but I might argue one of the most impactful plays was something we just saw on a 3rd and 6. Washington at their own 12. Jaden does a little bit of backyard football. He actually steps into the end zone, rolling to his right because there was pressure coming from his left, and he finds Zach Ertz for a gain of 9 to pick up a first down. That gets the chains moving, gets a little bit of momentum on offense, and the very next play he finds Terry on a quick RPO for 18 yards, and Washington now is approaching midfield. That play to Zach Ertz is huge.
Yes, it is. And Jaden just a nice job recognizing things pre-snap. They overload the left side of the formation. He guesses correct in terms of where the blitz is coming from. And at the snap of the ball, there's like a subtle sidestep he takes to the right to kind of nudge him outside of the pocket initially. I think it was Andrew Wiley over there on that side does a good job, sealing the play side end. And then Zach Ertz, everything's covered on this play. Like Tampa does a great job.
Yeah.
But Ertz works back across the field, and then Jaden, this is why he's special, leaving the pocket, keeping his eyes down the field, makes a big-time throw.
Which is something he did not do the last time these two teams played. He was a one read, get the ball out of here, and now this offense is in rhythm on that first down after the Terry catch. It's a Brian Robinson run for 4 yards on 2nd and 6. How about a little bit of motion, quick screen to Austin Eckler, picks up a couple of blocks, and Eckler picks up 12 on that one for Washington. That's a huge play. They're across midfield now.
Dude, he does something so subtle when he catches the ball. He, pretended like he was going to go backwards, and, that half a second split of time, gets him upfield. And
flusters the defense a little bit.
He looks spry.
He does.
I'm
glad he's back. I am glad he's back.
That looked very, very good.
So first quarter is over. Tampa Bay leads this one 3-0, but just the quarter by the numbers, Linnell. How about Terry McLaurin getting 3 targets? 3 of the 7 attempts that Jaden has thrown were to Terry McLaurin. He has 3 catches for 55 yards. You want to talk about that connection being back? The last time we really saw these two guys, the last 2 times, it was 2 catches for 11 yards. He has 3 for 55. Austin Eckler has that big one as well for a nice gain. Jaden's 5 of 7 for 66. Those are numbers that you can absolutely love to see. Actually, that Austin Eckler counts as a carry.
Really?
Because the ball was thrown backwards.
Okay.
So that counts as a carry, not a pass. All right, we're going to hit a quick break. When we get back, this drive continues for Washington's offense. They're down 3-0, looking to put some points up on the board. It is worth mentioning they get to double up. So they get the ball to start the second half. They continue this drive to start the second quarter. When we return, it's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live presented by Rude on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. I am begging Cliff Kingsbury. Please, sir, enough of the QB powers. They ran a QB power on 3rd and 3, and Jaden Daniels in slow motion replay, Linnell, he was like fully horizontal, 5 yards in the air, 5 feet in the air, rather. He gets drilled by Zay McCollum, and it brings up a 4th and 1. The offense is on the field again. This is a second time that Dan Quinn is deciding not to go with the points here. This is a massive, massive play. You are 100% right. They better get this.
Yeah, so the first time that they went for it on 4th, they went empty, which was weird because it kind of takes away. Oh, he got it.
He got it. Was that Eckler or is that McNichols?
That was Eckler.
That was Eckler. Thank God.
He ran right into Vita Vea, but he fell forward, which is amazing because you think about how big Vita Vea is. They got it, man. You needed that one. They motioned Eckler from the wide receiver spot into the backfield. Zach Ertz kind of supposed to block the backside end. It looked like that's an RPO, honestly. And Jaden just made the right decision of handing it.
Yeah, that was a smart play there. So that keeps this drive moving. They've had a nice rhythm here, Linnell, but they just
they're eating clock as well.
They're eating a ton of clock. I mean, there's already
6:30 on this drive.
They started this drive in the first quarter. There's now 3 minutes left. 3 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Jaden's scrambling on a first down. He picks up about 7 yards there. The way he dances around, kind of avoids hits, is huge. Again, I don't want to see any QB power. I mean, we watched that man literally go flying into the air like it was a rag doll.
Vita Vea finally gets the jog off the field.
Yeah, something you mentioned. Vita Vea is tired.
Yes, he is.
He is tired.
But I like the play design here. Washington spreads him out and they go QB draw. I love Jaden getting down, not taking any sort of hit.
Poor Vita Vea.
Look, I hate how he wears nothing too. Like no arm sleeves, no
nothing, no
elbow
tape,
pad,
no nothing.
It looks disgusting. But no, this is a good drive that's eating up clock. I think this is where it gets interesting. You had to make some throws down here in this area.
Some tight window throws on a 2nd and 3. He's looking for Terry, and it's incomplete. I'd like to see a replay of that one. That actually happened so fast I couldn't see where the ball was in relation to Terry.
Yeah,
but you're going to have to come with tight window throws here.
Like he threw the ball at his feet. It was like one of those funky releases as soon as it came out. But I don't know, man. It's crazy to see because they're in 4-down territory once again, right?
Theoretically,
are they not? I mean, if you're going to keep going for it, you might as well keep going for it.
I prefer Dan Quinn to not get super trigger happy, but in terms of the yardage, if it's anything less than 4 yards, with number 5,
a receiver outside of Terry McLaurin has yet to be targeted yet.
Correct.
No Zacchaeus. You haven't got anything to Zacchaeus. You haven't gotten anything to Diami. Crowder doesn't have a touch yet.
Oh, Jaden's bleeding on his cheek.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got, I don't know what happened, but he got hit up. There's a timeout on the field. This one is to
aura.
Washington.
You want to talk about aura? He's a badass. Of course his face is bleeding.
I mean, it's battle scars, right?
Bane.
It's battle scars. Who is that first receiver that's going to get a target not named Terry, though? Because it feels like this is the time where it's going to be a factor here. When you're in these, because they're blitzing again. They stopped the blitz a little bit because Washington kind of sprinkled in a little bit of tempo, and your guys are getting tired. In these short yardage, you're this close to the goal line. They're going to start sending a bunch of guys again at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I'm wow.
I think his helmet might have cut him. At least
that's a pretty big gash on his face too.
All right, so here's your 3rd and 3 here.
Oz's the guy that's in motion. They got man-to-man coverage with him.
Terry is lined up on the right side.
They're in man based on where Oz's lined up. They got him
real
too.
Pressure.
Got him. Yep, Oz.
Love that. That's a great play. That's easy.
That's
nice,
huge.
Easy slant. They're not putting hands on Oz at the line of scrimmage. Keep this drive moving. That's a nice pickup. Keeps the chains moving. You got yourself a 1st and goal. What did he land? Like at the 7-yard line there?
I like they're going back tempo here. Look at this drive, Denton. 14 plays. You've eaten up 8 minutes of clock damn near. Like this is, he should have pulled it. This is what it's going to take. But this is where it gets sticky down here. Like he hasn't made that tight window throw yet in this football game. This is the area that you're going to have to make it at.
Man,
I mean,
this is
Zach Ertz time.
Don't let him make that tight. Tampa Bay lets him make that tight window throw. That confidence is going through the roof.
For sure. In the last 6 weeks of the season, it feels like this is when Zach Ertz has really come to life. Terry McLaurin's gotten jiggy in the red zone as well. I like that they're playing both Eckler and Robinson.
Yeah, they're putting all their best playmakers up, which I feel like that's where Cliff is at his best when he gets to utilize all the talent that they have offensively.
Oh my God, it was a false start. They let him get away with it.
I don't like that play. They tried a little speed option bit with Jaden and Eckler going to the right side, but there was nobody over there to block.
They gotta let him throw the damn football.
I mean, you got to let him rip it. I don't like getting cute.
And they go tackle over and they run it to the weak side. Weak side sprint option or weak side triple option.
I mean, they knew that Tampa knew this from the jump.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's weird. Whenever they've gone tackle over this year, they've run the football to the opposite side of where the strength is. I think it's just maybe it's a tendency thing for them, and that's how Tampa was able to jump on it. Is this fourth down?
No, it's a
No, it's
third and goal at the 10. So this
Holy
is not
hell.
this is not 4-down territory here.
Depends on how close you
It
get.
depends on how close you get, I suppose. But I'd prefer you take a shot to the end zone here if you're Jaden. He does!
De'Ami Brown, baby.
Yes, sir!
Here we go. Oh, it's a flag. There's a flag on the play. Who is it on?
Oh, God. We're going to check this flag here, but Jaden finds De'Ami
Oh,
open in the back of the end zone. We see a lot of confusion going on here. This is going to be heartbreaking.
oh my Lord.
We'll see what this is. The graphic hasn't been thrown up of a touchdown yet. A lot of confusion amongst the officials. If this
Oh,
stands,
God.
it's De'Ami Brown in the back of the end zone.
Okay, the ref's talking to Dan Quinn. It stands. I think. Oh, I'm scared. But how was De'Ami found wide open? Are they calling that on? Oh, roughing the
they're
passer.
calling a roughing the
Oh,
passer.
that was scary. Did you see
They're
Jaden's
calling
knee?
a roughing the passer on Tampa Bay because they got low on Jane Daniels.
No,
Can't
that's
do that.
scary, bro. Oh, that's so scary.
That is scary. I don't like that one at all. So that touchdown
That
stands.
touchdown does stand. Wow.
De'Ami wide open. I tried to tell you, Linnell, De'Ami anytime touchdown plus 480.
It was the lock, and I didn't.
It was a
play it.
lock. So De'Ami gets into the end zone for Washington. You want to talk about a hell of a drive. Jane Daniels is fine, by the
Yes.
way. He's up. He's running. 17 plays, 92 yards, nearly 10 minutes of clock.
Yeah.
9 minutes and 8 seconds of a drive for Washington. That's one of the best drives of the season, and it came at a hell of a good time
That was
for this Commanders offense.
That's the return of exotic smash mouth football. They got it done on the ground. They got it done through the air. Like, that's a big time drive from Washington. This is the same drive where he hit Zach Ertz on the.
It is.
It's the same drive that started with that on third down. So that's an awesome drive for Washington. You couldn't dial it up any better than that.
That's the big difference between Jaden now and Jaden when this team played him the first time. He's running after a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
In that first matchup. He's tucking and he's going. He stood in there. De'Ami's not the first read there. That's a little bit of a long developing play. Doesn't matter. Sits in there, finds him, touchdown. Commanders take the lead with 9:26 to go in the second quarter. Their defense hasn't touched the field, Linnell, since
And that's a good thing.
8:30.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a hell of a long time since we've seen them on the field. Now, we will see them on the field when we get back, but that's a great way. That's a great second drive for Washington's offense. They take a 7-3 lead with a touchdown to De'Ami Brown. Don't go anywhere. The defense on the field when we get back. It is Burgundy and Gold Game Day presented by Rude with Dentdale and Willingham on 106.7 The Fan.
McCaffrey in motion. Daniels retreats, throw it end zone, touchdown, De'Ami Brown.
That was the one and only touchdown of the game so far. The offense takes the lead 7-3, and thanks to a little bit of help from Tampa Bay's offense, Linnell, the defense off the field with a punt. Tampa goes 3 and out. A couple of penalties, including a big-time chop block on a 2nd and 9. A holding as well. That holding ended up being declined on 2nd and 24. But the offense for Tampa Bay, 3 and out. Jaden Daniels is going to get the ball back after having one of the best drives of the season. The last time the offense for Washington on the field, 17 plays, 92 yards. But you mentioned this while we were in commercial. His defensive line's getting pressure on Baker with 4 dudes.
Yeah, they are, man, and that's been the key to this one, man. You're getting pressure with 4. You're able to drop guys back into coverage. And the one thing that I'm loving that's the difference between this matchup and the first matchup is with the pressure that they're getting on Mayfield. He's not escaping the pocket. They're keeping him caged in. The coverage is sticky on the back end, making him hold the football. I'm glad that you pointed them out and gave them their flowers. This front 4 has completely dominated the start of this football game, and that's the big reason right now while Washington's up.
That's a huge reason. Special teams, not too bad either. Jamison Crowder fields the ball at the 13, and he takes it 17 yards to the 30, doing a little bit of dancing, making a guy miss here, making a guy miss there, and Washington's going to have much better starting field position than they did the last time this offense was on the field.
And it should be good for them. And here's the thing. We were talking about like how Washington's defense can be better is by the offense being able to sustain drives. You can say the same about Tampa. This defense just had to endure a 17-play, 92-yard drive that eats up 9 minutes and 8 seconds of clock. They're back on the field in less than 3 minutes. Like that's how you get your running game going. That's how you begin to wear on the opposing defense up front when they're consistently on the field.
Yeah,
and I think we're starting to see that formula for Washington come to fruition here. I'm stunned, bro. I can't.
I'm not stunned, but this is impressive by the defense.
Impressive, man.
I had a pretty good feeling about the offense. I did not have that feeling about the defense. The score right now is 7-3 with 7:20 left to go in the first half. Washington's most recent drive was 9 minutes and 8 seconds off of the clock. I do want to remind everybody we're commercial free and interactive during halftime. You can give us a call, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, the only interactive show in town during Commanders games. But it's important to point out here, Linnell, if they have a drive the way that they did on the last one, and they come away with points here, they get the ball to start the second half. This could be one of the most important drives if it plays out in the favor that Washington is hoping for. Now, NBC did just run a little bit of a package highlighting the comeback that they had, Tampa Bay did last week. They've had a couple of instances where they got down and then they were able to come back. Now, some of those instances, both of those instances came against the New Orleans Saints and that defense, but they've shown the ability to come back from an early deficit, which makes it even more crucial for Washington to expand their lead as much as they can. Really for the remainder of the game. Obviously, I'm not recreating the wheel here, but you get what I'm saying.
Here's where it gets interesting, though, right? Yeah, we've seen Baker and company come back this year. If Washington's able to go up by multiple scores, it takes the most dangerous part of this offense out of the equation. And to me, that's Bucky Irving running the football. If you can make them one-dimensional, you're starting to see it. For all the crap that I gave John and Duran this week, they're getting big-time pressure right now on the interior, and it's kind of kickstarting everything right now up front.
So we're starting this drive. Washington is from their own 30-yard line. Now, I was going to read a tweet from you. On first down, Jaden finds Terry for a nice gain, and that is why I wanted to read the tweet. Sam Fortier tweeted, after that touchdown drive, Cliff and Terry had a brief convo on the sideline. Terry was showing Kingsbury a release. There's something that Terry is seeing that this defense is doing that they think Washington is going to take advantage of. Now, Terry's had a great game so far already. That catch he just had was his 4th for 62. That was a gain of 7. But just keep an eye on number 17 as the remainder of this game goes. There's something that Washington sees.
Yeah, for sure. He's having a really good start to this football game. On this play that I almost called it a touchdown, on the deep shot that he had, the reason he was able to get on top of Jamel Dean is he got him flip-flopping his hips at the line of scrimmage based off of the release. He faked like he was going to go outside, and then he got inside, and once Terry's on top of you, he's just too fast for any guy to step up and recover.
And we know that contested catch rate.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Didn't
the
drop a
best.
dime, too,
The
so.
second best in the NFL. The only guy that had a better one was Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is a big 3rd and 3 for Washington. They're approaching midfield, but still on the wrong side of the 40. But this, you can get it. You can keep these chains moving here. That'd be crucial. It looks like Tampa's sending pressure, and they are not. But Jaden finds, is that Eckler? That's Eckler.
Yes, it is.
How about that? We've seen a bunch of different times, man.
Yeah.
With Eckler, and McNichols is in on that blocking
They're playing this
as
pony.
well.
Yeah, they're playing the pony formation a lot here. And they're doing it with McNichols and Eckler instead of B-Rob. I think who is that on the edge? 90. Is that Nassib? I don't know who that is that wins immediately. Boy
Jaden
wonder.
keeps it on an RPO on 1st and 10. They're using a little bit of that tempo, though. They're I like what Cliff's doing. He's sprinkling it in. So
Yeah.
it's not like the offense is exclusively going tempo, but you're sprinkling it in, and that's giving you opportunities to kind of not steal plays necessarily, but to pick up maybe what could have been a 3-yard gain becomes a 5 or 6-yard gain. And the amalgamation, or the accumulation, rather, of those over the course of time is huge.
And I just think Tampa's defense has to be tired right now. They were just on the field for a 17-play drive, and it eats up 9 minutes of clock.
Yeah.
And then the offense goes 3 and out, so they've got to be gassed up front. We know Vita Vea is a ham sandwich away from passing out there. There's just no way that he can withstand this high volume of snaps. I just don't see it.
No, I'm right there with you. On a 2nd and 4, Jaden on a boot keeps it himself. This was a designed pass play, but there's no one in front of him. He gets the first down. That's a gain of 5. Washington now across midfield with a new set of downs. The score 7-3 with 4.5 remaining in the first half. We're commercial free for the entirety of the half, and we're interactive. You can join us. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. On that first down, Jaden takes a carry for another 5 or 6 yards. He's racking them up a little bit here, Linnell.
Yeah, he is, and he's being decisive again about when to take off. Oh, he had him on the over. I don't know who that is. Is that De'Ami Brown on this over route coming across?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vita Vea, though, Russian, he ends up, looks like he was coming off the edge. I don't know why they lined him up out there, but that's where the pressure ends up coming from. You want him to keep his eyes downfield in these situations, but you know what my big thing is then. If you're going to stay ahead of the sticks, I can't really be upset at what you're doing.
Right now, Jaden has 8 carries for 31 yards. His longest is 8.
Yeah.
So he's picking up an average of 3.94 yards per carry, and that keeps you in those manageables to where if you get to a 4th down, it's a 4th and 2, and you can have that conversation. We've already seen the Commanders go for it a couple of times here. They got a 3rd and 4 here, up 7-3 over Tampa Bay here. Jaden's in a little bit of a rhythm here. You get McNichols on the field again.
We'll see if
McNichols just had a carry for a gain of 1 on 2nd and 5.
So no Eckler on this one. Crowder's backing on this 3rd down. De'Ami's got one-on-one at the top, but they don't go to him.
Man,
Oh, Superman.
Coleman is getting
Hey.
I mean, Brandon Coleman is getting, there's a flag on the play. I'm hoping this one's in the defensive secondary and Washington stays on the field. Coleman's getting beat up. He's getting beat like a drum on some of these plays.
He's not
Zero
totally
is having his way with him a little bit.
Yaya Diaby. Wow, defensive holding.
Oh, you love to
Defensive
see it.
holding.
You love to see it.
We'll see where it goes. They get it on Zion McCullum, but you're right. Like, Brandon Coleman was limited in practice all week. He's got a big brace on his right knee. So, I know he's not playing at 100%.
He gets a hold on Terry. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
a bad one.
he's literally, he hits him with the prom pose.
Yeah.
He got both arms around his hips. They're envisioning themselves on a nice cruise out of Miami.
Yeah, though, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, Coleman gets beat like a drum.
That's tough.
But, hey, sometimes that's all you need. So that's another new set of downs for Washington. Get yourself a first down. You just got to make sure that you stop getting beat if you're Brandon Coleman. Man, I thought Brian Robinson had something there. Oh, if he was a home run hitter, he explodes through that hole.
But I like the run action that we're seeing right now from Cliff. They're getting multiple window dressing it with the ball fakes. Like, it's hard to combat. And they're doing it again. This is the Atlanta game in the 3rd quarter reincarnated. Washington's messing around and has held this football damn near the entire quarter.
Yeah.
Like, this is how you slow down Baker Mayfield and Bucky Irving. don't let them get on the field.
I mean, somehow
Look at the time of possession.
they're running both tempo and the clock.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, that's a crazy feat and crazy accomplishment. But this will be the final play before the 2-minute warning. All things staying the same. They sent some pressure, so we'll get. You know what I said that we get another play. They sent a lot. They sent delayed blitz to Tampa.
It looked like they weren't prepared for what was coming. It was clear that there was going to be a free rusher, and Jaden, and they're showing him right now. It was, I think his name is T.J. Edwards. It was the free, or Mike Edwards rather, was the free rusher, and Zacchaeus doesn't really win over there, so that's where.
I mean, Zach Ertz might have gotten held, but you're getting ticky-tack. He's like right over the middle is a good read there, but he gets met by the linebacker. So this is a 3rd and 6 for Washington.
I wish you would love that 3 points that you turned down earlier. Right?
My producer tells me Ben Sinnott's in the blue tent. I didn't really see Ben Sinnott on the field, so that must have been something special teams-wise.
Again?
Jaden with a deep shot.
Oh!
Oh, my God, to Terry. Oh, we didn't catch that. Oh, my God. Oh, I thought Terry
crazy.
Pulled off the unthinkable.
Love it, though. I love that you're giving him a shot here.
That goes back to that release thing. Like,
yeah,
they see something with Terry that they're going to take advantage of. Is over McCollum. Oh, I thought Terry had.
He almost
that
had
one.
it on the second effort. That would have been crazy.
That would have been a crazy catch if McLaurin comes down with that one. That gives us the 2-minute warning here, Linnell. It's going to be a 4th and 6. My gut says you're going to kick this one. You're going to get the 3 points knowing that you get the ball back to start the second half and you go up a full touchdown at the half. Are you being uber aggressive here?
No, I think you got to take the 3 and understand, like you said, that you're going to get it coming out the locker room. Your defense has played really well, though. So if that's how you're feeling, if you are trusting your defense and you want to get aggressive, you want to step on it early in the second half, be my guest. I just look at what this group is doing right now offensively. It's methodical. They haven't really had the explosive outside of the Terry play, but their ability to just slowly and methodically matriculate the ball down the field, like it's gut-wrenching. It takes the confidence away from your opponent when you're on the field for – dude, they've had it for – this drive is, 5 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah.
The last Washington drive was 9 minutes. That's the entire damn third quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, second quarter.
Like, for the most part, yeah.
I literally – Washington took over with 3:34 left to go in the first. Tampa Bay has had it 3 plays since. Washington took over.
That is insane.
With 3:34 in the first quarter, Tampa's run 3 plays since. Like, that's insanity. I mean, the keep away is key here. It's punching your opponent in the mouth. It's getting movement up front. It's being okay digging out the dirty 3 yards. I've loved what I've seen here.
I mean, this has been a great Cliff game.
It has. But Jaden's not getting bored. Like some of the checkdowns that he threw, like the Eckler key first down where it's not a lot to get.
Even just one of those 5-yarders to be Rob.
Yes.
To keep it within a manageable range.
Like that stuff is huge. And we talked about it in the pregame. Part of him being Superman tonight is not getting bored making the routine play. And they're continuously giving him stuff in the flat. Take it because you're keeping your offense on schedule. You're maintaining possession and you're running clock here.
So right now they're at a 4th and 6 at Tampa's 33 when we get back from the 2-minute warning. That's about a 50-yarder for Zane Gonzalez. Obviously, we know the Commanders' kicking history is very well documented. Does that play into your decision here? Because a 4th and 6 is very different than a 4th and 2. 4th and 2, there's a lot of different
100%.
ways that you can kind of attack that. 4th and 6 is a little different. Does that impact that being a 40 or 50-yard field goal? How you're going to handle this?
I think I'm kicking it regardless here, just because you want the points. So it'll be what you said. It is a 50-yarder.
It's about a 50-yarder, a 52.
Zane was drilling them in warm-ups, apparently, according to the fans.
He's drilling it in the game. So that Zane Gonzalez kick is up and good. That makes it 10-3 with 1:52 left to go. Tampa has 2 timeouts. I want to remind everybody we're going to be commercial-free for the entirety of halftime. We are the only live and interactive Commanders show in town during the football games. You can join our conversation at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. When we get back, we will see Tampa Bay, hopefully, what is their final drive of the quarter. If Baker Mayfield wants to throw a nice interception, though, I would not be upset at that. But the defense back on the field for the first time in like almost 30 minutes of real time. That's not even a joke. It's been a very long time since we have seen this Commanders defense. We are Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. He's Linnell Willingham. I'm Denton Day, presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Baker Mayfield is putting on a clinic right now. Tampa Bay's not using any timeouts, which is fascinating, but they're at the Washington 12-yard line with 20 seconds and counting left. I don't know what they were doing. They just wasted about I'm not mad at them, but they just wasted about 15 seconds rushing down there to call a timeout with 16 seconds left, Linnell. But this drive has been defined by one play. A 3rd and 9 at the Tampa Bay 26, and Baker Mayfield scrambles for 18 yards, trucking Bobby Wagner in the process. That fired up this Tampa Bay offense, and this is the best drive we've seen from them so far. It also did have a Mike Evans 20-yard gain to Marshawn Lattimore, to which Marshawn Lattimore said that he was interfered with.
Yeah, not a good drive. I mean, defensively, in like you said, it goes back to the 3rd and 9. Deron Payne makes an excellent play on 1st down to stop Rachaad White. He ends up like dislocating his finger on that, it looks like. They force an incompletion on 2nd because they get good pressure, and Baker's basically got to throw it in the dirt. And then 3rd and 9, you do everything right, and then you don't retrace your steps on the defensive line. It's like they almost got too happy that they were getting pressure. They've done a really good job not running past the quarterback tonight. They did it on the 3rd down, and then on top of it, Fowler is lined up offside. So,
I mean, Baker showcased the speed a little bit on this one. There's nobody that really touches him until he's nearly at the line, and it's not just Bobby Wagner that gets trucked. Dorrance Armstrong kind of throws a shoulder into him instead of wrapping him. Yeah. Like, I know with most quarterbacks that's going to be effective, but Baker Mayfield is not most quarterbacks. You got to wrap him up. I know he's not the dual threat guy that Jaden is, or that like a Jalen Hurts is. He has that sneaky athleticism, though. You got to wrap Baker Mayfield up. You got to get after Baker Mayfield. You got to wrap him up. You should know that after the Week 1 performance.
Yeah, but to their credit, I mean, it's the first time he's gotten the ability to get out, and he got out going through the middle of the defense. So, I mean, you'll live with that all day in terms of where he's escaping from, because that's where all your help is, seemingly, right, is in the middle. But, I mean, that's the sniffing salts or smelling salts.
Smelling salts.
I mean, that was like a Herculean-type effort on the run. Like, just a thick, angry run.
Mike Evans, by the way, and Terry are duking it out. Mike Evans has 4 catches for 65 yards compared to Terry's 4 for 62. But, unfortunately, Mike Evans has been guarded a lot by Marshawn Lattimore, who we thought was going to be the blanket, and he has not been blanketing. He wanted an OPI on that 20-yard reception of Mike Evans. He did not get one. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Linnell, and say you're not going to get a lot of OPIs today. There's not going to be a lot of those in the docket for the officials.
Probably not.
Especially not with the home team.
It's been, like, I don't want to say it's been weird, but, like, it's kind of been what I expected. That's why I was like, I don't want to travel him. I just would rather leave him on one side, because I don't think this is first game back off of the hamstring again. Like, it's tough to ask him to just.
He was hot, too, by the way.
Yeah.
He was hot. Dan Quinn had to get after him. All right, so it's a 1st and 10 for Tampa with 17 seconds. I want to thank Todd Bowles for the extra, 20 seconds he just let run off the clock. He's pretty awful at clock management. But Washington's defense has to hold here, Leno. You got to stop it. You got to hold them to 3. You cannot let them get into the end zone. You know they're going for Mike Evans.
Oh, my gosh.
And
no.
Did they call it pass interference there? Oh, my God. If you're going to let them wrestle, let them wrestle. Like, it can't just be a one-sided thing here if you're the officials.
Yeah, he's been super handsy with him. Like, I just don't. Now
Give us a replay of that one, because now you put him at the goal line.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Evans swims him.
Initiated by Mike Evans.
That's terrible, man. Evan literally grabs his shoulder pads to swim move
and pushes him down.
That's a terrible-ass call, man.
I didn't know wide receivers could swim move down the field.
Dude,
but that's
a terrible call, man.
So Tampa Bay now, they're going to Evans again. And he gives up a touchdown. That's gifted by the officials. That's a terrible call.
I don't agree with the call either. I mean, they're letting them be. I just don't know. I don't like the first call. Evans clearly initiates this with it's literally a 2-hand grab while he starts his. It's not even a swim, it's a grab. Like, he yanked him forward underneath him. I can't believe it. That's tough. They're picking on Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah, they're targeting. I thought they were going to be targeting anyone else, and they're like, nope, we're going for the guy that hasn't played a ton. Yeah. Mike Evans wants his date with Marshawn Lattimore. He is getting it. So we get a 10-10 ball game. There's 10 seconds left. I mean, maybe Luke McCaffrey takes this one back to the house.
I mean, you can't give up that drive.
No. That all started with the Baker Mayfield run. Similar to how Washington's offensive success starts
Yeah, Quan's supposed to have inside help, and he just is in no man's land, dog. Like
He literally
that's why he gives him the inside release like that, because Quan's supposed to have help on the inside.
Baker Mayfield splits Quan Martin's extended hands upright.
And Mike Evans almost dropped it. And Marshawn's playing too much with his hands. Like,
well, at that point, he didn't even touch him.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to play with your hands, you got to hit him at the line of scrimmage, especially there. Like,
He's
if there
not
is a
there.
point where you're going to get super physical at the line of scrimmage, you might as well do it at the 1 yard line. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? It's a pass interference. You get it again at the 1 yard line.
This is so frustrating.
I mean, Evans is dominating Marshawn Lattimore. Deron Payne is questionable to return with a finger. By the way, Ben Sinnott, who went to the blue tent, questionable to return with a shoulder injury.
Okay. So
I still don't remember seeing Ben Sinnott on the field, so that must have been something that was very much away from a play.
Yeah, didn't feel like he's been very impactful on this one. So Luke takes it out.
If Luke wants to have the moment now, he does not want to have the moment now. He ran right into everybody.
Well,
so you get 5 seconds here. Do you attempt something crazy? You just take a knee. I'm going to guess they're just going to take a knee here. Just get into the half 10-10, knowing that you get the football. That drive, though, is killer. More so than anything, Linnell, I think it kills a lot of the confidence of 23, who was almost positioned as like the savior on defense, and he was anything but that.
I don't think his confidence should be shook up by what happened. I just think they got to play him differently. You got to give him a little bit of help. I don't think you can just live with him in man-to-man cover situations.
No. I think that needs to be an adjustment that's made. You got to put that ego to the side. Listen, son, like, it's just not working against Mike Evans.
It's not.
So we're at the half, 10-10. Washington starts the second half with the football, but we are interactive. We're the only interactive show in town for Commanders games, which means if you want to join, you can. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We are also on YouTube. You can jump in with us in the chat on YouTube if you want to there. We will read it. We will take your questions if you have them. But, Linnell, this is the first half. We've seen a lot of good. We've seen a little bad. Not a lot of bad, but a little bad. But the best thing has been Washington's offense. They've looked really, really good. Jaden Daniels has looked really, really good.
By far, it's been, the offense. I would say outside of that last touchdown drive, like, I thought the defense has been really good too. That third down is the difference in this football game right now. You earned your way into 3rd and 9, and Baker Mayfield turns into Jalen Hurts on you and completely truck sticks Bobby Wagner. But it's not even like I'm mad at anybody in particular on the play. Like, it just can't happen.
That's just one of those plays, though, that then becomes a game-changing kind of play.
And we're at that point, man. I see people are frustrated with Marshawn Lattimore and how he played in the first half. I just continue to say, like, give the man some grace. Understand he hadn't played. He's not 100%. I think the game plan of, like, I said it from the get-go. I would have left him on a side, and wherever Mike Evans lines up is where he lines up, and double him or bracket him wherever he's at this point, man, because he's the only guy really doing anything for them as far as, like, a pass catcher.
The only guy. I mean, here's the first half by the numbers. Mike Evans has 5 catches for 66 yards and a touchdown for Tampa Bay. The rest of the Buccaneers roster has 4 catches. Yeah. McMillan is 1 for 15. Rashad White is 1 for 13. Cade Otton 1 for 12. Bucky Irving 1 for 2. That's it. It's not all that much different for the Commanders, though, Linnell. Terry has 4 for 62, including that big bomb of 35 yards. Brian Robinson is 3 for 17. De'Ami Brown 1 for 10. That was the touchdown. Zach Ertz 1 for 9. OZ 1 for 6. Eckler 1 for 4. So it's the 2 best receivers having the best kind of day. And I do think we're going to see a lot more of Terry McLaurin in half number 2.
For sure, and I think they've got to move him around. I think they got to move him around, and they got to try to find ways to get him lined up in man-to-man coverage. Like, they're blitzing, they're sending a ton of pressure. You got to have the awareness if you're Jaden to find him, and then up front they got to hold up long enough so they can take some of these shots deep. That's been a part of the problem in the first half. Like, they haven't consistently protected Jaden.
No.
But, like, this is one of those situations to me where, like, It's going to be a dogfight. You're in a postseason game.
Yeah, this is a postseason game.
So
this is not going to be a blowout.
Yeah, you're going to give up plays. You're going to make plays. But I think right now what's important to me is going out and getting points on this opening drive to start the second half because it feels like Tampa has a bleep ton of momentum. That was 7 plays, 74 yards, in a minute and 42 seconds. Not good enough if you're Washington defensively.
Not good enough. Let's look at some of the comments in the chat. Jason says you got to score to come out the third and continue to put pressure on the Bucs. I agree with that. They've done a great job getting after Baker Mayfield. They just missed him on that third down. Wesley says they got to punish Baker like Tampa's trying to do to Jaden Daniels. Jaden has gotten hit a couple of times, including that one. Again, Cliff, please, no quarterback powers, but he got decleated, like literally decleated. David says, where's Benjamin St. Juste and Michael Davis? Well, Michael Davis is not playing, thankfully. St. Juste has been on the field, and thankfully there was a miscommunication that led to Mikey Sanderson staying with Jalen McMillan. If not, St. Juste would have been about 3 yards behind McMillan, as probably ends up being a touchdown on that. The 33rd team put up something. 5 routes, 5 receptions, 67 yards, and a receiving touchdown, 100% catch rate, 2 20-plus yard catches, 1 DPI. That's Mike Evans versus Marshawn Lattimore today. Not great.
Yeah, not good at all. I go back to that third down, man. I hate to just make it about one play. It's the difference maker right now in the football game. You earned your way in the 3rd and 9, and Baker had a run that you said it at the time, sparks Tampa, gives Tampa confidence, everything you want to say to describe it. That right now is the difference, and it springboarded into that touchdown. But, like, if you're Quan Martin, you got to turn around to see the football.
Oh, he turns around, that's a pick.
Like, you're the whole player on there. It's cover 1, you're the whole player. Lattimore gives up the inside because he knows he's got help there, and Quan is too busy trying to be a hero stopping the run. Do your damn job.
I know.
That's simple.
If he turns
That's
around,
frustrating.
at the very least, it's a deflection. At the very best, it's a pick. And then the score's 10-3. You take it into the half. You try and score to go up 17-3. And at that point, depending on how long that touchdown drive goes, you're looking at potentially 7 minutes to go in the third quarter before Tampa touches it. Instead, you don't do that. You have your head turned the wrong way, and Baker basically throws it literally right between your outstretched arms, splitting the Quan Martin upright for the touchdown. You're 100% right there. I like Quan Martin a lot. He's had a really good year, but that's one of those things where you're going to look back at and say, man, if you just turned around, you want to talk about a game-changing play the way that Baker Mayfield third down run was, that could have been one for Washington, and it wasn't.
Yeah, it changes the complexion of the game. Like, it's frustrating because when it comes down to and we not really experienced with this because this is our first postseason run. When you get down to the postseason, man, all of the details become so important. They become magnified. And on that last drive, you saw 2 plays where Washington not playing with detail hurts them. You don't corral Baker Mayfield and you allow him to get out of the pocket for the first time all game, and it leads to a touchdown drive. Like that can't happen. That's the difference in a playoff game. And it feels like on that drive for the first time in this game, you saw them play without detail and not doing the old adage is do your 1/11th. Quan's so busy about coming up and playing the run that he does not feel his obligation in coverage, being the robber player and the whole player on that. Like that's tough, man.
It's also a tight window throw that old Baker Mayfield made there.
It is, but damn. I mean, let's go out to the phones. Rob is in D.C. What's
Hey, man, y'all stole my thunder about the Quan Martin play because he got to know Lattimore's going to play the outside. We all know he's going to Mike Evans. There's no doubt about that. They wasn't going to run the ball. Play the slant the inside, man, and knock the pass down or intercept it, one or the other. That was just crazy. But Jaden is playing a pretty good game. He's controlling the ball. But this is where my coaching, my expectations of the coaches to see if they're going to make any type of adjustments with this blitz they throwing at Jaden. They coming 100 miles an hour. So you got to have a counter to slow that blitz down. And so I want to see what type of adjustments they make. And on defense also with Mike Evans, you got to kind of figure it out. If you're going to double him, you can't let Lattimore check him the whole game if he's not going to really cover him like that. Put somebody over top of him if you know he's going to have help every play. But I'm looking for the adjustments. All right, fellas.
All right, appreciate it.
those,
You
Rob.
can join us at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, or you can comment on YouTube. We got the full chat going up here. We are the only interactive show in town during a Commanders game. It doesn't matter if it's a regular season, postseason, hell and hell. Maybe it's the Super Bowl. Who knows? I'm getting ahead of myself here. You got to finish this one off here first. Jaden has looked good, though. They've been blitzing. Todd Bowles is blitzing his ass off. And outside of a couple of he's only been sacked once, and his sack was at the line of scrimmage. There's been a couple times they got to him, and it was not ruled a sack because of penalties or what have you. But they're blitzing. I thought Washington and Cliff Kingsbury did a really good job making an adjustment to get the ball out of Jaden's hands quickly. He's 11 of 16 for 108 yards and a touchdown to go along with 9 carries and 30 yards rushing.
He's done his job in this, and I said in the pregame show what was like really, really important for him is not getting bored making the routine play. We've seen him check it down to Eckler. We've seen him check it down to Brian Robinson a couple of times. It's all about staying ahead of the sticks. I think he's done a really good job with that to start. I want him to continue to keep his eyes downfield because with all the pressures that they're sending, there are going to be busts. And in a game like this, you got to capitalize on those plays.
They're looking for Terry again at the start of the second half.
Yeah.
They're looking for Terry again. They tried him down the sideline on a 3rd and 6, and he almost made a hell of a catch. I mean, if Terry makes that catch, one, you and I are going crazy.
Yeah.
But it's one of the best catches that you will see in the NFL, not just this weekend, this year. But you got to think they see something with Terry against these inexperienced DBs that you got to take advantage of. But even if it's not Terry, if it's Diami, it's Diami.
Somebody.
Like somebody got to get it down the field. Somebody got to get separation. Like I need to see a big time throw. We got a couple people on our YouTube chat saying you got to push the ball down the field. I agree. I agree. That's how you kind of keep that blitz and nullify it a little bit. If you're making plays down the field.
But this is the thing about pushing it down the field. They got to have the time to push the football.
I mean,
down.
Coleman got to be better, man. He is not.
He's playing hurt. I give it to him. Like he's nowhere near 100. I don't know how close he is to 100, but there was a big bulky brace over his right knee. He was limited in practice all week, and this is a tough matchup, man. Yaya Diaby, Kalijah Kancey, like they got dudes coming up. Shaq Barrett. I don't know if Braswell is Braswell up and active, or is he like hurt? I know they got a good.
They have a bunch of
That's a good
different
rushers.
dudes. They got a bunch of dudes, but you got to win your one-on-ones, or at the very least, you got to make it difficult. There's been a couple of times where it feels like guys are almost getting untouched. Now it's not just Coleman. There's been a couple times where Wiley missed. Now Wiley missed. Usually on that first drive. That's where his came. They came on the first drive, whereas Coleman's been getting beat up a little bit throughout the course of the game. But you just got to, if it's one-on-one, you got to win that matchup. You got to win that matchup.
It's tough. I just offensively, I think like I'm okay with everything that's happened. You're controlling the clock. You're not making silly penalties. I think like the way you're playing offensively, you'll take it, 7 days out of the week and twice on Sundays. The way you're playing defensively outside of the last drive, those 2 plays, you'll take it. I want to talk about Marshawn Lattimore because Marshawn Lattimore is being talked about a lot on social media. I'm not exactly. I don't know. I'm not exactly.
You don't sound
thrilled.
convinced at the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, I'm not exactly thrilled with how he's playing, but I'm also like not exactly sure it's as bad as people are making it out to be on social media.
I think anytime it's Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore, there's going to be people that really jump on it immediately.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's 100% his fault. Like, again, that touchdown should be a pick. At the very least, it should be an incompletion. Quant's not in the right spot. Some of the other stuff, again, though, like my whole thing is if on that one in particular, on that touchdown, like if you're going to interfere with him there. Just make sure he doesn't catch the football. Yeah. Like, I don't care if you got to hit him with a freaking rock bottom.
Yeah.
Just make sure that dude does not catch the football. He catches the football, it's a touchdown. If you interfere with him, you do it again at the 1 yard line with time off the clock. And at that point, they're probably running the football.
It's just it's tough, man. I wonder what type of adjustments Washington makes defensively in the second half. They're playing with a lot of cushion at corner, which is why you're seeing everything get tossed in front of you. But we know like that's their defensive philosophy, right? Don't give up anything over the top. They got to be a lot better in that area in terms of just being more physical at the point of attack, decreasing the cushion, and coming up and playing through the ball, man.
And again, the stats for Lattimore and Evans, it's 4 receptions, 55 yards, a touchdown, and a DPI when Lattimore is deemed the closest defender. That's according to Next Gen Stats. I'm going to trust them just a tad bit more than those stats I gave you from the 33rd team. So I'm going to go with next gen on that one. That's their literally only job. All right, when we get back, the offense is going to be back on the field. The score is 10-10. This is a tight one. There's no place you'd rather be, though. This is playoff football, baby. Jaden Daniels on the field when we get back. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live, presented by Rude on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. 10-10 the score, 11 minutes to play in the third quarter. Nearly 5 minutes of clock eaten up by Washington in a drive, Linnell, that I'm going to anoint. The De'Ami Brown drive. Back-to-back plays of 30 and 24 yards for De'Ami, including a hit stick on a DB. De'Ami has been on fire for Washington on this drive, but now they're going to have a third down and goal up 10 or tied 10-10.
So what you saw here on this first drive in the second half is why Washington, I think, is going to be a tough out if they can not shoot themselves in the foot offensively. They've straight up shown you they can move the football down the field in so many different ways. We've seen the 16-play, 17-play drive tonight. Now we're seeing the explosives start to factor in here. And that was the big question that we all kept asking about, when De'Ami Brown was out. How can you generate these explosives? He's been one of your big play guys here over the past couple of weeks, and you're seeing it once again why he is so important to what Washington has going on, man. The violent finish that he had on the screen pass completely just trucks Antoine Winfield. And this is holding on Jamel Dean.
I mean, Marshawn Lattimore's the DB. That's a PI, but I guess they're not calling that on Tampa.
You going for this here? There's a fourth.
I think they send Zane Gonzalez out. I mean, for now, that's smart. I mean, the defense did not do a great job the last time we saw them. But I have a sneaky feeling that a Baker Mayfield interception or turnover of some kind is on the horizon. But De'Ami was so good on that drive, Linnell. Yeah. We didn't even talk about that crazy Marcus Mariota 3rd and 1 where they had Jaden Daniels clifted. I mean, you want to talk about in his bag. You want to talk about I want Zoom interviews this week, nothing in person because my team's still in the postseason. They have Mariota under center, Jaden in the backfield. They motion Jaden out to play wide receiver, send him in motion again to mimic a jet sweep, and Mariota QB sneaks it for 2 yards. That kept the drive moving early. That was the first third play of the drive to keep it going. The field goal's up and good. The score's 13-10. We see the Washington defense when we get back. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day, Linnell Willingham, presented by Rude on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. They're showing replays of the Deron Payne finger situation. Not pretty. Ben Sinnott was back in the football game on the field for Washington's offense. The Commanders lead this one 13-10 with 10:20 to go in quarter number 3. Dorrance Armstrong just had a face mask on Rashad White, which is brutal because they had him stopped at the very least for no gain. So it's a 2nd and 5 for Tampa Bay here around midfield. I have a feeling, Linnell, a turnover is coming from Baker. We get a false start. That's going to make it a 2nd and 10. Hopefully that turnover comes when we get back. It's 13-10, 9:20 to go in quarter number 3. Let's see if the defense can stop the Tampa Bay offense. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day presented by Root on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Big time third down here. Big time third down for Washington. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. 13-10 the score. There is a flag in the end zone. We're waiting to see what it is. That's going to be oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. It's a holding on Noah I to give Tampa a new set of downs. This has been a brutal, this is the real Washington defense.
Yeah, this is tough. On this drive, we've seen Bucky Irving start to come to life, really. That was the big difference to me. Mike Evans had a couple of catches. Right now in this goal-to-go situation, well, right now they've got no corners on the field. They had taken Marshawn Lattimore off. They just tried to throw the ball to Vita Vea. Holy cow.
Johnny Newton just had a big-time sack. Wait, did he fumble?
Oh, no. Did he? I don't know what's going on.
I know a couple of Commanders point. It doesn't look like there's
good job, though, by Washington defensively corralling Baker. Vita Vea is running a route here on this play. I think that's amazing.
Frankie Louvu in coverage on Vita
Yeah, he's
Vea.
like, what the hell am I having to cover?
Just
here?
like we all drew up.
Yeah. He had the nerve to call for the ball, too. That's what's crazy about it. But Washington's got to force Tampa to a field goal here, man. I think, like, the run game has really been the difference. Bucky Irving's had a couple of different chunk runs on this drive. Lattimore is back in the football game, by the way. This time he's on Jalen McMillan.
So he's not, and touchdown. I mean, this is just,
yeah.
That's a play action. Bucky Irving literally not covered at all. Touchdown. That's brutal. They just walked right down on this Washington defense.
Yeah, 10 plays, 72 yards. They eat up 6 minutes of clock. Beautiful thing is, though, you got 3 on that last possession. So your offense, who hasn't really been stopped like that, is good. Yeah, Louvu just slow getting through the traffic, man. That's a good play design. That's a good play design. I think J.P. Finley just tweeted out that should have been offensive pass interference. I love when our guys show their homerness. That was nowhere near an OPI.
No, the one on Lattimore in the first half was where Evans swam him.
Man.
But I don't know. No, he's right. That should have been OPI. McMillan picked Louvu.
Is he picking him or he's just running his route? I mean,
no, that's a designed pick because he shoulder checks Louvu and then stops.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's a designed
man. Well, look, it wasn't going to be easy. It's going to be a back and forth affair. Both teams are going to punch. Who's going to continue to punch back? That was a hell of a drive for Tampa. Both teams started out the second half offensively in similar fashion. Marched down the football field. Washington's drive stalls inside the 5-yard line. The difference is Tampa scores a touchdown on theirs. So, like, that's really the big difference maker to this point. Right now is that last drive, man. They go out and end up with 6 points. Washington's got to win in the red zone. If you're going to give up yards to Bucky Irving on first and second down, allow them to move the sticks, you got to tighten up when you get in the red zone. And I was stunned. I thought they were going to continue to run the football once they got in the red area or once they got inside the 10. And they play actioned you to death, and you covered it well the first 2 times, and then the big play happens. That's a tough break if you're Washington. You got to feel good about where you are, though, man. Your offense is moving the football well. You're in a good spot right
here. At this point, now 17-13 with 4 minutes to go in quarter number 3, your offense has to do nothing but touchdowns.
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable to be in a position to say the defense can hold. It has to be nothing but touchdowns offensively.
I think, my friend, I can agree with you on that. They're just in a precarious position right now because now you feel like you need points. The third quarter is gone after each team gets a possession. They got a field goal. You got a touchdown. You got 4:30 left to go in the quarter. You have to get points here.
You have to.
Whether it's 3.
I need a touchdown.
I would love a touchdown, obviously, right? But, like, even if it's 3, you need something here.
Because let's just do a hypothetical here, right? Well, we love the hypothetical games. They're very fun. Washington's last drive was 4 minutes.
Yes.
10 plays, 66 yards, field goal, 4 minutes. Their previous drive was that huge one. That was, the previous drive was 5 minutes. The one before that, the touchdown drive was 9 minutes. So let's just say that on this next drive, you march down the field, you eat up the remainder of the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
If you score a touchdown, you go up 20-17. If they then, hypothetically, in this scenario, their last drive that they just took, 10 plays, 72 yards, was 6 minutes. You theoretically have 2 more drives if you're Washington. If you go with the method that we have seen, which is a lot of longer sustained drives.
Yeah.
So that does benefit you if you score a touchdown. If you get 2 final touchdowns and you only let them touch the ball once, obviously good things are going to be happening. We're going to be celebrating on to Detroit, right? But you got to get a touchdown because if you put yourself in a field goal position, you then give them the opportunity to go up by 8 for that final drive. If we're staying, I know that's kind of hard to follow. Maybe it is. But if you're only looking at limited drives, which this has been a game of limited drives because they've been so good, both teams offensively, you need a touchdown here if you're Washington.
You do, but it's important that you eat up some clock, get your defense a rest, most importantly, man. Your defense has had to play for a while out there. Oh, wow, they got the penalty.
They got a penalty. Well, thank God Washington's getting some sort of penalty calls. They were giving all the DPIs to Tampa Bay.
But to your point here, like, Washington's got to give their defense a little bit of a break, man. That was a long drive that Tampa Bay just executed. And
I don't want to see the defense on the field again until the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Ideally, even if this comes with a touchdown, I don't want to see the defense on the field until the fourth quarter. This is going to be Dean on Terry, so they finally give him a holding. That's all he can do.
That's bad.
I mean, that's bad. Actually, they call that PI, so that's going to be a much better spot for Washington. That gives them a 1st and 10. Now they're already at that whole. They call that a holding. That was definitely a DPI.
The thing I love about this for Washington, though, you got a first down. You're eating up clock. You're moving the sticks here. Like, that to me is the big thing here. Continuing to matriculate the ball down the field to eat up time. Your defense goes back out after a 3 and out based on the drive they just gave up. The game be over.
The game be over.
Like, it's that.
There's no stop in Tampa Bay,
especially
at this
the
point.
way that they tried to get the run game going on the last drive. Washington, though,
and had success. They didn't try. They did.
Had a ton of success. Guys aren't getting off blocks. People are trying to kill Deron Payne for his finger being hurt. Like, you're useless without your fingers as a defensive lineman.
Yeah, you're literally in a 3-point stance.
Yeah, you got to be able to get off blocks and swim and do all that fancy stuff. But Washington's answers to the pressure have been good, man. Jaden's having time to throw. Wow. Here comes Bear.
He's having a lot of time. He finds Terry on a huge gain over the middle of the field that gets Washington across midfield. Yeah. Terry was open. He's winning the matchups against the DBs.
Oh, he's hurt?
Yeah, Dean is down. That's a gain of 17 for Terry. I mean, Terry and Diami have been lifting this offense. It's been a combination of Jaden, Terry, and Diami. Yeah. Terry now has 5 catches for 79 yards. Diami has 3 for 64.
Having a day.
They're having a day.
And it's interesting. It's not the way I thought Washington would be able to attack. I thought because Tampa was going to come out and blitz, it'd be a lot more of, Zacchaeus and Eckler and Zach Ertz trying to get the football out of Jaden's hands quickly. But they're able to take advantage of some of the pressure looks because the offensive line is picking things up and it's giving Jaden the time to actually look down the football field, and you're seeing him hook up with a couple.
And eventually, because Terry's going to be open the way that he is, by the way, I love this intermediate stuff. Yeah. This is not the first time. I mean, some of those Diami catches were on the intermediates that you're just finding space because Tampa is almost forcing themselves by the way that they're playing Jaden. It's not just the blitz. What they're also doing is when he drops back, they're keeping somebody, a linebacker, as sort of that spy kind of role. So you're almost forcing your defense to play a little bit of zone. And if you're playing zone against Jaden with these sorts of receivers, there's going to be open windows. You're seeing that with Terry. I mean, that was a man concept, it looked like, with Dean, but you're seeing that with Terry and Diami, and they find the holes in the defense. That's something that the two of them are very good at.
Yeah, especially if he's going to have time to throw. I give credit to the offensive line. They're picking stuff up right now, allowing him that time to survey the field and go through his progressions. I got to be pleased with what you're getting up front. I think the other thing is this. We've continued to see them all night long. They're 6 of 10 on third down, by the way. We've seen them all night long, though, Denton, stay ahead of the sticks. They haven't been. I got to go back and look. I'm not sure how many negative plays they've been in this football game. And, that's the other huge thing for them. As long as the ball's moving forward, no, it sounds very, 7-year-old Kraft macaroni and cheese with ketchup in it type of analysis. But like as long as you keep the football moving forward, you're going to be fine. We talked about this in the pregame. I think you're going to start to see it here on this drive too, especially if they get across midfield and they begin to feel like they're going to score. And I think they have crossed midfield, have they not?
Yeah. They're at the Tampa Bay 42.
So you move this way, then you get whatchamacallit. You pick up the first downs, you go tempo, but then you start to bleed the clock here a little bit because like you said, you want to leave them, you want to get your defense a long rest, and you don't want them back on the field till the fourth quarter starts. That's where you're at right now. You got to have the mentality that you're getting 7 on this possession. You're up 3 points essentially when you get the 7, and now Baker and company are chasing points.
So stoppage in play because Dean goes down with an injury. So still just 3:27 to go in quarter number 3. But Washington's going to have a 1st and 10 at that Tampa Bay 42 thanks to that 17-yarder from Terry. Washington's not fully abandoning the run game, so to speak, Linnell, but it's very clear that they're going to run it with Jaden, and they're going to find other ways to get the running backs involved. Case in point, on 1st down, they find B-Rob out of the backfield, and that's one of the better plays that we have seen from Brian Robinson. He only picks up 5, but at the very least, he's getting north and south running over guys.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. It's the same thing as a run, and I like that Jaden's not, farting around, hanging on his first read too long. He's getting through the progressions and getting the football out. Like it makes everybody look better, and it's keeping them ahead of the sticks. I love the way he's managing the football game.
Something to note, that injury to Dean is a knee. He's questionable to return. Tampa Bay was already slim when it came to DBs. And as I say that, Jaden finds Terry for a big-time gain. They're already slim at DBs. This feels like it's...
They're calling the illegal man downfield?
Oh,
Are they really calling that?
Hold on.
It was a pulling guard. It was a pulling guard. He didn't even get downfield. That's terrible.
Oh, my God.
They call it on Wiley. Okay. I didn't see Wiley, but
Hold
Allegretti
on.
pulled.
This better be clear and obvious.
Allegretti pulls from the left side, and I thought that's who they got it on.
That takes away like nearly a 30-yard play here. All right, they're showing us the replay here. This better be clear and obvious.
Yeah.
All right, that is clear and obvious. He's literally...
Wiley, take your time and hit somebody, you big Bama. You wouldn't get downfield so quick if you actually touched someone.
I mean, what is he
Damn.
doing? He nearly beats Terry to the ball.
Literally, like he was running out.
He is the closest commander to Terry McLaurin after that one. That takes away a massive play from Washington, so Wiley better do something to make that up.
Good job, Brandon Coleman.
Yeah, Brandon Coleman gets a nice block for OZ, but that makes it a 3rd down and a medium.
About 3rd and 5, I think. But damn, you need those.
Oh, that's terrible.
Those are that's the difference here.
That would have taken him to the Tampa Bay 11.
And now you can start milking the clock.
And the thing is not even like he was necessary to the play. Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, that's tough, man. And if he actually does his job and touches someone, he wouldn't get downfield.
No. So this is a big 3rd down and 5 for Washington. The score's 17-13 with 126 and counting
uncovered
to go here in quarter number 3. Jaden over the middle.
It's a terrible throw.
He's off his back foot looking for Ertz, the guy that you pointed out.
They got a defensive end dropping in coverage to guard him.
I think they're going to keep the offense on the field.
Oh,
I think they're keeping the offense on the field.
I wouldn't. Pin them deep.
So let's see what there's pressure.
Yeah, it's a simulated look. But
Jaden's got to he just got to step into that. You just got to step into that. Ertz is open. You have them. They're going for it.
I don't like this decision.
I told you this has to be. You're kind of no man's land field goal wise.
This is like a next gen says go for it. I don't like the decision. I hate this game. This sport is not real.
This is playoff football.
They picked it up.
This is touchdown. And that's Zach Ertz, baby.
There we go, Ertzy. Attaboy.
Jaden finds Zach Ertz over the middle. That's clearly enough for a 1st down. That's a very nice drop back, stays in the pocket, delivers it to Ertz over the middle for 14. I mean, this man, on 4th down, Jaden is as dynamic as they come.
Yes, sir.
He is as dynamic as they come. He goes right back to Ertz after he misses him. That was huge, baby.
Dog, everyone in there taking a sip. The boys behind the glass, and I need a drink after that one.
I need a little bit of something after that one.
Damn.
Yeah, I love that kid. I love that dude.
This
On the
is
ensuing
nerve-wracking.
1st and 10, Austin Eckler takes it 4 yards to make it a 2nd and 6. Again, that's just staying ahead of the chains for Washington. This is probably going to be the final play of the quarter. A false start.
Oh, Biotis is fighting again. I love it.
The penalties are just racking up for Washington. They did such a good job in the first half not getting penalized, and now they're just shooting themselves in the foot. That's Zach Ertz. He's getting a little excited there.
Come on, Ertz.
How late's the liquor store open downstairs? Because, my God, I need something.
Come on, Ertz.
I think they close at 10 in D.C., so I think
Dang
you're out of luck.
Man. Playoff football is all about details, man. Like, you can't have those type penalties. I think we're probably seeing the last play of the quarter. They're going to run this thing down here. Maybe you try to get them to jump off sides if you're Jaden. Are they even worried about the clock?
Now they're going to snap this thing.
They run it. Wow.
And give it to Eckler. I mean, the blocking on the – like,
Why
I understand.
did you snap the ball?
I understand.
Why do we do nothing right? Why do our clock management stuff just is stupid?
I'm not running it there.
I'm not running it there either, but I'm not snapping the ball. Let it go to the quarter, regroup, actually find a play on your play chart that you want to run instead of bleeping inside zone.
No. And with Eckler, too, I mean,
Now
listen to the numbers.
You're in 3rd and 8 now.
At the end of so it's end of quarter number 3, 17-13 the score. Tampa Bay leads by 4, but Washington's going to have a 3rd and 8, as you just mentioned, at the Tampa Bay. Well, not even a 3rd and 8. It's going to be a 3rd and 10 at the Tampa Bay 23. Listen to these running back numbers. The team has 25 carries as a team for 77 yards. Jaden has 36 of them. Austin Eckler has 5 carries for 19. One of those was for 12 yards that you and I both thought was a pass. So if you take that out of there, simple math, that's 4 for 7. Brian Robinson is not a whole lot better at 8 for 19. He's averaging 2 yards a pop. They can't run the football.
Well, they can't.
And Chris Rodriguez, for those that are asking, is not active. So McNichols has a 1-yard carry, and Mariota has a 1 carry for 2 yards. And that's the extent of the run game. It's literally Jaden Daniels or bust when it comes to running the football.
And it's like gut-wrenching right now. Like, I hate the last play call. I hate it. Drop him back. Let him throw it. He's making good decisions, whether it's a check down, whether he's deciding to scramble. Like, good things are happening when the ball is in his hands, man. This is so frustrating, dog. Now you're in 3rd and 8, probably. I haven't looked at the down.
It's 3rd and 10. That Austin Eckler thing got 1 yard. Yeah. So you get yourself in a 3rd and 10 at the Tampa Bay 23. Now, I still like the chances just based on the way Jaden's been playing. That 4th down, or that 4th down throw to Ertz for 14 was, I mean, look, that's why you draft the kid.
I'm at that point.
But I'm not, like, I'm with you in the point where I'm not taking the ball out of Jaden's hands.
Yeah, like, stop.
I'm going to make him make a decision. I'm going to trust his decision-making. You can't run the football. It doesn't matter if it's to the right, to the left. It doesn't matter.
I agree with you so much that I even went to tweet. We're at that point in the game. Stop taking the ball out of Jaden's hands.
No, like, it has to be Jaden Daniels the rest of the way. And when we get back, we will see this 3rd down and 10 for Washington. This is a big one. We start the 4th quarter. The Commanders trailing by 4, but they get themselves a 3rd and 10 at the Tampa Bay 23. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live with Denton, Linnell, Willingham on 106.7 The Fan. I mean, you can't call Dan Quinn conservative, at least with his play calling. You can't call Cliff conservative with the decision making. Washington had a 1st and goal at the Tampa 1, Linnell, and they come away with nothing. Zip, zilch, 0. They get it on that 3rd and 10, a pass interference in the end zone on De'Ami Brown, and their 4 plays were as follows. Stop me when you hear something good. 1st and goal, pass to the right to John Bates,
That's gotta be a
incomplete.
touchdown. That's the one.
It was
right
there. That was there.
That's the one.
2nd and goal at the Tampa 1. Brian Robinson, loss of 2. Hasn't had a good game. Wouldn't have given it to him. 3rd and goal, Tampa 3. Jaden looks for Brian Robinson. That one's incomplete. 4th and goal, you're looking for Zach Ertz. A little bit of contact with the defender. Ref's not going to call it. It's playoff football. I get it. But you come away with nothing. It's 17-13. Tampa Bay now has a 1st and 10. Granted, it's at their own 3, but in a drive where you and I both agreed you need some sort of points, they go 12 plays, 67 yards, 5.5 minutes, and come away with nothing on the scoreboard.
That can't be your.
Not a single throw, by the way, to Terry.
That can't
in the
be
goal
how you
line.
live. Yeah, Terry doesn't get no targets, but I'm gonna be critical, man. Jaden had the opportunity to throw the ball to John Bates, and they get no points because he doesn't let it go. Jaden lets that football go. They're up 20-17 right now. Like, Jaden's got to let that rip, man. Like, gosh, that's the play. That's the play right there that kills the drive. He's open. Throw the damn ball.
You got to throw
Point
it.
blank.
Like, you're 100% right. You got to throw it. Now this is
wow.
that's a clear penalty.
They're both. I mean, they're both. Ertz kind of initiates it.
I don't know.
I don't
David
know.
wraps him up.
Ron's back.
Nonetheless, it's not
Oh, my
called.
God.
And then Bucky Irvin gets a nice chunk on 1st down to get them out of the shadow, at the very least, of their own end zone. You got to get Tampa's offense off the field here. If they march down 97 yards, the game's over. This is the biggest drive of the season for Washington's defense. I don't feel like that's hyperbolic at all. You have to get them off the field. With 13:30 to go in the game, down 4, your offense has played well, but you got it. Like, the defense played well in the first half outside of that final drive. You got to get them off the field. And you understand Baker is looking for 13 matched up against 23. They are hunting Marshawn Lattimore. Joe Witt has to be aware of that. And I'm sure that he is. Oh, it's a great play. Who was that?
Jalen Holmes.
Jalen Holmes. That's going to bring up a 3rd and about 7 or 8.
Dude, that's what your defense needs to do in a big situation
where's
like
that
that.
been for the past 30 minutes?
Get off the field. I love it. Now you win the field position back. That's why you take the 3, though. But I guess you kick the 3, you're 16 to 7, but then you don't have the field position. I don't know. I'm a mess. I'm admitting it. I'm a mess. I don't know what to say or do anymore at this point.
This is a huge 3rd and 7. I need
everything in front of you and come tackle.
I need somebody to get some pressure on Baker.
Yeah, that's the key here.
Get a little bit of pressure on Baker Mayfield and understand they are going for 13. He was looking his direction the entire way.
Mikey, why are you going low? Why the hell are you going low, Mikey? What are you doing? You're strong as hell. Wrap him up. You dive at his ankles? What the bleep are you doing?
Diving at
you
his
have
ankle.
all this. Oh, he slipped.
He slipped, but I mean, Mike Evans' big ass is literally 2 yards outstretched.
He slipped.
Ugh.
That's tough. Okay, I'm sorry, Mikey.
But you knew they were going to Evans the entire time. Baker didn't take his eyes off of 13. You just can't do anything with it. So Tampa gets a 1st down.
Damn it.
1st and 10 at the 15.
Oh, football! We got it.
Oh, we got it.
Let's go.
He got it.
Let's go.
He got it. I knew a turnover was coming. It's Bobby. It's the All-Pro.
Let's go.
Tampa tries to get cute. Baker fumbles the exchange, and Bobby Wagner falls on the football. And Washington has the ball inside the red zone. Oh, heads-up play from Bobby Wagner. He said, that quarterback ain't beating me to that one.
You know what's crazy? How many times this year has Washington not been able to jump on the fumble?
Oh, my God. It came at a great time.
Man, he was about to take out Graham Barton's ankle.
Bobby got upset. I'm trying to take this thing back to the house.
I'm about to say. I got one more touchdown left in me. Poor Todd Bowles.
To hell with Todd Bowles.
Well, yeah, I know. Former Redskin. I'm sorry.
I don't give a damn about no Todd Bowles right now.
Oh, Baker, you idiot. Yes.
Oh, that's
He
so
fumbled
great.
13 times this year.
And only lost 2 of them. That's crazy.
All right,
so
somebody get in
Washington
the damn
gets the
end zone.
ball. So you got to get in the end zone. No ifs, ands, or buts. You get
Oh my
yourself
God,
a
I feel
first
like I
and 10.
died and came back to life.
I'm all over the place, man. 1st and 10 at the Tampa Bay 14-yard line. You have to get into the end zone here. You got Terry man-to-man up at the top on the left side.
Is Brandon Coleman just that big, or is Ertz next to him? I can't tell.
Or somebody.
There's somebody
Ertz,
next to
it's
Brandon.
Ertz or Sinnott. I don't know who
No,
it
it's
is.
Sinnott. Yeah, there was somebody next to him. I'm about
Who
to
just
say.
blew a timeout? If please let that have been. It was Washington.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, I'm a little upset about that.
Man, that's what the playoffs are like, huh? Just a wave of emotions.
Baker just. So they show the replay. He just trips, and I don't know what they were trying to do.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real jet sweep. That's why that happened. Bobby with those big ass biceps, coming in and scooping that thing one-handed. And this is the first turnover of the game.
Yes.
If you're not going to count Washington not getting 4
Yeah, taking the downs out of it. That is the first turnover of the game.
Ooh, Baker, like, he was about to get his arm broken.
He's had those shoulder issues before. It was play similar to that when he was in Cleveland.
Oh, I feel
So,
it.
all right, here we go. First down and
feel
10 for
That-
Washington.
Need points, man. Need
Jaden's
points.
back under center. I feel it. I just hate that. Zach
They
Ertz
adjusted the
is-
formation. They got a little cute. They keep it with Jaden. I don't understand right now why Cliff is so. Why is he running?
Because
I
it's
just-
the red zone and it's tight down here. He needs to let him rip it though.
Is there like a quota on the amount of runs that he has to have? They try a jet sweep fake to OZ where Jaden keeps it, and Tampa Bay had that thing sniffed out from the jump.
That's tough. But like he's got to let 5 rip it.
Like you gotta find, especially now, because like it's
I just-
congested, but it's not as congested.
I don't like the formations. Like bunch it up and get Terry or Zach a free release. Like they're having to work so hard for everything on the perimeter.
2nd and 10. He looks for that Diami again. He picks up a little bit there, so that's not bad. You pick up about 6 yards.
The red zone offense is killing me right now. They can't run the damn ball.
No, they cannot. That brings up 3rd down. Yeah, at the very least, you just got to get the first. Just get the first down, get a new set of downs, get a
Oh.
little bit of life in the offense.
Okay,
It's
here we
3rd
go.
and 6.
It looks like it's bunched trips to the right and they're bunched up. That's what they got to get.
This is what
somebody
you're
a free
asking
release.
for. It looks like that's Terry up top. by
Winfield is
himself.
shading over there. And yeah, Winfield's playing in the hole. Oh, Jaden! Oh! God, he's
Oh,
got
God.
6 cents. He fumbled?
What is Dan? Are they going to call? No, the tie goes to the offense. Are you nuts?
No.
The tie goes to the offense. That's going to be a 4th down and about 1.
Okay. I hope the confidence that you're speaking with is real.
The tie
Because
always
this is
goes to
scary.
the offense. This should not be rocket
The
science.
ref's got his
here.
fist up. It's 4th down.
Yeah, the
Left
ref
hand
has
up,
his
ooh,
fist
wee.
up. That's a 4th down. Like, Jesus Christ, what is Dan Quinn going to do here? You get yourself a 4th and 1.
I mean, at some point, the field goals are going to end up adding up, brother. You got to kick the ball at some point.
so Eckler catches. Yeah, like what are they talking about? That's clearly an Eckler catch.
He's down.
Yeah, he's down, and the tie goes.
I can't even believe they spent that much time looking at it.
I
That's that
can't
playoff stuff where they just anything goes. My heart's starting to palpitate.
I mean, we are getting to the point now where things are getting maybe a
Eckler's
little more.
clearly down.
Yeah,
His
like I
knee's
mean,
clearly
what is he? What are these guys talking
Look at the
about?
knee.
They
The
go-
knee
they're-
goes down.
Tampa
right.
thinks
There,
that's a
knee's down.
pick.
Knees down right there. Tampa's stupid. Oh my god.
Oh,
he's
they're
awful.
going for it on 4th and 2. I mean, Dan Quinn must hate Zane Gonzalez.
Dad, you're killing me, brother. Jaden.
Touchdown!
Terry.
Oh, it's scary. Terry in the back of the end zone on a 4th and 2.
Go, man.
Jaden finds the All-Pro.
Let's
And
go, JD.
Washington retakes its lead.
He's so cool in that pocket, boy. Look at the way he stands in there as the pocket is closing in on him. That's where being skinny is an advantage.
Oh, right down the middle to Terry.
Throws a rocket.
Dime.
You see the way he flicks his wrist? That's why he warms up with a basketball. To get the flick of the wrist going, to make soft throws like that.
Look at the flick of the wrist.
Zane, you better make this damn extra point.
So that makes the score pending the extra point, which is up and good.
He kicks it to like loose booty for me.
A little bit.
Too casual.
So the score's now 20-17 with 9:46 to go.
Love it.
Washington just had a turnover. Did they fluster Tampa Bay's offense? I'm hoping the answer to that is yes. That's a big throw, by the way, from
Huge,
Jaden to
man.
Terry. Terry now has 6 catches for 84 yards and a touchdown. He's going blow for blow with Mike Evans.
Is there a man? Wow! I can't believe he's this cool in the pocket. Jaden stands in there like a 10-year vet.
I mean, fourth quarter Jaden Daniels is a different kind of beast.
Gosh, I just the demeanor and the poise. At first it just felt like it was hyperbole when we were gassing him up and talking about how clutch he is. But every damn chance he gets,
Every time.
you know what he reminds me of? I may have found the perfect wrestling equivalent for Jaden Daniels.
Okay, give it to me.
Is he not Shawn Michaels? He reminds me of Shawn. You know how after Shawn would take a big bump and then he'd do the kip up?
He did the kip
and then
up, and all of a sudden,
it
it's
feels
rolling.
like Shawn Michaels, bro. Like that's the type of vibes he gives me.
And
bro.
he is the heartbreak kid because he's breaking hearts of the defense.
I mean, God, I love it. The composure, the poise, like everything
It's the
about
total package. He is every bit of the total package.
We're in the lead with 9:46 left to go in the fourth. We haven't won a playoff game since 05, boys. We got to get hype in the studio. Come on.
And we're getting hype. We get claps everywhere.
Come on.
We get claps everywhere. It's 20-17. Jaden's 21 of 32, 224 yards, 2 tutties. He also has 11 carries for 36 yards. And when we get back, it's the defense. They just got a turnover. Can they get another one? We find out when we return. It's Bernie Gold Game Day Live, presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. So when they're not forcing turnovers, the defense is getting marched on. Much of the same from what we've seen after the first two drives for Tampa when it comes to their offense. They're going right down the field. It's open throws. It's big runs.
Where is the edge? I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're 100. Hey, Bucky Irvin just gets 9 yards because nobody sets an edge. Kate Otten got 20 because it was just a little slip from the tight end and nobody makes a tackle. The defense has not been great. McMillan got 26 on a 1st and 10, Linnell, because of a bad screenplay. The defense has not been very good in the second half outside of that fumble, which was really more on Baker than anything.
This is the biggest moment of the game, and they're not setting the edge.
No. They're looking like this is a preseason game.
That's insane. That's now twice that Bucky's got on the perimeter. Oh, Baker's got it.
I mean, Baker's, I told you he was fighting to keep it. He was setting up a keeper, and he's done it a couple of times on this drive.
Bobby's holding his ankle.
All right, All Pro, get up. All Pro, get up.
Oh, my gosh. Oh,
Bobby's good. He's good.
Is this third down?
This is going to be a third down. Now, Tampa's in a unique position if they stop him here because you can get the points and tie it, or you can keep going. You keep going and you miss. There's under 6 minutes to play. It's 3rd and inches. My guess is they're going to get it on 3rd and inches just based on the way the defense is played. Oh, that somebody false started, but if not, I mean, Washington gets a huge stop.
Wow.
Whoa.
What happened?
Whoa. Oh, we were critiquing some guys, and some guys made some plays.
What just happened there?
Now Tampa has a big decision.
Hey, Liam Cohen just said, what are we doing? I think Graham snapped the ball before Baker was ready.
Yeah, he was not ready for it. Oh, I thought they were going to strip it. That's a great, really.
Man, Bucky Irvin's strong as hell.
Bucky Irvin's strong as hell.
Bucky Irvin's as strong as a damn buck.
So what are you doing here if you're Tampa? Now you're faced with a 4th and 4. They're going to kick it. It's a 32-yard field goal attempt, but you're giving the ball back to Jaden Daniels, assuming this is made, which, I mean, if he wants to miss it, it'd be great. I would very much like it. That didn't happen.
Damn.
I tried.
The last time Washington was in this situation, they went 3 and out against Atlanta, and then the defense got them the ball right back.
I would really
Don't
prefer.
go through. Cliff better not take his foot off the gas here. That's what I can't have happen.
In a perfect world, we don't see the Buccaneers offense again.
Yeah. This is where Jaden go put a fork in him, dog. Jaden, go be you. Go put a fork in him. You need to continue to keep the ball in bounds and advance the football. I don't care about running it. I literally tell Brian Robinson, unless it's pass pro, we don't need you. Like, stop taking the ball out of Five's hands.
No,
that's where I'm at with it.
It gotta be all Jaden from this point forward. There's nobody more dangerous in the NFL than number 5 late in the 4th quarter. When we get back, you will see him. The score is 20-20, all tied up. 4:41 to play. Washington with an opportunity to win their first playoff game in nearly 20 years. Jaden Daniels on the field when we get back. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day presented by Rude with Denton Dale and L. Willingham on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Can you feel all the limbs in your body right now? I can't. I mean, there's no place you would rather be. There is no place that I thought was going to be more of a determining factor to the season. Based off of the way the season ended and the way that Jaden played, wild card weekend, 20-20, all tied up. 4 minutes, 41 seconds to go, and Washington has the football. Now, Tampa has all 3 timeouts, Linnell. That is important. But I tweeted this out, and I mean it 100%. In a perfect world, I don't see Baker Mayfield again on offense.
No. It's got to be the way that you finish this out. Washington has been in this situation so many times this year. There's a lot of time left. It's 4:41, but if I'm Cliff and company, I'm being stingy with TOP right now. Let the clock bleed a little bit. I wouldn't do it immediately, but once you start inching towards midfield and you're going to have the ability to pin them deep, if you don't get the points here on this drive, I think you got to run some clock here in this situation. Try to, at least. I think the last drive, though, defensively for Washington,
our producer Max just pointed, why are they re-kicking the football? It's a touchback nonetheless. It was a touchback the first time. It was a touchback the second time. I don't know why they did that again.
Okay.
There was no movement. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. I don't know that that's crucially important.
Yeah.
But what is important is Washington gets the ball to 30.
You got to stay ahead of the chains here. You can't have negative plays. You got to keep moving the ball forward. I know that's not astute analysis, but you got to stay on schedule here.
There are no bad positive yardage plays.
Not at all. Not at all. And I also am at the point in the game, Dan, you said it earlier, you got to let 5 rip it, man. Let him make the decision. He's going to make the right one.
And understand, Tampa's going to blitz. They've been doing it all game. They're going to blitz. On first down, Jaden finds Terry for a gain of about 5.
That's like a run.
That's like
Love
a run.
It. Stays in bounds, clock's running.
It's way better than a run.
Perfect.
The Washington running backs, J.P. Finley just tweeted this out, 15 carries for 37 yards.
Yeah.
Not great.
Not good enough.
Jaden in the fourth quarter overtime, 12 touchdowns, 1,143 yards on a 72% completion percentage.
Yeah,
it's one of the best in the NFL.
They're playing with zeros. They're playing a zero, it's basically like a zero blitz look. Not a zero blitz look, but there's no safety high. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God.
Why are they continuing to run it with Brian Robb? If Jaden keeps that,
it's like a waste of a down.
It's literally a waste of a down. I don't understand. Is there something in Cliff's contract where he has to continue to run to Brian Robinson? If Jaden keeps that, Jaden's getting a nice gain. I mean, Levante David's probably in the hole there, and he might get out.
Cosme's got to give more on the double, man. Vita Vea makes the play because Biotish ends up being manned up with him. They're averaging 1.2 yards a rush in the second half. Dog.
And now you're at a 3rd and 6 rather than what could have been a nice play. This look from Tampa on defense is all over the place. It doesn't necessarily matter because Jaden finds Diami over the middle.
Is that 100 for Diami at this point?
I'll wait for that to be fully calculated. It's going to be close.
Denton, look at the clock, bro. 3:06 now. You're at that point where you can start winding it down here.
That was a pass at 21 yards for Diami Brown. That gets him to – he and Terry both have 89
yards. That's a big – big
throw over a leaping defender right on the money in stride to Diami Brown. Diami's picked the best day to have the best game of the season.
Literally.
He has 5 catches for 89 yards and a touchdown. In the regular season, he only had 1 touchdown. He had 308 yards in the regular season. He didn't have a game like this. They run the football again with Austin Eckler. You'll be surprised. It was a gain of nothing.
Take it to the 2-minute warning. Taking us all the way down to the 2-minute warning. Make Tampa call timeout.
This is fantastic clock management by Ty Bowles.
Yep.
That is completely tongue-in-cheek. If he had any sort of brains, he's calling his timeouts now.
I think he trusts his defense to get the stop. That's what I think.
I think he's too hard-headed. I don't know what he is doing. I'm grateful for it, but you want to the idea with the timeouts is you want to force as many plays into as short of a window of time. He just let 30 seconds go off the clock. I'm fine with it. The 2-minute warning is here. Washington and Tampa Bay are tied 20-20. It's going to be a 2nd down and 10 at the Tampa Bay 45 when Washington returns. man, if you don't love this, I don't know what to tell you, man. This is playoff football.
I can't believe what we're getting to watch. And the heavyweight bout that it's been, I just continue to be impressed with Washington punching back. It's not even that I continue to be impressed. It's what we've come to expect from this group. Like all year long, they've had the cliches that, initially in the beginning of the season were kind of like corny and cheesy, but Dan Quinn says it. We're always in the fight. There's nobody I'd rather go to war with. These guys, remember he was talking about it on the short week, they'd go out and play tomorrow if they could.
Right.
Like that's just the type of mentality that this group has. And this is special, man. I'm finally at the point where like I'm all the way leaned into it, man. It's hard for me to see this going any way but positive right now. That's genuinely how I'm feeling about this. And it's being in familiar territory, though, Denton. We've been here all year long.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about
thrived in this
adversity?
situation.
This is the adversity they have seen for literally like the past 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
This is normal.
The cardiac commanders, man.
By the way, they re-kicked that because the ball hit the sky wire.
That's why they were showing the drone on the way back.
Yeah.
This is how I know the game's getting good. My eyes are like doing this thing where they just start itching profusely. And it's going to look weird in here in a second, but I don't care. We're about to win our first playoff game since 2005.
Yeah.
Like,
it's going to
no
be
way.
a 2nd and 10 at the Tampa Bay 45 here with 2 minutes left to go.
Man, I'm stunned.
I mean, this has been a great day for Jaden.
Yeah, it has.
Offensively,
man.
I don't know that it's been a great day, but Jaden's 23 of 34 for 250 and 2 touchdowns, and he's the team's leading rusher. He's not been great running the football, but he has 11 carries for 36 yards. Diami has 5 catches for 89 yards and a touchdown. Terry has 7 for 89 and a touchdown. I mean, I think, by the way, you have answered the question because I saw this on social media. Should the team re-sign Diami Brown? Yes.
You're damn right they better re-sign him.
They should.
He's looking like wide receiver, too. It's not a bad one. He gets open. I'm just impressed by him because I remember a conversation I had with a member of the beat before last regular season. There were talks about whether or not Diami was going to make the roster. And
thank God he made it this year.
yeah.
I mean, thank God he made it this year.
out.
He's not going to get big money in the offseason, but Diami Brown got to stay here.
He's earned it, man.
He's had a hell of a performance.
So this is huge that you get positive yards on this. You don't want to put yourself in a 3rd and long situation here. So if you're Jaden, you can't take a sack and get the ball out of your hand. Okay. They pick it up well. Oh, wow.
Whoa,
Austin Eckler.
Austin Eckler.
Austin Eckler.
Huge.
Jaden
So
Daniel.
Jaden makes a very tight window out of the backfield throw to Austin Eckler. I thought that was going to get picked, Linnell. I thought Zero had a chance to make a play on that one, and he did not.
His body was out of position.
His
Jaden
body was a
recognized-
little too far to the left.
He was literally turned. He had his back to Eckler.
And Austin Eckler takes it for 18 yards. And just like that, they go from the 45 to the 27. Now Tampa's taking their time out. But this is something Tampa Bay should have done earlier. I need to make one thing perfectly clear here.
God, no way.
I need to make one thing perfectly clear. You are not playing for a field goal. You're playing for a touchdown.
They're about to run the clock out, Denton.
You're
They're literally going to run the clock out.
I'm playing for a touchdown. Keep being aggressive. I don't want to see you just take some knees. Keep being aggressive.
Yes.
I want the ball in
gotta
Jaden's
stay in
hands.
Five's hands.
It got to stay in his
Boot
hands.
him. Play action. Do whatever the hell you got to do. Oh, my God. No way this is about to happen, dog. I love that Austin's out there, too.
It's 20
Is that
to
a false
20.
start?
It looked like it was a.
Oh, they just let him
offside.
go. Oh, my God. What's happening?
That's the biggest run of the day for a running back.
No.
Austin Eckler picks up 8 yards.
It's happening.
They're not. Todd Bowles isn't calling his timeouts.
It's because he's conceding. It's happening, isn't it?
What is he? Is Todd Bowles okay? He's letting the clock run. It's 20 to 20. It's a 2nd and 2. Todd Bowles might get fired for this. I don't know what Todd Bowles is doing. I'm perfectly okay with Todd Bowles being Todd Bowles right now.
Oh,
They keep it
got
with
the
Austin
stop.
Eckler. That's going to be a 3rd and 1. Now he's going to use his timeout, but he just let 30 seconds go. He just let a full-blown 30 seconds go off the clock.
I just, wow. I can't believe the guts of this group, man.
Hey, there's still a lot of time left. We got to chill.
The throw to Eckler was
was
the
crazy.
one, bro.
That throw to Eckler was crazy.
Dude, Yaya Diaby is like in the most awkward position. His back's not completely to Eckler, but he can't. I know why. It did look like a risky ass throw.
It definitely did, but he made it
But
work.
based on the body posture, there was no chance that he was getting to the football. I can't believe this is happening.
So the score's 20-20 with about 54 seconds left to go. It's going to be a 3rd and 2 at Tampa's 19. You've had success with Eckler on this drive. He's had a run for 18 yards. He also had that catch that you mentioned for 18 yards. But if you're speaking just running the football, he's had the run for 8 yards, but he did just get stopped for no gain on 2nd and 2. What are you doing here on 3rd and 2? I'm keeping it in Jaden's hands in some capacity.
Somebody said it in the chat. I'm gonna give him credit. Who is it? Because I agree. This is the biggest 3rd down of the season. Put Marcus back in. Go back to that I formation. Give it to Jaden on the jet sweep. I'm giving it to Jaden on the jet sweep here.
I'd be interested to see that's a ballsy play now. But if it works, you
gotta get these 2 yards.
If he works, he scores.
Yeah, I think that's.
Although I don't know if you want to. Then you get to the question of, do you want to score a touchdown with 50 seconds left? I mean, I think a touchdown is a touchdown.
Oh my God, Mariota coming in for short yardage. JP just said it. He just tweeted it.
This is going to be huge. This is going to be huge.
That would be my play. I would go. This is what they did before. It's B-Rob as the up back. It's Jaden as the deep back. They motion Jaden to the wing, and then they motion him back across the formation on a jet. And give it to him.
I mean, this is going to be huge.
Oh my God! What the bleep is happening right now?
I'm so nervous. My watch is telling me I got to get out of these stressful environments. My stress level, according to my watch,
is trying to tell you to leave.
My watch is like, you need to relax. My stress level is literally an 82 out of 100 right now, according to this damn thing.
I can't believe. Is NBC taking their sweet ass time coming back from commercial?
This is a long commercial.
And I think the play is already happening.
Which, I mean, we are, all right, here we go. This is a 3rd down and 1. So it's a 3rd and 1, and you see Jaden in the huddle. And you see Mariota in the huddle. So that they're looking at that short yardage situation potentially that we have seen already.
Oh, there it is.
Jaden is in the backfield.
They're right back to it.
They are right back to it. They're doing the exact same thing.
Jet sweep to Jaden right here. Jet sweep to Jaden right here.
Mariota sends him in motion. They're trying to get him to jump.
Oh, they're going to kick the field goal.
They're trying to get him to jump.
I'm tripping. It's 3rd and 1. They don't have to run a play.
No, they don't have to. They're going to burn a timeout. They try to get Tampa to jump. I don't hate that. That's discipline by Tampa Bay. I don't hate that at all.
What the hell is my life, dog? I remember sneaking into the living room to cut on the TV when I was on punishment in like my 9th grade of high school, and it was Darrell Young scoring 3 touchdowns against the LA Chargers. Something stupid in a game that didn't matter. I remember Washington going to Toronto and getting their ass busted by Ryan Fitzpatrick and company. You remember that?
I remember that one.
Holy hell. And now look at us.
All right, this is a big 3rd and 1 here. This is a massive, massive 3rd and 1 here.
Oh, my gosh.
If they don't get it, you kick a field goal, but Tampa gets the ball with a lot of time left. If you get it, you then put yourself in a position to walk this bad boy off.
Oh, Lord, have mercy, Jesus.
And that is De'Ami Brown. There's no Terry on the field. It's De'Ami Brown. And you get Ben Sinnott in there as well. Oh, this play.
He got it.
Oh, Jaden is the one. A boot keeper. And Jaden gets the 1st down, makes a guy miss in the backfield, dives across. Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh, my Lord.
That was a sensational. That's why Jaden Daniels is him.
Wow, man. Somebody makes a play. They're highlighting Kalijah Cansey. Cansey gets penetration, and Jaden just stiff arms him.
Jaden says, not today, my friend.
Look at Andrew Wiley. Big self on the perimeter.
That's Andrew Wiley making up for that massive loss for I told you he was going to get it back.
Wiley.
I told you he was going to get it back. What a play. What a play from Jaden. Oh, my God. I'm running out of words to describe what this guy is.
Oh, my gosh.
He is a different kind of animal. They called their final timeout with 39 seconds left to go, Tampa Bay did. Zane Gonzalez is warming up. There's 39 seconds here, so Washington has the ability here to run one play, take this thing down to make it be a walk-off, and then get out of here, get out of Tampa Bay with a win. They're lining up, though, in a regular play, Linnell. So they got two guys wide. Do you think they take one shot at the end zone, or do you think they'd be conservative? They're going to be conservative.
They're trying to get him on the head.
Oh, whoa. Jaden get hit a little bit. So they're going to get him where he wants it to, and this is going to come down to Zane Gonzalez. I mean, you want to talk about poetry. This coming down to a kicker is poetry.
I can't believe this. The defense, I'm starting to just put everything in a perspective. They held this group to bleeping 20 points, man. All week long, we talked about how fearful we were of the defense and how the defense was. I feel like I'm living a damn dream right now. It literally does not feel real. Zane Gonzalez has been banging stuff through. Their locker room's probably going to be a madhouse if he makes this thing.
Oh, I'm going to be a madhouse if he makes this thing. We are going to be a madhouse if he makes this thing. We got Doc Walker and Toby Altizer standing by the way. Max, I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing to the boss as well. We're completely blowing through a break. We're going to deal with the consequences of that because this is the most important. This is the biggest kick in this franchise's history in decades. It's Zane Gonzalez with an opportunity to send Washington to the divisional round and be the first postseason win for the Commanders in 18 years, almost to the exact date. The last time Washington won a playoff game was January 6th of 2006.
Wow.
It's now January 12th of 2025. 19 years, really. All right. Zane Gonzalez, 37 yards out for the win. If he misses, it goes to overtime, but this is for the win here.
Tampa's got no timeouts.
They can't ice him. He dunked it in! He dunked it in! Oh, he dunked it in! Zane sends Washington to Detroit! Oh, you can't make it up! Oh, poetry! It's poetic! Zane Gonzalez from 37 yards doinks Washington to Detroit for the first time in 19 years. Washington wins a playoff game. Oh, my heart can't take it. My heart cannot take it. Linnell, holy smokes.
Thank you, Lord.
We survived. God is good all the time.
Damn, Jaden Daniels.
He gave us Jaden Daniels, and he gave us a really friendly
no way,
crossbar.
Jaden freaking Daniels, bro.
To the Redskins. Hail victory.
I don't even know. Bro, he literally almost shanked it,
He
bro.
almost shanked that thing, and he doinked it in.
No way.
Oh, my God. Beautiful. All right, we got our guys, Toby Altizer and Doc Walker. Max, can we make sure they get their microphones on here? Fellas, we got the post-game crew sitting by with us in another studio. I mean, holy smokes, what a way to win a game. The poetry, Toby, of this thing coming down to a kicker. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker for the post-game. How about that?
Insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely. You knew it was going to have to be close, right? You knew it was going to slide. It was going to do off the upright for the win. Insane. Insane. I don't even know what to say. First time in my life, this team has won a playoff game. And they're moving on to the divisional round to take on the Lions.
I mean, the play from Jaden, that call on the 3rd and short. Doc, you were one of the big uglies back in the day. You're out there on the perimeter making that block. What are you seeing when Jaden makes that decision, making a guy miss in the backfield and getting across that first down marker?
Well, that's all JD5. I mean, you don't win unless you have a freak on your side of the ball. And this was a great example of why that young man should be at least mentioned for league MVP. because there's only a handful of guys that can do what he does in crunch. I knew the further the game got closer to the end, the more trouble they were in. And we left points on the floor today, but that's learning. We still have to learn how to win, but we're not afraid to win. And with that guy, everybody on his team deserves the right to live with him. And don't blow this, because sky's the limits. Because this dude is
I mean, he is a different beast.
Yeah.
Every single time he's given an opportunity to do something nuts, he does something nuts.
Yeah, and the guys around him, he makes everybody else better, because guys make plays for him. We got beat on the offensive line. When you win a game like this and you were whipped one-on-one as often as they were up front, that means you're living right.
Man.
And if we can get our best players got their behinds whipped tonight, but that's playoff football. So now if they can recover and get better, and they will, because you survived it. They survived it. Anybody that thought Lattimore was going to come out there and cover an all-pro receiver doesn't know the game at all, which is most of the market. So he's going to be even better next week. But he had to go through this. Nobody who hasn't been playing going to go in and stop a dude like that. Never. But he'll be better next week. That was beautiful, man. I'm so happy for you guys, because you haven't seen much.
I mean, I was 11 years. I wasn't even 11 years old. I was 10 years old the last time this team won a playoff game against these very Buccaneers.
I don't even remember it.
Must have zero recollection of what happened.
I mean,
in 2005.
No, that's why I'm happy for you,
Linnell. I mean, third down, they bust through. They have Jaden right there. He stiff arms Cansey and puts the game on ice. And then Zane Gonzalez has to give us some dramatics.
We have one of the guys at the damn position, and that's the crazy part about it. He's a star.
Yeah, he's Jim Brown. He's sweetness. We've all grown up. I triple you guys in age, but I remember guys when I was your age that were at the top of their games. The good news is that we have one. Now the key is, can we protect him? Can we keep him healthy? And can we help him so he doesn't have to do it all on his own? And today, I think there was a collaborative effort all the way across the board, but we got to be better.
Yeah.
And I hope they know it, or you'll get crushed
by Detroit.
In Detroit, but whoever you play, but we can beat anybody.
Well, they showed you
if they get their head out of the rear end and compete.
Absolutely.
I'm thoroughly impressed. I know Jaden Daniels was amazing, but if I would have told all three of you gentlemen 3 hours before kickoff, couple hours before kickoff, they would hold Tampa to 20 points. The job they did defensively, to me, is the real story of this football game. It's bend but don't break. Opportunistic, Bobby Wagner jumping on top of the football.
God.
Doc, you've gone all the way before. When you have a special season, things got to bounce your way. And they, like you said, they're living right now. But I got to give credit to the defense, because that was the big reason I didn't think if they were going to lose, I thought that was the reason why I picked them in the pregame. But I thought, man, the defense has got a tall task. They saved their best performance of the season damn near for the biggest moment.
But you weren't wrong. Your football IQ, believe it or not, you do have a high one, and you went with it. That's about it. But you were right. Anybody that picked Washington just because they got Burgundy and Gold underwear, that's okay. You're a cheerleader. But if you consider yourself objective and you're a student of the game of pro football, you had to like Baker at home based on he's a badass, which means we could even go further because we actually contained it.
Well, so going into this game, Doc, it was, to me, there were four things that you feel like, okay, can they figure out a way to fix one of these things?
Mm-hmm.
It was, can they run the football? They didn't do that particularly well.
And we didn't.
Can they stop the run? They didn't really do a great job of that.
Not really, but.
Can they stop the pass?
Not
They didn't really do a good job of that.
Yeah.
They eliminated the mistakes, Doc.
There you
That's
go.
the big thing, yeah.
I mean,
you
how
go. Only
about
what they
that?
have two. That was about it.
I mean, how about that? Like, you
Yeah.
get down the stretch, Washington's not the team screwing up. Jalen McMillan's running into Baker. That's how that stuff happens.
Right.
Washington took advantage, and they looked like the team that had been there before.
Yeah, we eliminate the self-inflicted wounds minimized those. But again, we had played at a higher spirit.
I can't believe this. So the schedule just comes out. Washington goes to Detroit next weekend.
Beautiful.
Saturday, 8 p.m. kickoff on Fox. So they're in prime time once again. But like,
why not? Where would you put them?
Yeah, where else would you put them?
Where would you put them?
It's the best spot. Look,
Everybody in the world.
I may put it back. On Sunday
wants to see
I don't know
them.
what to do. I don't know what to say.
Watch TV.
Much watch.
Jaden Daniels.
You got to do it.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. As much as I hate this late night gig thing, guy at my age, I should be in bed at 6 p.m. But this is prime time. I'm in a location. The buzz in this town right now. I saw some people that have been there pre-RFK.
I'm going to the airport tonight. I'm meeting them when they come in town.
Let me tell you something.
I'm going to the damn airport tonight.
You won't be able to stay awake. But the level of watching people, and people older than I am, and the satisfaction you get of seeing people like you guys, you've never strayed away. You're frustrated, but you've never quit on them. And now you're being rewarded. And there's people they're talking about. They're mentioning, we're talking parade. They're planning on being wherever they got to go. They'll try to get to the Motor City. And it's only fitting that it is Detroit to me.
Yeah.
I wanted Detroit or Philly. I just want to go big because knowing where the networks are going to put you, honestly, I didn't expect to be in prime time tonight. When this came out, I go, man, this is unbelievable.
He's the hottest ticket in the world right now.
People want to see this guy. People want to watch this dude. And he was 24-35 for 268 and 2 touchdowns and ran for 36 yards tonight. He's everything. You can give the MVP to all these other people.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. Lamar's been incredible. Josh Allen's been incredible.
How electric it is in here.
Oh, I'm going to get my boy Dan Miller, my old tag team partner, on this week. And, he's DC kid, grew up here, pride of Flint Hill, Stu Vetter. And their city's electric. They remind me a lot of us when they were really good. We've ended their seasons in Washington. A few times they've surfaced up. We've snuffed them out. And now we go into the Lions' Den with no fear.
I mean,
our boys. That's the thing about our staff. These dudes come out straight out thugs. They're not going to be scared. They're nobody concerned. They go right. That's why they weren't scared of Philly. I know they weren't scared. Fans were shaking their boots. They're not afraid.
Doc,
nothing.
Is there another dude in the NFC that you want at quarterback other than Jaden Daniels?
In the NFC? No. There's
not. There's the dudes in the AFC that are studs.
Oh.
But in the NFC?
Yeah. No. And I really don't. As much as I love Burrow, I'll take Wheels.
Yeah.
He can throw with Joe. Joe can't run with him.
Yeah.
Now, that feel of the pocket, what Joe does in the pocket is a gift that, what the kid in Kansas City had. Those are innate gifts that nobody's coaching.
Well, and you know what's just like all those guys, though, Doc? Mm-hmm. Regardless of who's best, whatever. Mm-hmm. Jaden shows up when it's time, baby.
When it matters.
He does. And
Cliff
Cliff has had an influence with 2 or 3 of those guys.
Yeah.
The interesting part about this is Cliff. And now really understanding how to match things up to enhance his skill set. And the fact that he's not a jackass, he's a gym rat.
Mm-hmm.
So these 2 intellectuals, because let's face it, people that think at a different level, they seem to be weird. It happens all the time. But when you get a guy like that working with you, you're on the jet stream.
Yeah.
That's why Jaden's so easy to coach. Because he's like a coach.
Yeah. He loves it just as
He's
much
not
as
like
Cliff
some scatterbrained guy hanging out on social media trying to see how many DMs he got. I guarantee you right now he'll be on that. He'll have that, got the damn thing they call a kaleidoscope, whatever it is. He'll be watching that stuff tonight.
He might be doing that on the flight home.
He might be on, there you go.
The virtual reality.
He's a gym rat.
Yeah.
He's like Larry Bird, lick Indiana, putting up shots outside of a barn all night. You don't make guys like that. Most guys, they worry about the club.
Oh, yeah.
What time I'm getting back from the club. Well, this dude here, That's why we have a chance.
You know all he's worried about, Doc? What time we suiting up next week? Because
Suiting
we're
up.
moving on, baby.
Yeah, I
we're
love
moving
it.
on.
I love it.
Washington wins
love it.
23-20 over the Buccaneers. They're on to the divisional round. We got to hit a break. We're way past, but Washington advances 800
Blame Denton
636.
Day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's Denton's fault. 800 636 1067. If you want to hop in, the MGM National Harbor Listener Line's going to be open all night. We're with you till 2 o'clock. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker. I don't know if Linnell's sticking around or not. If Linnell can't sleep, he's always welcome to hang out as well.
Who?
Hey, we got the youngest in charge. And what do we want to call you, Doc?
Why don't we just call it the highest IQ in charge?
There we go. Let's hit a break, Max. We'll come back. We got you Burgundy and Gold post-game show right here
MAX.
on The Fan. It is the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Toby Altizer, the one and only Rick Doc Walker. It's presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power. And visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Doc, Washington is moving on as Zane Gonzalez doinks it off the right upright and through, and Washington wins 23-20.
Yeah, I'm relieved. I didn't need the extra stress of going further.
Here, hold on. I think your mic's off.
I don't think.
There we go.
I wasn't built to go for the additional stress. I still think we'd have won no matter what. But
you know what's crazy,
right.
Doc, and we're going to get to your phone calls in just a second. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines? They're full right now. We're going to get to you as soon as we can. If you're there, hang out. We got to pay some bills, but we'll make sure to get to you guys. Real quick, though, Doc. 4 minutes left. They get the ball back. They can go win it. Tie game. They've been in that spot how many times this year? And so you felt confident there.
Yeah.
You felt confident.
So did they.
And you saw it on that drive, didn't you?
Absolutely. When you make plays like that's the fifth time, I believe, that they've succeeded in crunch. Not been in it, but succeeded.
I mean, they have lived in crunch time,
It's like
Doc.
working on a trick play. You work on it hoping that in the event we get to do it, we do it. They do it. This is the fifth time they've done it. They're like the Globetrotters now. They do it on demand.
Yeah, right. And good thing about this team right now, like the Globetrotters, they always seem to win, Doc.
They win, baby.
They always seem to
and
win.
that's the beauty about it. Had we not won, man, I would be torn apart. And it's about winning. This team competes. It's not the best in every area, but you can't convince them of that. And if they just stay humble this week, and now they go up against a giant, and what was that?
That's a fired up Linnell Willingham.
What was that? Was that Big Willie?
That's
okay.
Linnell
That's
Willingham.
Big Willie.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to Toothpick. Toothpick, the Commanders are moving on. What's going on, dude?
Hey, Doc.
Hey, champion. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing good.
You know
Happy
what?
for y'all. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. And pretty soon you're gonna have to share the master bedroom with him, because you know if we keep winning like this, he's gonna earn the right to spend some time in there.
Well, first off, Doc, let's not worry about where things are happening. Okay.
Well, she's the only champion in the house. I'm just calling it straight.
Yeah. I just told her, hey, look, Doc, I told her, I said, when we had like 4 something on the clock, I said, the rest of that time is ours. I said, the rest of that time is ours. And then sure enough, we get a doink for the win. You know, KC got a doink for the division. You know, we just going to keep moving forward. We'll take it however we can. It's about advance and survive right now. Detroit, y'all need to get ready because we coming. We not scared. So it is what it is right now, Doc. It's our time. It's our time.
Well, I want to believe that, but you know and I know that we got to get better this week.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In practice. Now, if you mess around this week, hanging out downtown at the mall, being patted on the back, you're gonna get your behinds toe up next week.
Hey, Doc, Diami played a game. Best game of his career.
Oh, he's got it in him, man.
Showed up.
So happy for him. You know, not everybody. A lot of the math freaks keep talking about wide receivers, how we need a one. Terry's not a one.
Well, Terry's a one, I'll tell you that.
Oh, no. Listen to him. You hear it all the time. He's not a one, and what is this and that? You know, luckily, they don't know anything about the art of the sport, so it doesn't really matter what they say.
Yeah.
But I love listening to him saying that Terry he's a weapon of mass destruction.
Yes.
Just ask the opponent.
Yes, he is.
Absolutely. Toothpick, appreciate the phone call, man. Go celebrate.
Congratulations, Pick. First.
Yes, sir.
Drink podcast. Got you, baby. Tuesday.
All right, man. We got to hit a break here. Commanders win. They're advancing. They're going to take on the Detroit Lions. If you're on the phone, stay right there. We're going to get to your phone calls. 636-1067. You want to hop in? You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker on the Fan and the Team 980.
Hoorah.
to send Washington to the Final Eight. The Washington Commanders off the upright, and it is in! They doink their way to the divisional round! Unbelievable! From 30...
Doink to Detroit. How about that? How about that? Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth on the call on NBC. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker. It's presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Doc, what a time, man. I mean, this season has been so fun, and it just keeps on rolling on. Right? I don't know that any of us expected them to win 12 games, much less win a playoff game, and here we are getting ready for a divisional round game after they win this one with a doink off the upright to go to Detroit. How about it?
Well, it really defines what we talk about a lot. In every game, there's that pivotal moment. And we've got a guy that seems to be like a pole vaulter when it comes to pivotal moments, JD5. And he's either going to have the ball in his hands or get it to somebody to make that happen.
Yeah.
Over and over and over, like a great point guard, like Irvin Magic Johnson running the Lakers, Larry Bird, the Celtics. If you look at Golden State and the marksman, people have defined, now I'm putting him, that's way too much. Those guys are at the end of their career and accomplished. But for a puppy to be such a badass at this early part of his career, thank God he doesn't act like it.
Right?
Because you can't deny it.
No, and you're talking about moments. You can pick the third down. You can pick the third down throw to De'Ami Brown on the final drive. You can pick 6-7 plays from just this game.
Yeah, every game.
Because he's the one who did it.
Yeah.
Right? Like the defense played well. It all starts and ends with 5. And he didn't turn the ball over today.
Bingo.
He took care of the football.
Bingo.
With knowing that everything was on his back.
And then Cliff, imagine how much fun it is for Cliff Kingsbury to think of what to call. And I'm sure there's some leadway within the calls. This has got to be so much fun for him.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's why when people talk about Kingsbury got the Bears. Would you leave this to go to that trash heap? You could do the best work of your life and still fail. Because we know now it's not just X's and O's. It's who's above you and who's below you.
Well, and Doc, he said a couple weeks ago that coming here brought back his joy for football. Well, a night like tonight's going to add or that joy. You want to leave this?
What, going to ruin it?
He ain't going anywhere. He ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, well, he earned the right. He's earned the right. He's sought after. I ain't mad at him. But this is year one. And, again, this is not over. We've done more than nothing. We've done something. But just imagine, first of all, we don't know when this ends.
That's the scary part, Doc.
That slipper ain't off yet. We don't know when this ends.
We were talking in the break.
Yeah.
If you can outscore Detroit, if you can put up some points,
you got a chance.
You
the
got
49ers
a shot.
Showed you a couple weeks ago. They're depleted. But they got heart.
Yeah, you can't count them out.
You can't count them out.
For next week.
You can't
and
count them out.
And so who knows how long it goes.
Now,
and they're only going to get better.
The wager, I can't wait to listen to Sheehan and the boys in terms of how the money's going to flow, because this is attractive.
Oh, big time.
Oh, this is going to be, I can't wait. I love hearing it.
I'll be curious to see what they set that line at.
I can't wait. It's so interesting. I love the wager game. I love how it's orchestrated, how it's played. BetQL, all the folks love them to death. I love the art of it, the courage that it takes. Look at Max. That's what happens when it don't work out well for you. Okay?
Yeah.
The rings around his eyes.
Yeah.
That's not from lack of sleep.
Yeah. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. Let's get out to Chris in North Carolina. Chris, we're moving on, baby.
Hey, guys.
Moving on.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Doing great.
Hey, man, that was the most exciting. That's unreal, dude. I was pacing. My heart rate was like at 130. I just was like freaking just going crazy. That was amazing. And it's all because of the change. These guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. It was just amazing. I don't have a better word for it.
I
Sorry.
just saw Doc Walker
No,
on
you
TV.
amazing, brother.
I wish you were bringing some of this pizza over to the studio like you are on TV right now.
Well, talk to the boss. It can be arranged. I know people who know people.
Chris, how about Jaden Daniels?
Man, that dude, you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of John Wick. And why I say that is because you know that guy's going to get you in the end. He's going to take you and methodically defeat you, and he does it calm and doesn't get out of hand. That's who he reminds me of.
That is awesome.
Chris, appreciate the phone call.
Being referred to Wick, that is
incredible. Comp.
That is awesome.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good.
Wick.
Let's get out to, is it Ethan or Ethan in Annapolis? What's going on?
It's Athen in Annapolis.
Athen in
How
Annapolis.
you guys doing?
How's it going, Athen?
Hey, good. You know, it kind of reminds me of Maverick from Top Gun. You know, the guy just knows he's that good, and he doesn't blink. He doesn't blink, and it's like, you know, you tell me this is before your time, but you watch the first Top Gun movie, and he goes head to head with the instructor, and they're up there, and he's like, yeah, the instructor's probably saying, holy, you know what, it's Maverick and Goose. That's the way Jaden operates. That's how this team operates, you know. They just don't blink. I mean, they can't stop the run. They can't run the ball. B-Rob averaged 1.5 yards a carry, and it didn't matter. They blew 2 fourth-down conversions where I'm sitting there screaming, why don't you kick the field goal? It doesn't matter. This team is special. The black cloud has been lifted, and you see all the other things around them, like RFK. It's about to come down. They go ahead with the land. It just seems like every bad sense of juju left over from that that poison that was here in Dan Snyder. It's just gone. All the erosion of the fan base is coming back, and you know I can't even begin to think how exciting it is for Doc, who got to play for this team. So the sky's the limit, but the league is taking notice. That's the biggest thing. Everybody's looking at us saying, "I want to play them." You know, look at that guy. Look what he's doing. So glad to share it with you all. Hell of a win. Hell of a way to find a way to win. Hail to the Redskins.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
You know, it is amazing. In public now, people come up to me because I'm closer to 100 than I am to 50, and they'll say, my father. They tell you stories about their dad, and I'm like, me being a knucklehead, I'm like, yo, with Pops, I'm going to...
Dave Jagler, great voice of the Nats.
Oh, the man.
He tweeted, best DC doink since Howie Kendrick. You know what Howie Kendrick led to, right?
You telling me that was against my people.
We were talking about this in the break, and we got to hit another break. But
okay,
how about this, Doc? Mm-hmm. We're hearing all these things. Most wins since 91.
Mm-hmm.
Most All-Pros since 91. It's the last Super Bowl team. It's one of the greatest teams of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Last time they won a playoff game, 2006, the 2005 season down in Tampa. It's all coming around, Doc. It's all coming around. Last time they were good. Last time they won really did something. Won a Super Bowl. This is the best team since then. 2005, last time they went and won a playoff game. Same building, they just went and won one. I mean, it's crazy the parallels that this team has to some of the history of this franchise and taking away that stink that's been here for so long.
Yeah, when you're talking to guys that you actually played with, as I did tonight, that were there on the 81 team, first team with Gibbs, and those playoffs, that's when you really see it, when guys like that, you know, are saying, remember this. Remember when they see it. And different guys, you know, Gary Clark tonight was there, you know, was just, the pride is so deep. We want so desperately for these guys to get it done so they can enjoy you. Because it's the fan base that's the treasure that's here. It's the people. That's the real gift about being in the DMV. It's the fan base. And I can't wait to have y'all unleashed on these kids.
I mean, you're seeing it, Doc. You're
coming.
seeing it. And people my age, they didn't get to really experience it growing up.
At all. You were robbed.
But kids are now asking for Jaden jerseys.
Yeah, you see Big Willie when he came in there screaming, huh?
Yeah.
That's not fake.
No, it's not. It's 100% real.
No, he's real.
It's how most of the area feels.
He
if not all
real.
the area.
He's real.
It's
and
been
that's
incredible.
why I can't wait to see. I just want a parade. It's like when the Nats and the Caps, when we've celebrated the Mystics, when we have celebrated with them, like right now watching Lions and Caps the other night, and it was a war. and they come out victor, and you're like, anything that this is contagious, and they're seeing us win around here, and that all is coming back. The push for Ovi. And that's what the best thing about this area with the synergism. Turtles beat my boys the other night. Beat the Bruins. Beat them up on the hardwood.
It's a good time to be in the DMV.
That's
Doc.
my point.
It's a good time.
We're
to be
winning
in,
in
the
a
DMV.
number of different areas.
And you know what, Doc? It's been
beautiful.
good times to be in the DMV for the Nats. It's been good times to be in the DMV for the Caps.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since it's been good to be in the DMV because this
Hoyas are
Washington
coming
football
up.
team is
Hoyas are
playing,
punching.
and they got a quarterback.
But see, that's the whole key. It is amazing. And can I say this? We got two.
Mariota plays well.
We got two quarterbacks.
How about that play today?
Love
Cliff Kingsbury getting in his bag, as they say, right? You got Jaden Daniels dotting the I. That's having a little fun.
Bet he got covered. I bet you Detroit is going to spend 30 minutes or an hour on that.
They're going to be watching it.
And that's what they do it for.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Got to hit a break. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold post-game show. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker right here on the Fan and the Team 980.
Oh, we're here till 2? Yeah. Okay. No, it's when he said this, we've been running short, so they finally, okay, good. Yeah, so we got plenty of time, and these people will be there. If we had a home game, this would have really been a layup. But they're at bars, and the bars don't close till last go. It'll be fine. $2.49 if I'm at home. Can't believe they won 13 games. And I'm so glad Ron still lives.
On to the divisional rounds. The Commanders get it done in the wild card round against Tampa tonight. Their first win since the 05 season, 19 years ago. In Tampa, they get the win, and they do it again tonight as they beat the Buccaneers 23-20 on a walk-off Zane Gonzalez field goal that had to add a little drama, Doc, right off the right upright. It went right through, but they had to add a little bit of drama. And it wasn't it just right for this team, though?
It was. Big Willie would have had a heart attack if that went off. I did, it's like, look, there's only so much drama you can take. It wouldn't have meant that we lost. It would have continuance. Game goes, I still believe we'd have won. So I was like, whatever. Let's just keep going.
Well, Doc, what's crazy about this is coming down the stretch of the season, the team's been playing okay. I wouldn't say they've been playing their A game. They've been doing fine, right? They're finding ways to win games. And what do they need tonight? They didn't have their A game in every spot.
No.
They didn't play their best in every spot. What did they need? They need to just find a way to win.
And
that's what they did. That's what they did, right?
Yeah.
Just find a way to win. That's the beauty of the playoffs, like we were talking about. It doesn't matter what it looks like. You just win.
Yeah, they stayed within themselves, but usually they dictate one side of the game. We still got to fix this run game.
Oh,
yeah. As exciting as it is to be in, we can't be blind to this. We've been there. We understand this in the past. Our history shows you. Run it. Dictate the tempo. And right now we can't, and I don't know why. And people ask me, my inbox is full of, is Rob tipping? What's up with Rob?
Yeah.
Is he hurt? Is it asking me? I go, let's go after further evaluation. Need to really see the game again. When you're watching the game, you can't see the game. Really need to see the game again to evaluate it. What I do know is that how we compete. When you compete as hard as we compete, you don't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
We just compete so hard, and then, you got JD5, and so.
Well, and once again, Jaden Daniels was a leading rusher for the team with 36 rushing yards.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a caller mention him earlier. Terry had 89 receiving yards to lead the team. He was tied for the team lead, 7 catches, 89 yards, and a touchdown. Tied for the team lead, De'Ami Brown, 5 catches, 89 yards, and a touchdown. That dude stepped up huge today.
Again.
Huge
Stepped up again.
today.
Again.
Big time.
Again.
What a game for De'Ami Brown.
Yeah, I love that, man, because so many people, you hear the rumblings was saying, we need a number 2, we need a 2. You got more than that. What we need is protection. We get good protection, we got enough people to go catch it. And this kid's normal. And then again, all the JD5 does, and we got to go, hey, the dude's still a rookie. Remember this.
He's
now.
only going to get better, Doc.
Yeah, because you want to be critical about things. Well, dude, could you get the ball a little bit lower? Could you be about 6 inches? The dude is throwing lasers.
Well, and the beautiful thing is you're seeing stuff that we saw back in training camp. He never puts the ball in harm's way. How many throws tonight could have been picked off? 1? And Terry did a good job of breaking it up at the goal line there on 3rd down. He threw it outside, and Dean great coverage by Dean.
Yeah.
That's the only one. He doesn't put the ball in harm's way. He takes care of it, and everything's on his back right now, Doc. I mean, he knows it. The other team knows it. You go back to week 17, the Falcons game.
Mm-hmm.
Mariota's telling him to stand up and get his win, which is a big leadership moment. Why?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't about Jaden. It's about every other dude on the football team. When they see 5 standing up, they feel like they got a shot.
That's right.
When 5's walking around, they feel like they got a shot.
It's inspirational. When you play with guys that are different, and they're different, they do things, you see them, like Riggo and Joe Washington and James Arthur Monk. Clark. Guys, and to them, it's normal. But you don't see other people doing things that they do. You get a number of those guys on one side of the ball. And if you don't believe me, watch Detroit. Watch our opponent this week. That's what they feed off. The Niners gave them all they could handle in the last regular season game.
Oh, yeah.
That was a pride statement for Frisco. And they came out, but these guys just keep responding. They get slugged, and they punch back. And they're going for it. Now, they're going to wear you out. Because they're like we are. They're going 4 downs. You get a good play on 3rd down, so what?
And by the way, Great call by Dan Quinn today.
Yes.
That's how they got here.
Yes.
And they said, we're going to punch you in the mouth. We're going to go win this football
We're
game.
going to get it.
We're going to go win it.
Yeah.
Didn't punt the ball at all. Tressway was AWOL.
Put the
It
pressure
was
on you.
Holder Tressway again today.
Well, you're playing that animal this week. That's why this matchup, you're playing somebody that has similar traits that looks at you and goes, bring your big boy britches.
Well, in two fan bases, Doc, that for so long were battered and beaten.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got Detroit, who's now gotten to they're there, right? They're the team. And you got Washington, who's looking to get to that point, and it's year one of that. Those two fan bases going against one another, it's going to be a heck of a matchup.
Oh, man. Man, it is. D.C., Motor City. Boy, it's going to be a rumble. It is going to be, because there's so much history. Last time Detroit had surfaced and had a shot, we ended that here. Again, most of the time, they've had to travel through the NFC where there's been a Burgundy and gold blockade.
Well, and by the way, you see a parallel, too, in the head coaches. They're different styles in terms of the way they lead, but it's the same style of how they've impacted the culture and the team, right? Dan Campbell's the brash out in front, and I'm going to fight for you, that guy. Dan Quinn is the same sort of dude, but a little more reserved, not quite as out front and brash.
Right.
But it's the same style of impact.
Very
right?
similar.
That everybody wants to play for this guy. They're going to play hard. You know, even if you're not going to come out on top, you're going to fight to the last possible chance.
Yeah, and they both had spent time in the evil empire. Both of them have. And one's offense, one's defense. But it's an authenticity. Their people believe in them. And when you hear this leader of men crap, but so few people are capable of it. That's the problem with it. It's not a gift everybody has. These two guys were born with it.
Yeah, special.
And their teams fight. So this is going to be one that somebody will die in the contest. That's what this represents. Because nobody's going to punk out.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist in this week.
No.
Not going to happen. So that's why the faint of heart don't even, this is not a talk about game. This is like, you hear a lot of that rumbling coming out of Philly because there's a lot of people that do cowardly acts, hiding behind things, being really tough, but you don't know who they are.
Yeah.
That's different. Detroit and D.C., they're going to see you.
Nothing fake.
Nothing fake. It's going to be up
fake.
front, and this is why there'll probably be enough respect that it'll be up front. It'll be no problems. But it's going to be handled on the field. But it's going to be a rumble. It's going to be the kind of ball that you're going to really love it because everybody gives second effort. The backs are never really tackled until three people hit on top of him. Eckler today, you never know when he's down.
Yeah.
Because he's really never down.
Yeah.
Till three people tackle him. You know? And then we got to figure out this deal with B-Rob. Something's up. I don't know what's up.
There's a lot of stuff. That's the beautiful part.
Yeah,
they
you
won
can't
today.
go from savage to civil.
They didn't max out today.
No.
And they still got a lot of room to
Don't know what's
improve.
up with it. I don't
They
know.
got a lot to work on
I
going
like
into
the
next
backfield.
week.
Love the coach. Love everything about him. Question mark. And then again, up front, our prize bull today wasn't his best performance.
Yeah.
So when your top dog is not barking, everyone is affected by it. Badass was coming off injury. So we were a little down in that department. We got to get boosted.
Big
up.
time. Big time. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. We'll get to a lot of your phone calls in the next hour. The Commanders are moving on. They're going to take on Detroit in the divisional round next week. We'll take your phone calls next. 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. It's the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker.
all time in NFL history in terms of the ball's down. Mayfield lost it, and Washington pulled it away. Let's go! And it's Bobby Wagner, the captain, as Jalen McMillan and Baker Mayfield mess up the exchange.
Washington didn't have the big mistake today, Doc. And that mistake right there for Tampa, big part of the reason Washington comes out on top. You're listening to the Burgundy Eagle postgame show presented by Rude. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker with you for quite some time here in the evening. We'll see how long it goes.
Yeah, Toby, it's like watching, I guess if you're a Celtics fan, when you're watching the Celtics play, anybody that you have a lot of confidence in that usually wins, we're learning how that happens. You don't panic or like I'm really not in the bag, no matter what it is. I just believe that once it gets down to winning time, fourth quarter in the end, I like us.
Yeah. I mean, look who stepped up big at the end of this game. Obviously, Jaden, we talked
Yeah.
about him. Bobby Wagner comes up with that fumble recovery.
Again.
Bobby was big. De'Ami Brown was big.
Again.
Terry was big.
As always.
Your dude stepped up.
Yeah.
Your dude stepped up. And, you know, Tampa had some of their guys step up, but not enough, right? Like, you had Mike Evans play really well.
Mhm.
Baker played all right. Bucky Irving did his thing. But your guys made the plays when they needed to be made.
And I hope people, I don't expect you to understand unless you've done it before in your life. But what Lattimore did, to be out of the action and then to be put back in it against an elite athlete in one-on-one coverage is among the most difficult things in sports you can ever imagine. He didn't get to come in and play zone.
No.
He got to come in and play bump and man-to-man and sticky and not be 100%. I just hope he didn't set himself back again. And that was a gamble they did. I thought they would put him on the other side and let somebody else do. But whatever they did, he met the challenge. He'll be ridiculed by those that are inexperienced and not understanding. What he did is amazing that he survived. I hope he did survive it. Because if you think this was tough, wait till next week.
Well, and by the way, Doc, like they decided to put him on Mike Evans one-on-one. He wanted that matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't working out in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
They made an adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
They made an adjustment. You win football games by adjusting on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
This coaching staff did that. That hadn't happened here, Doc.
No.
This team has not made adjustments in the past.
Yeah, but how about him? So you're off 6 months. You come back. Toby, you're hosting tonight, and you're doing up. I mean, I'm just saying.
There's going to be
You've
some
been
rust.
off 6 months.
Yeah.
It takes a minute to get your rhythm, your bearings. Oh, we're going to put you between two stations. Oh, but did I tell you they got different call letters, different phone numbers, different, every once in a while, you're on the other side, you might think, if you're 301, is it one? So that's just,
Yeah,
but this
I mean,
guy.
you're pinch hitting against Paul Skeens. You're facing 100.
There you go.
You're
There
not
you go.
stepping in playing
Right.
slow pitch softball.
Right.
You're stepping in the batter's box. 100's
But
coming
that's
down the
why they
pipe.
call it the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not for everybody. So I think this dude deserves a lot of credit for rehabbing and trying to get back. You know he's frustrated. He's a warrior.
Big time.
And he's going out here and being tested and being ridiculed. I hope there's no setback because they're gonna need him up in the motor.
Definitely.
Because they
gonna
got
need
a
him.
trio of freaks.
Definitely going to need them. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Let's get out to Bones. Bones, what's going on?
K9.
Bones, you there?
Oh, he's there.
We'll throw him back on hold. He's been waiting a while. Let's get out to, is this, it says DC from Akakeek.
Oh, yeah.
DC,
Coach.
what's going on?
Great day, fellas. Doc Toby. How y'all feeling?
Oh, I
How
couldn't
you
be
think
better.
we feeling?
Man, hey, like $1,000,000 bucks.
You better believe it.
JD5
Yeah.
has ice water in his veins. And the fortitude that the brotherhood survived and went through this season is what playoff football is about. So I look forward to playing the Lions. Mama happy, daddy happy, everybody in the house doing flips. And now we got the dog back on the field, Lattimore. We just need Sanders still to get back to his ways. He missed a couple tackles.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Doc, we talked about it. They ran straight at Vita Vea, and he wasn't giving no ground, but we ain't stopped. We just found other ways to move the ball, score when we needed to, and get the timely turnover, and then JD5 get to close out the game and give it to the kicker so we can kick the field goal and win. Hey, I'm loving it, Doc. I'm hyped right now, Doc. You know what I'm saying? Oh man.
But don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself tonight. We can't afford to lose you.
You feel the same way all of us feel, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to Detroit. Like you said, it's going to be a dog fight. We got the dogs ready. I don't think nobody got hurt or anything, did they?
You won't know till tomorrow because you can't feel it right now.
We'll figure out some stuff tomorrow, and nothing too major. It seemed like.
Nobody was in a cast when they left, or a casket.
Yeah,
you can't. You got to wait till you get home, because literally, you have things happen, you don't even feel it during that game.
That adrenaline,
with that adrenaline going, guy come and that plane land, you might not even be able to walk off the plane by the time that all settles down. So we'll see. But JP Finley and the boys. And you know the Rooster, they'll have it.
Oh yeah.
But whatever else, they have shown next man up.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Yes, sir.
Whatever.
Hey, Doc, and guess what? Not only do we travel well as a team, we travel well as a fan base too.
Yeah.
You heard us out there again.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're hearing Terry Chance DC appreciate it.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
You're hearing.
Believe me, boy. It's the envy. I'm going, man. So proud of y'all, man.
I mean, you're hearing Terry chants. You're hearing defense chants when the Bucks are on offense. I mean, you were hearing MVP chants at the end for Jaden. It was special hearing that on the telecast. Let's get out to Baba in Virginia. What's going on?
What up, Toby? What up, Doc?
What up?
Man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. This might be the craziest one I've ever watched. Like, this is crazy.
Well, and the crazy part about it is...
that's okay. You don't have to apologize. You can call in sick tomorrow. But you don't have to call in sick. Call and tell the boss, we're still celebrating. He going to go hell to the W.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
man, shout out to Bobby Wagner, though, man.
Yeah.
I think he really set the tempo and the tone, like, in the beginning of the game. Like, that first drive, you seen him flying around, hitting people, and you're like, yeah, them boys in Burgundy and Gold are not playing today.
No, he set the tone early. There's no doubt. And I think there is something to this, Doc, where on both sides of the ball, you've got a guy that is unflappable. Jaden's that guy on offense. I mean, he's laughing there on the third down because they're trying to run a play, and they're joking in big spots. It's not the first time he's done it all year, too.
He's not frazzled.
He's not frazzled, and neither is Bobby Wagner. It doesn't matter what the moment is. He's ready to roll.
The All-Pro.
Appreciate y'all, though.
Yeah,
Absolutely
thank you
appreciate
for
it.
the call. The fact that the All-Pro team, that they had, I think, 4 or 5 guys.
4 of them.
4. I mean, that's respect throughout the league.
Big time.
By your competitors. It's not scheme. It's not coordinators. It's hand-to-hand combat. And the people are saying, hey, man.
Well, and for Bobby Wagner at this point in his career, to be a
100
second-team All-Pro, a special player, because like Chris Collinsworth said, he ain't the fastest dude anymore.
Not
He's
anymore.
not the same Bobby Wagner that he was
Not anymore.
7-8 years ago in terms of speed, but he's smart.
Still racking up accomplishments.
He's got the leadership, and he's got everything you
That
want.
wasn't a fan vote.
No.
That was amongst your peers. That's the hardest group to get recognition from.
Yeah.
So they're not giving it up. Half of them can't stand you anyway if you just better looking than they are. So I'm just telling you that this group is so impressive. You don't really want to see. This is the one year, the season-ending video is going to be a keepsake.
Yes.
Because this year in review is genuinely not a marketing ploy. This is a keepsake.
Doc, I can't stand when you go on Twitter and you see people all the time saying, oh, this team is special and I love this team. Talking about different teams, right? This team is special. This specific team, who knows how far it goes? We're still on the ride. I don't know how far it's going to go. This team is special. This is one that you're going to remember for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and they've earned it. The 212 team did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They earned it. I mean, Alfred Moore, we don't talk about Alf enough.
Love that man.
One of my favorite players of all time. He would jog to work. They had special individuals on that team. One would run to work or ride a bike to work. The other one, who does that? They were dogs.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And this team has every bit of that mentality and more.
Yeah, because when your best player is the hardest hitting guy on the team, he was coming out secondary then. Everybody go, who is Sean? Sean is a monster.
Yeah.
So everybody else becomes more inclined to deliver target hits. When the best guy on the team runs to work, it's never tired. Nobody gets tired. That's the difference when you have a leader who leads by example as opposed to a jackass.
Yeah.
And all he's talking about is, hey, man, we're going to go down to the club. We're going to the club. He got rims, talking about bag. Whole different type of leadership.
You're hearing stories this past week of Cliff Kingsbury's getting to the facility in the 3 a.m. hour, 3:30. And you know who's there not that long after him? Jaden Daniels.
Right.
5 a.m.
Right.
He's there.
Yeah.
And you could tell that right away, Doc, in training camp.
And it hasn't changed.
And it hadn't changed.
It hadn't changed.
Because all of a sudden, Allegretti, I remember this during training camp, we're talking to him. He said, I thought I got here early. Jaden's already been here for 2 hours, worked up a sweat.
Right.
I might have to start getting here early.
Yeah. And it's not just who you trying to impress. I've always been confused by guys that the check wasn't the motivator for them. What? This is called your job.
Yeah.
This is what you do for a living. How could you cheat on that or cut it short or not hit a lap afterwards or not hit a press or not do that? But it happens. Seen it happen. Been on teams when it happens. Why do you need somebody to motivate you? Because you're a human being. Often they get so caught up in the X's and O's that they forget that the person has to be there in the seat to absorb what's going on, or the X's and O's don't matter. So you got to actually get the person there. Then you got to get them there and get them to pay attention. A lot of people, we've heard it. You've heard the stories. You've been in sports long enough. They sleep in meetings.
Oh, yeah. I mean you see all the turmoil going on right now in Indianapolis of that sort of stuff.
Bingo.
You're not hearing it right now here.
No.
Because your guys are showing up and setting the tone.
You seen how they warm up?
Yeah.
That's where it starts.
Yeah.
They have the best warm-up of any team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And in the beginning, remember the smirks and doing training camp? Well, how long this won't last? Say what?
It'll last if it's genuine, Doc.
It's still going on.
It'll last if it's genuine.
It's never going to stop.
And the dudes that have been in the league, like Terry and some of these other guys, Bobby Wagner, that have been around, they can sense if it's not genuine. It's genuine.
Yeah.
And so that's why that same energy. And by the way, how happy are you for Terry? A guy that's been around at a position that has so many divas, so many people that get frustrated when they don't touch the ball, and in a big spot. I mean, to tell you how low it got last year, people were questioning if this dude was any good. And he goes for 1,000, and he goes this year, and he turns himself into an all-pro, and he turns himself into a number one receiver, which I thought he's always been all along. People have been saying, get Terry a quarterback and see what happens. Second team all-pro. He's coming up with big-time catches in a playoff game. So happy for that guy.
Anybody that plays the Cleveland Browns, whenever we've played them, tell them to pull the film out and watch Terry block defensive ends. Now, I like Jordan Jefferson, all these boys, they got some killers. But say why they are killers.
Yeah.
7-on-7 in leagues, high schools. You're throwing more now than ever. So the quarterbacks are better than ever. And the coaching has expanded. So it's being taught at a much higher level. You know, there's still high school coaches that got people running off to the sidelines to get a play. Still happening.
Yeah.
Not everywhere, thank God. They've elevated. So people are throwing the ball. But Terry was special teams captain at the Ohio State University.
He was drafted to be a special teamer, and
He
he's
could
turned
still
into
be
a
one and could still do it.
Absolutely could.
People don't realize with us, James Arthur Monk played special teams. All the wide receivers did. Because Joe Jackson Gibbs emphasized special teams first. The leader sets the precedence as to what's going to be done. When you get a crappy leader, you get crappy results. You get a stud on top, bingo.
It's a special team, Doc. It's a special season. They're going on to the divisional round, and they're going to take on the Detroit Lions on Saturday. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold post-game show. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. It's the Burgundy and Gold postgame show.
Retreats, throw it end zone, touchdown, De'Ami Brown.
It's the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. We're presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown like De'Ami Brown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. What a special night to be a Washington fan. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Let's get to these phone lines. If you call in and you're not getting through, when we take a call and they're let off, there's your spot. So call in 800-636-1067. Let's start with Alex in Arlington. Alex, what's going on?
What's going on, boys? I wanted to start this by saying, getting ahead of all the haters, they don't ask how, they ask how many. And we got it done. I don't care if it was a doinker to get in. We made it happen. And then secondly, just to talk X's and O's a little bit, I wanted to see how you guys thought about the fact that we went for it on fourth down twice. I was missing those points throughout the game, boys. I got to be honest with you. So I wanted to see how you guys felt. And then secondly, I wanted to comment on the fact that although our run game wasn't the greatest thing that happened in the world today, we made them think about it, and we kept that run game going.
Sure.
So that kind of opened up our passing game. It kind of opened up multiple runs for Jaden. I just wanted to see how you boys thought about that. So
yeah, Alex,
I appreciate you.
it.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, I think, Doc, going for it on fourth down has been their identity all season long. And, yeah, maybe you could have used some points here or there, but they were spots where you're trying to win the football game. And you don't know how
Tell
it's
them
gonna...
we did it live. Tell them we did it live.
Yeah.
You asked me live when it was happening.
Yeah.
You and Linnell were screaming around here, and I said it. You have to.
Yeah.
It's who we are.
Yeah.
Once you establish who you are, don't fake it. Be who you are.
Well, and by the way, the thing about going for it on fourth down, and this is something that Dan Campbell probably feels the same thing about. When you're going for it, you're not guaranteed to get it,
right?
But you want to go down with your best players.
Bingo.
Right? And if you lose and they stop your best players, you live with it. Who's the best player on this team right now, Doc? He's wearing number 5,
yeah.
and he plays on the offensive side.
You were standing right in real time. We did it live, and you said, "What do you think?" I said, "JD5."
Yeah.
Do you want him on the field? Your defense, him.
Yeah. And they've had success all season long, right? Like, that's been their identity. And it's not something where it's been a foolish identity either, Doc. They've been good at it. They got stopped sometimes tonight, but they've been good at it. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Joe in Tampa. Joe, were you at the game tonight?
Joe,
you there?
Are you there, guys?
Yeah, Joe, were you at the game tonight?
Yeah, we were at the game, myself and my 10-year-old boy, Drew.
That's awesome. Y'all coming back tomorrow or something? Like, well, what's the plans for that?
Yeah. Yep, I got a 13-and-a-half-hour drive tomorrow morning, getting up in about 8 hours from now for that. Just got out of the stadium parking lot, and I've never been so happy to be stuck in traffic for over an hour.
Wow.
Well, Joe, what was that? What was the environment like down there tonight?
Oh, it was crazy. So I was up in the 300 section, but I'm not kidding. My section, we're in 338, probably 50 to 60% Commander Skins fans. I mean, you could hear the chants for Terry. You could hear the defense. I mean, we were singing "Hail to the Redskins" as we were walking out of the stadium. It was fantastic. It was fantastic.
What was your vantage point for the doink off the upright to win it? Did you think it went in?
I thought it went in, but boy, the referees underneath, man, they were looking back and forth at each other, and we were waiting for them to throw their arms up. I tell you what, I got a new nickname for Jaden, and he's the Cardiac Kid, because that's 5 weeks in a row now where we've scored the go-ahead score with under 6 seconds left. I mean, if you got heart issues, he's fantastic. I love the kid.
He's super fun.
Keep your veins clear.
Joe, we appreciate the phone call, man. Have a safe trip back.
Drive safely.
Yep, thanks, guys.
That's incredible. That's incredible. By the way, driving down to Tampa, or at least driving back from Tampa, that's a fan right there.
That is the commitment to excellence.
That's dedication.
And just, just online, GP, Grant and Danny, part of that dynamic duo, just reading it, and we've been talking about it, but 19 years, man. And so for the large majority of your life, they have not won a playoff game.
Yeah.
And I get it. And look, when Big L came in here screaming, that was so authentic. That's so real. That's pent up frustration. Because he's a trash talker and hadn't had a chance to talk trash. And my Cowboy contingency, Derek Davis, Clarence Goldsboro Jr., all of them, they've all been hitting me up. And I know they hated it when that ball hit the upright and went in because had they been playing like a year ago when Green Bay went in and gutted them at Dallas, it was the greatest day of my year in it because annually they crapped the bed.
Well,
and,
so the next day, Doc, this just shows me the difference in a year. The next day I was on the air, and I played a montage just having so much fun at the Cowboys' expense.
Right.
They're going to be playing a montage tomorrow, Doc, and it has nothing to do with the Dallas Cowboys. The reason I'm playing a montage of the Dallas Cowboys is because that team was irrelevant here. This team was done. It ain't irrelevant anymore.
No. But that's why last week's victory to me meant so much. I was serious as a heart attack. This doesn't feel as good if we're swept by them and even got in.
Agreed.
I needed to beat their ass to be even. We split. So we even. That's gentlemen. That's accepted within our division. But this playoff win separates us from the pack, from them.
Well, and it separates this team from other teams.
All of them, because none of them have ever really won.
Even just teams of this team's history.
That's
right.
right.
Not talking to Super Bowl teams.
No.
But recent memory, there have been some teams that have gotten in the playoffs.
Got in, but they haven't won.
But they haven't won anything.
Haven't won.
This team has
That's
won
the significance about this group. And when you break them down from a sick bay standpoint, medically, to be more precise, that's where they're awesome. This may have been one of their worst weeks medically because their offensive line has spent probably as much time in the training room as they have the weight room, and that's not good. Both tackles dinged up. Both guards. That's what I'm talking about. Now, everybody is banged up at a point during this time of the year, but not like this.
Yeah.
Our source of strength is our old line, and they're in sick. I mean, we're rotating people. We're hopeful. We got our fingers crossed. The kid's a rookie. We haven't given him as much due. That left tackle's an infant, too.
It's very true.
This poor kid, here we are, JD. How about Big Boy out there on his own as an infant? He deserves a lot of credit, man.
Well, and that goes back to Adam Peters and credit he deserves,
And
right?
his coach and our O-line coach. Which I remember the Snickers. Wait a minute. You get the New York Giants?
Mm-hmm.
You idiots? How you like us now?
He's done a heck of a job.
Done a hell. Whole staff coming together like the Dirty Dozen, coming together, working it out, blending their ideas. Doesn't seem to be any friction, animosity, no haters.
No, I mean, you're dead on about. Think about the draft class. Jaden obviously gets all the flowers, but you're starting Sandra Steele at corner.
Yes.
You're starting Brandon Coleman at left tackle. In the third round, you got this guy.
Hardly ever gets mentioned.
Absolutely incredible.
It's
what
amazing.
a job.
No. You'd have to play it at that level. He's playing left tackle.
Yeah.
And we don't even talk about him. It's not even brought up because it's not an issue. Because he's not getting beaten like a bongo drum.
And he's only going to get better. I mean, he's had some struggles. There's no doubt about it. Like a rookie is going to. Like, but it's been so cool to see this team grow throughout the year. And another one of those things that takes it back full circle. When this team played Tampa week 1 on the road, opening the season, Jaden's debut, Jaden didn't look like this kid tonight. Jaden's getting out of the pocket, looking down the field, finding guys wide open. Jaden wasn't doing that in week 1. It's been special to see that growth from him as the season's gone on.
And they knew that, too, over there at Tampa. Believe me, they're not shocked over there.
There's not a team that wants to play Jaden Daniels right now, right? Like, it used to be that if you saw Washington on your playoff schedule, you felt good, right? Like, I think it was Rex Ryan was saying that playing the Texans was a bye week for the Chargers. That obviously didn't work out, but that's how teams used to feel when they were playing Washington in the playoffs. All right, perfect, right?
Yeah. No, I mean.
Not anymore.
Louvu, Fowler, today on the road. Everybody they flashed. I mean, they weren't beating you up like a bongo drum, but they flashed. I'm just incredibly proud and impressed with how much fight they have. As they elevate their level of skill, they're going to be a hard out.
Listen to this stat, Doc, and then we got to hit a break.
Okay.
This is from Opta Stats on Twitter. In NFL history, there have been 3 instances of a team having 0 turnovers and 0 punts in a game behind a rookie starting quarterback, regular and postseason. All 3 were by the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. Week 2, Week 3, and tonight.
This is not accidental.
No.
No. This is if this were stock, you need to go buy it tonight.
And by the way, that stock's already expensive, but it's still going up.
You need to jump on.
It's still going up.
Still going up.
It's not a penny stock anymore. It's already going up, but it's going up.
That's why free agency, you have no idea the gold rush that's going to occur the moment the season ends. Because even though we seek people will seek us.
People want to play here, Doc.
That's the difference.
People want to play
so
with
it's
that
not going to
kid.
be as hard to negotiate. You're going to have to do some of the ridiculous things you had to do before to get people to come here. No, brother. That's the difference. It's like being in Vegas. The Summer League NBA people love going down there. Why? Because it's in Vegas.
Yeah.
Every team down there is going to be
and
successful
guess what,
because
Doc?
it's in Vegas.
Suddenly your facilities,
Not as
suddenly
bad.
this other stuff.
Not as bad.
It's not too bad when
Not
you've got
as
the
bad.
dude.
Yeah.
And by the way, credit to ownership because they're improving
They're
stuff.
cleaning it up.
They're doing all that they can.
Good point by you. Good point
They're
by
doing
you.
all that they can.
Yeah.
And so people are going to want to play. And by the way, all these guys have to worry about, they don't have to worry about their owner and some scandal again. They don't have to worry about this and that. They worry about football. It's amazing, Doc, when football players and football coaches and football executives only have to worry about football.
I wouldn't know what that means. I wouldn't know.
That's it.
Because covering this thing for a couple of decades is kind of hard to. We thought we were like on Capitol Hill.
I mean, darn near were.
Yeah.
You darn near were. It's crazy. It's crazy. The Commanders are moving on. They win tonight 23-20 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll continue to take your phone calls. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. I'm Toby Altizer. That's Doc Walker. More to come here on The Fan. The Burgundy and Gold postgame show. And it's a victorious one in the playoffs, Doc. The Commanders are moving on to Detroit. They win 23-20 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're going to get to some more of your phone calls in just a second, but we got a local legend on the lines. Grant Paulson.
Oh, GP?
GP, what's up, dude?
Wow. This must be sponsored.
Gentlemen, greetings from Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida, whereas we all expected at the beginning of the year I'd be sitting in January talking to you guys after a Commanders playoff win.
That's right. Amen to that. Wow. Where's your partner in crime?
He's probably asleep. Oh, actually, he probably can't fall asleep, but he's at home. Games like this, Doc, are too important for him to leave his house. I'll be honest. He wants to watch in the comfort of his own basement on his couch with nobody bothering him, which I respect that. To each their own. I like to be in the mix a little bit.
Yeah, me
I got to
too.
tell you, though, the vibes here were amazing. Just being down, just got out of the locker room a little bit ago. But the picture I want to paint for people when I first got downstairs, the locker room door was still open. And they were waiting for some of the players that were doing a lot of the interviews with rights holders and TV networks to get off the field to get into the locker room so they could really start their celly. And so I got down there right in time to see a couple of the minority owners addressing Dan Quinn and giving him a big hug. And, just the joy and exuberance of those guys was amazing. And then Daniels walks in and he comes over and gives them huge hugs. And then McLaurin screaming, we're not done yet. Just the energy. And these guys really believe in not only themselves at this point, but this operation and where it's headed. And, you just feel like they got all the confidence in the world, and they'll need it going into Detroit because it's a short week. They're not going to get back till their beds today till 3 or 4 in the morning probably, and then you turn around and you're in Detroit for a Saturday night game next week against the rested number 1 seed that was arguably the best team in the league over the last 2 years combined. So it's going to be a tough order, but, hey, no one will give them a chance, and that's kind of how they like it.
Grant, if I would have told you, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago that tonight you would be going down to the locker room in Tampa celebrating the team's 13th win with a rookie quarterback, and Magic Johnson would be celebrating with the team because he's a part owner, there's no chance you would believe that.
No, it's just surreal. I mean, the whole thing, I just kind of had one of these moments, right? I try not to not even to make it about myself or anything, but just like I'm standing there, I'm in my mid-30s. I haven't seen this team win a playoff game since, like everybody else, in 2005, right here in this same stadium 19 years ago.
Yeah.
But I just kind of had this moment where I'm watching Adam Peters give hugs to all the different, player wives and family and this ownership group celebrating and just screaming at each other. We won a playoff game. And then Magic Johnson's holding court with the media. Magic Johnson, and it's crazy, man. I mean, they were the hand-picked game for NBC's network for Sunday Night Football out of the 6-game slate because the network wanted a piece of Jaden Daniels. They thought this could be one of the most exciting games. By the way, it delivered, and it was. But it's just a whole new world. It's really incredible, fellas, and all year long I've said that they've kind of had a little bit of a charmed existence where they've had some good fortune that was 30 years in the making. But there's like a karma element to this too, in my opinion, with Snyder gone and this new group taking over and the way they treat people and what they're trying to accomplish. You look at today, just some of the good fortune, like Baker Mayfield inexplicably fumbling a ball on an exchange, giving you the ball in the red zone when you're down and Tampa Bay's driving to go up 2 scores, or a doink off the upright that goes in. It's not a miss on the same end zone where Washington had a field goal fiasco to win a playoff game here going back 25 years ago under Dan Snyder in year 1. You think about Graham Barton, the center, who's been great all year, snapping the ball too early. No, he's ready on 3rd and inches. And cost the Bucs a chance to get a first down, and now they got to kick a game-tying field goal instead of going for the lead. Like, this team's been good, and players stepped up, and Daniels was excellent. They had a lot of breakthrough performances from guys like De'Ami Brown and Terry McLaurin. But, it's hard to also ignore that there's like some swirling positive wins here behind them at their back that they haven't had in a long time.
But one of the keys will be health within our Fab Five. I call that the offensive line. And if Badass is not better, because we can have some advantages going against Detroit's defense if our playmakers are up to the fact of protecting JD5.
Right.
That I agree with you on that. Any idea? Did we have any setbacks to your knowledge?
Yeah, so it's a little too early to know for sure. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the picture that Deron Payne posted online.
We saw that.
Of his finger where the bones just.
Yeah, thank God he
It does
didn't
not
need
look
all
how-
10 fingers.
That's true. I think he'll play. He'll be fine. He came back into the game. Ben Sinnott went into the locker room, came back out. I did see him in the locker room. He seemed okay, so that was a good sign. But yeah, I think in a short week we'll get a better feel probably Thursday into Friday. But I think for the most part, you escaped with the health of the key pieces. And I'm with you, Doc, that the offensive line's kind of been the key here because if you look at the stretch run, they were giving up 5 sacks a game over the final month or so.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to run the ball at all. That did not change today.
No.
Pretty much Jaden Daniels running the ball or bust.
See, because straight up, I don't know what has happened.
Yeah.
Like without Rodriguez, who's not active, B-Rob, who's not the same guy, Eckler, who's a lifesaver, but not going to be the slam bam guy, we got a problem, and I don't know how we solve it.
Well, B-Rob was 10 carries for 16 yards today. He came into this game averaging barely over 2.5 yards per carry over the last month.
Well, and
so it's an issue.
I mean, you're talking about multiple games in a row now where Jaden's the leading rusher, and today Jaden was the leading rusher with 36 yards.
Yeah.
It's not like he ran for 80.
No,
he ran for 36.
we have an issue. We can't skate
I'm
around
pretty
it.
sure, guys, you could look this up, Toby, make sure I'm right, but I jotted this down like right before the field goal. I'm pretty sure they ran 17 times for 36 yards with running back today, something like that. That's not, I mean, to Doc's point, like, you can win a game like that here and there.
Mm-hmm.
You can't win sustainably like that. And it really is amazing, frankly, that they've been able to win during this stretch.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, think about 5 straight wins at the end of the game, starting with the Saints 2-point conversion play. Then you go the following week to the Philly game with Jahan Dotson, with Jamison Crowder in the back of the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to the next week with Atlanta, the overtime win. Then you go to the Cowboys game with a couple seconds left with Terry, and then today at the Horn. So it's 5 straight wins in the 6-game winning streak at the buzzer, basically. And these games could have been games that they won handily, maybe, if they could run the ball and put them away. But they almost cost themselves today. I mean, Doc, how many times they get inside the red zone, into the low red zone, inside the 10 goal to go? And you know this, when you can't run and you get down there and you're getting blown off the ball and losing a yard or two, I mean, it kills you, and it did today.
Well, Grant, I'm curious. We haven't had much time with get into X's and O's. We've been, obviously a lot of reaction, a lot of people excited. Curious, X's and O's wise, you can go either side, offense or defense. What surprised you the most tonight?
That's a good question. I'd say defensively, number one, I thought they did a really good job stopping the run early. After Payne got hurt, they started to crease him a little bit, and Bucky Irving got going in the second half. But I thought for the most part in the first half, and a big part of this was they were fresh, and in the second quarter they stayed off the field almost entirely. They had the ball the majority of the second quarter, 17-play, 92-yard, 9-minute drive will help in that. But I thought that was good to see that they were able to stuff the run a little bit up front. And then also, I was not surprised at all that they traveled Marshawn Lattimore with Mike Evans. We all knew that would be the case. But I thought the ability, even though he, especially in the first half, really struggled and got beat, to get to a point where they started to help him and still not get really feasted on elsewhere. They eventually started moving Chin and safeties over to help. And I thought maybe Jalen McMillan would really get going at that point against Sanders still or Ibgunagani. And it didn't really happen. So that was good. Offensively, if there was anything schematically or X's and O's wise, I think just really creative wrinkles from Kingsbury. We saw a 4th and short where he had Mariota under center for the first time this year. Kind of kept it in the bag where Jaden's dotting the I and power I. And then they put him in motion for jet action, and Mariota takes a keeper straight ahead to move the chains on an inches situation. They had the same look and tried to draw the Bucs offside later. Did a couple of things where they ran either option or would kind of fake tosses in the backfield and then screen to the same guy. I just thought they got the ball to Daniel's hand really quickly. The quick game worked, kind of an extension of the running game they didn't have. Helped them to possess the football, stay on the field, and go on long drives, which I think Kingsbury and this staff knew was going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible performance overall. Were you shocked that the defense played as well as they did? I mean, outside of Bucky Irving got going late, and he 17 for 77. Like, I think if you told people that was what he was going to end up with, people would probably sign up for that. Mike Evans really had his way in the first half, but didn't do tons in the second half. I mean,
right?
Who would have thought that you would hold the Buccaneers offense? This is why I was scared to face the Bucs, by the way, and I was preferring the Rams as a potential matchup. I didn't think you were keeping Tampa Bay to 20 points tonight.
Well, so what I would say to that is, yeah, I think the defense at times made some huge plays for sure and bowed up. But look at the plays run by each team, and look at the time of possession in this game. To me, the best defense for Washington today was their offense. I mean, again, the second quarter, the Bucs were barely on the field. And when they did get the ball at the end of the half, they went right down and scored and evened it up at 10-10. And so it wasn't like they were punting, the Bucs, a couple of times all game. It wasn't like they were being stopped. I think there was 1 3-and-out, and that was a penalty fest on their offense. It wasn't really the defense just locking them down. To me, this was more about playing keep away. And especially you look at the end of the game. Like, they get the ball back with 4:40 left, about 5 minutes to go. Doc knows this. I mean, that's where, like, you that is adult stuff. Like, can I keep the football in 4-minute offense and not give them the ball back? Grown man, let's go win a football game moment, and the Bucs didn't get the ball back. It would have been very easy, I think, for Washington to go get a field goal or points, and then the Bucs to have gotten the ball with a minute or two left. And I don't know that the defense would have stopped them. Like, I wouldn't have been confident in that, the way the Bucs moved the ball throughout the game. Again, the takeaway that Washington got was kind of a self-inflicted wound by the Bucs more than a play made by the Commanders, right? So I just think it was, if you look at plays, run, and time of possession, it was more about the Bucs not really being on the field enough in the second half and in some of that second quarter.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, 69 plays for Washington, 44 for Tampa. Time of possession, 35 minutes for the Commanders, 24 for the Buccaneers.
Yeah,
so
I mean, that's massively lopsided.
Yes. Yeah, big time.
Yes.
Jeeps, you going to get any sleep tonight, or what's the plan?
No chance. So here, you get this. My flight is at 5 a.m.
Don't go to sleep.
No, I won't.
Yeah, don't do it.
I got two. Doc, I'm not even going to check into my hotel. I mean, at this point, if I go to my hotel, it's an 87% chance I'm sleeping through that alone.
You're going to sleep through it?
Oh, I would say higher
so
than 87%.
I'm just I'm gonna pack up shop here slowly, and then I'm gonna go straight over to the airport.
That's what I did.
And see if anything's open to have a celebratory beverage. If not, then we'll pack it up for the night and wait for the plane to take off.
Well,
that sounds like a winning plan. Make sure you got a way to wake up. What's your backup wake-up plan at the airport?
Oh, there's about 6 alarms. That, or when I get there, there's going to be nothing but Burgundy and Gold fans there, so I'm just going to tell them, make sure this bird don't take off without me.
Okay, good, yeah, because I've had that happen. Frightening.
Minnesota about 10 years ago, coming back from a night game. I had the same. I woke up. I was still in Minnesota, but the plane wasn't.
Well, Grant, hopefully we get you back and we hear you at 2 o'clock
get
tomorrow.
back, brother.
All right, see you, boys.
I don't want you to miss that Eckler interview. All right.
That's right.
All right, see you, Grant.
Thanks, man.
That's Grant Paulson, the one and only. You can hear him on Grant and Danny tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock right here on The Fan. We'll get to your phone calls next, 800-636-1067. Want to make sure we get you guys in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Appreciate you guys for holding. We'll make sure to get your calls next. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker. Kalijah Cansey hits him 7 yards behind, 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage and runs for 10 after contact to pick up the first down, ultimately setting up the Zane Gonzalez field goal that wins it for Washington. They're moving on. They are moving on to the divisional rounds. They beat the Buccaneers 23-20. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold post-game show. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker. We're presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Doc, it's 105 on a playoff victory Monday, and we've got full phone lines. Let's rock and roll. Let's get out to Kane in L.A. Kane, we are praying for your area out there. How you doing?
Hey, man, everything's going well out here. And while praying for safety, I pray for Washington win, and we got it.
We got it. We got it.
I mean, look, y'all, peep this. I've been thinking about this. I have never experienced this type of joy as a Washington football fan. I was 4 years old the last time we won a Super Bowl. And let me just say, my future children will wonder why all of their names are Jaden Daniels. And I'm going to show them this Tampa Bay playoff game. I'm going to show them this entire season. We win because of Jaden Daniels. All of this Bo Nix Rookie of the Year talk, that was cap. That's a lie. Stop it. All this, it takes 5 years to win crap. That's cap. That's a lie. We have finally removed the stink of the past. Hell, we might knock down RFK tonight and start building that new stadium. Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, Josh Harris, Magic Johnson, he's a magician because everything he touches is gold. And I've been saying all season long, this has been special because a lot of firsts have happened since 1991, 11 plus wins since 91. And how fitting is it that we played Detroit and Ben Johnson, who stood us up and turned the plane around. Now you got to face our defense, and we're going to see what Jared Goff going to do against us this coming week. So get your buffs ready. We're going to Detroit, and I'm just excited, man. It's been a hell of a year. All of these games we've lost this season, we've only lost by 1 point. By one score. Think about that. One score all season. The only game we lost by multiple scores was against Tampa Bay, and we got our lick back tonight. This is a team of destiny, y'all. Start booking your hotels for New Orleans.
Kane, appreciate the phone call. Continue
Thanks, Kane.
for praying for the wildfires and everything out there.
Yeah, man, that's Santa Ana wins, brother.
That stuff has been crazy.
Santa Ana is rough.
Yeah, it's been crazy. We're praying for them, and obviously the playoff game tomorrow had to be moved. It's been wild.
Yeah,
out
no
there.
joke. Yeah, going down to Arizona.
But it's Jaden has been so special. I mean, it was incredible to watch tonight, the growth that you just think, that's why he's facing him for the second time and all that. It's the second time they're playing him, but he ain't the same player he was in week 1.
No, but the executive that made the decision, believe me, there had to be some raised eyebrows. You putting who on? Tampa and Washington? Because, they're all over Buffalo.
Oh, big time.
I mean, it's like that's the ice cream cone. And now they're going, this kid, because not only does the team, but he delivers.
He always delivers. And by the way, Doc, I mean, they hadn't beat anybody, right? Well, they won, right? They found a way against Atlanta. They found a way into the playoffs. They found a way to win a playoff game. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it. Grant brought it up. That winning streak down the stretch, now getting into the playoffs. It hasn't been pretty. It hasn't been them dominating games by any means.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter. You just find a way to win. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and I think I'm sure Detroit will do a great job with this because they'll convince their guys that they could beat you. I think a lot of people don't believe them. They just go, oh, they're lucky. They're not that good. Somebody's missing the message. It couldn't happen this often. So that tells me that the players, somebody's missing the message. You got to get your team to believe that they can beat you.
Yeah.
That this guy, he's got a little of that MJ. He's got that thing in him. So don't let him get close. We got to eliminate these people early because he's earned that right now.
Yeah.
This is first time, he got lucky. not lucky 5 times.
Yeah.
You just don't get lucky. And he doesn't control the kicking game. He doesn't control defense. He just controls offense.
A couple weeks ago, and we'll get to more of your phone calls in just a second. I was in with JP for B Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking with Quan Martin.
I just noticed you got Jaden Daniels' shirt on.
Hail Jaden.
Yeah, the Hail Jaden. Okay, I didn't even notice that. Okay.
Yeah, and I asked Quan Martin.
Does the big fella have one of those too?
I don't think he does.
Okay.
As soon as I saw this ad, this is obviously from the Chicago.
Oh yeah, that's good
As
stuff.
soon as I saw this, I was buying this T-shirt.
Yeah, that's good.
But we asked Quan Martin,
Mm-hmm.
what's it like when you've got a special guy on that? He's like, yeah, I mean, it's just find a way to get on the ball, and he's gonna go win it. Just find a way.
Right.
And they've done that.
It's like
And-
SGA and hoops.
Yeah. Just find a way.
Because this is who he reminds me of in basketball. It's like SGA. It's like you don't necessarily have to be on the best team, but if that dude can't be stopped, and the other people don't blow it, they're hard out.
Well, and by the way, we talk about great players elevating the play of those around them.
Right.
Tell me that ain't Jaden Daniels. Tell me that ain't Jaden
The way you
Daniels right
opened
now.
up with it in the first hour when you mentioned that the oldest guy on the team and the youngest guy on the team have a whole bunch in common. And so it's an odd couple, but they meet in the middle.
Yeah.
And because the young guy relates to the older guy, and the older guy can relate to the younger guy, and the whole team, and then you get guys, and I got to give them a whole bunch of credit, because when you get what Zach has done as a tight end, the older guys that came in here aren't bank robbers. Usually guys coming at the end of their career, they're stealing money. These guys have contributed at such a high level. If their bodies hold up, then you get an unbelievable resource during this time of the year. Because this is where all the experience pays off, when you're in single elimination ball.
Doc, this is hilarious. I'm watching the replay of that 3rd and 1 where Jaden runs it. Cansey. Jaden always has a towel tucked in the back of his pants.
Right.
Cansey gets to him. He stiff arms him. Cansey grabs the towel out. He's chasing after him with Jaden's towel. He can't catch him.
That's right. Towel. That's right.
You can take the towel. You can't take Jaden down.
And that is a trademark. It is really, even though we want good results. So I always try to go, man, are you just saying this? No, I want them to win, even if I didn't think they would, but I want them to, but I think he will. So that's why it becomes, I don't know how you wager on these guys, because I'm going.
And Doc, we do this all the time in the playoffs, right? We say, okay, these teams are even. Which quarterback do I like more? There's not a quarterback in the NFC that you like more than Jaden Daniels right now.
Right.
There's just not.
Right.
The team might be better. The coaching, who knows?
Right.
But you got the quarterback, and that solves so many other problems. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Peter in Wilmington. Peter, what's going on?
Hey guys, hey Doc, I am so happy about this. Let me make. You want to hear a stat?
Love to.
The Commanders have the best record, 6-0, of any team in the NFC. That's Detroit, Philadelphia, all of them. We're on top. So I know, and nobody talks about us. All week we're nothing. Even when they talk about the game, they're talking about Tampa Bay, how great they are in Mayfield, and we still did it. And I'm telling you, this is the sports story of the year, of both years, 24 and 20. This team that turned around is remarkable. I mean, to think I've been around. I'm your age, Doc, so I've been through it all. I would know. Went to every game at RFK, every game. My wife and and I remember those days. And this team has something special, and it's all of them. It's not just Jaden. He's really talented. We know that. But the other team, the other players, the defense is much better than everybody thought it was. It was a bend, don't break. We held Tampa to 20 points. This is the story of the century right now, in my opinion. It's the sports story. It's just unbelievable turnaround. And I'm just so happy for all of D.C. I know I'm living in the Carolinas, but I grew up in the district, and I mean, it was just a great place, and I know how much we loved our Redskins, the Commanders, whatever you want to call them. It doesn't matter. All I know is that W means we're winning. That's all I know.
Peter,
And
Appreciate that, man. And it's real talk, because it's not a novelty now. When you win in the playoffs against a team of that ilk, with a quarterback. I mean, I love Mayfield. I think Baker.
He's had a heck of a season.
He's a monster.
41 touchdowns.
Yeah,
4,500 yards.
Evans and Todd. I mean, he's a Burgundy and Gold guy. The way they blitz the defense, we beat an aggressive defense that didn't get crushed by. Stayed up to it with the offensive line a little bit under distress. I give the Longhorn a lot of credit. He's playing hurt, and nobody cares if you're banged up. He doesn't even mention it.
Yeah.
But you know that Sam is not 100%, dragging his big body around there, and he's fighting through it, and we won. The rookie left tackle, and we won. Badass is coming off injury, and we won.
Yeah.
If I'm Tampa, I'm contemplating take all sharp objects away from me. Because you might want to take yourself out. You let that thing, not that they're not worthy of beating you, they came in your house, in your backyard, and beat you on the road.
Only team to do it so far this postseason.
Yeah,
Go on the road
and
win.
they're not 100%. Not 100%.
Todd Bowles, after the game, was talking about Jaden. He said this. He's done it all year. He has no conscience. I'm not surprised because we've seen it do it all year.
That's right. It was only fitting.
It was only fitting.
That was his return from his opening day where you got him. This is payback.
Nobody's beaten Jaden Daniels twice.
Twice.
Nobody's done it.
That's it.
Nobody's done it.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. If you're on the phone line, we'll make sure to get to your phone call. You're listening to the Burgundy and Go postgame show with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker.
Woo. Oh, God, come on. Why complicate it?
So what did Vic say? He extended it till 3. Okay. And then he told me to just call him if we're going to go longer. So I'll stick around. I don't mind. You don't have to. I really don't mind. And like screening calls on your own, it's kind of a bitch. Like I'll do it. It's not a big deal. I've been doing it since 8. I don't care. I can do it longer. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, be my guest.
I'll make extra money. I mean, you don't have to stick around.
Oh, I won't. Trust me. Trust me, I won't. I'll get the fuck out of here as soon as I get tired.
Burgundy and Gold post-game show presented by Rude, Toby Altizer, Doc Walker, after a Commanders playoff victory, the first time since they did it in Tampa in 2006.
Now I remember that.
23-20, the Commanders get it done tonight.
Yes.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines? Let's keep these phone calls going. Let's get out to Andre in Tampa. Andre, you at the game tonight?
Dre.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me tell you, Burgundy and Gold showed out tonight. I am so proud of our fan base. We were there. We were loud. We took that place over towards the end of the game. And, Doc, I just want to thank you for letting me feel football heaven back in the day. And this group of guys helping my kids feel that there with me tonight. This team is different. I watched them warm up. I watched the whole. We were there early. This is a different animal. These are not the old Washington Redskins as we know. These guys are going to do it. They're going to do it. It may not be this year. I'm just looking at Detroit right now. But I got to say, I couldn't be more prouder to be a Redskin fan tonight. God bless you guys, and thank you.
God bless you, man.
Appreciate it, Andre.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
Let's get out to Jay, also in Tampa. Jay, were you at the game too?
Yes, sir. I was there, and I've lost my voice from it.
You sound good, brother. You sound whatever you were inhaling, you sound real good.
Hey, no, it was from screaming, and it's just like what my man just said. Like, we showed out. Like, I was in a crowd where I saw nothing but Commanders fans, Washington fans, whatever they were. We were deep and we were loud. And the thing that, like, I don't care about X's and O's. I read something on Twitter, like, there's only been 3 times in NFL history where a team went with 0 interceptions and 0 punts, and all 3 of them are Jaden Daniels, including tonight. That's awesome. Like, all 3 of them are him. What happened tonight was my son, who was at the game with me, he's 13. Well, he's about to be 13 years old next month. He is now a diehard Washington fan. We lost so many fans during that time, but now we are gaining so many fans just through the character and the performance of our players. Like Terry goes to my church, and he's walked up to my son and like just talked to him, like just hung out, like been cool. They're quality people, and now they're winning too. This is so much bigger than just X's and O's, and so much bigger than just, do we get another game? I'm down in Detroit. Like, I'm going. I'm down in Tampa. I might as well go to Detroit. But it's so much bigger than that. We're gaining a whole new fan base. It's got me still on the phone at 1:25 in the morning, like waiting just to be able to call in and be like, yo, I'm psyched. This is great. My son is pumped now. He wants the jerseys. He wants all of it now at 13. He's like, let's do this. It's bigger than us. It's bigger than us, guys. It's the next generation, and we're finally going to start getting them back. Toby, Doc, over to you guys.
Appreciate it,
Thank you, man. That is awesome. Your son, he gets to live right in the runway of this success. He won't know it any other way.
It's beautiful. Well,
yeah.
And Doc,
yeah.
As a fan of this team my entire life, there has not been much positive going on.
I know.
And you've seen a shift in the way that people that are younger than me are becoming fans of teams. And it has nothing to do with your local area. And so you've lost a lot of the potential of what this fan base could have been with some of the young people.
Yeah.
But you know what, Doc? You know what the top-selling jersey, one of the top-selling jerseys all year was? Jaden Daniels.
85.
You're not just captivating this area again and the youth of this area, like he's talking about his son. And that's perfect.
It's all
That's
over.
needed. It's all around the country. There's a reason that you could have put any other game on Sunday Night Football in the wild card round, and there's some doozies. You got some stud quarterbacks in this round. Jaden Daniels was under the lights tonight. There's a reason we're still up on the air at 1:30, because people still want to talk about Jaden Daniels. That's the dude.
No, it is. Look, man, you had Denver and Buffalo with two hot quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Anytime Baltimore is on,
I mean, you had Pittsburgh.
and the Steelers.
Yeah, you had Ravens Steelers.
Yeah. And Philadelphia.
Packers
was
Eagles.
on today. Packers and Eagles.
And they
It was
wanted to
like,
see
yeah,
Jaden.
People go, no. And they did it last week. That people made that decision early. Oh no, that's prime.
They wanted to see Jaden.
Yeah. And Baker. And I'm like going, it just took something that you go, man, we're in prime again. And it's gonna be, and again.
We're gonna have to get used to it, Doc.
You but look, if you don't like late night like this, you think this is unusual, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
So, watching Hard Knocks, the AFC North.
Oh, you know what? Love it. I love how
great.
they're going into. It's kind of overkill to me if you're making me watch an hour of the Jets or the Bears.
We're getting all four teams involved.
No, horrible teams. Don't force a loser down my throat.
Yeah, they skipped.
for
They
an
completely
outfit.
skipped the Browns a couple episodes
Yeah,
ago.
no, I'm just saying. But if you do a conference, that's fine because I'm going to get ebb and flow.
Yeah.
Good, bad, and the ugly. But Hard Knocks, for me, the whole premise of all of this stuff is that, and then it dawned on me, wait a minute, Slim, you realize they're doing an autopsy on the dumbest people in the league, in the worst teams
They are.
in the league.
I mean, look at Joe
the biggest
Shane.
con artists. Yeah.
But the reason I bring it up is I think it was Baltimore. I can't remember if it was Baltimore or someone else. But one of those teams that was playing on Christmas and the wacky schedule. And he said, yeah, this sucks. You don't want to play on short weeks. You don't want to do all this. But you want to know why you're playing on the short week? Because people want to watch you because you're good. Washington's going to have to start dealing with that. Short weeks, prime time, all over the place, playing overseas. Because this is must-see TV. Every game is great. Jaden shows up for the big moments. I mean, that's something, too, that you know for a fact. I mean, Doc, we talked about this earlier when we started the show. When they got the ball back with 4 minutes left, you know how many times in my life that's happened, and you said, well, it's not going to happen.
Oh, no.
You're nervous. You're antsy. There was a calm
Because
because you put the ball in Jaden's hands.
I'm just glad we got it.
You've got that guy.
Pressure's on them.
That's the feeling that Kansas City fans have when
Feel,
15 gets the
yeah,
ball.
exactly.
That's the feeling Buffalo fans get when Josh Allen's got the ball.
And it's not Kansas City. Yeah.
Yeah, well, when these guys get the ball in their hands, you feel like, you know what? We're going to go win the game. That's what it felt like tonight. In a playoff game, his first ever playoff game, with 4 minutes to go, tie ball game, Jaden gets the ball back, you felt like they're going to go win this thing.
I think even Todd Bowles admitted it. He felt it. Had to be a dumb feeling for him. He wasn't like, eh. But how does that happen? It happens because of how they train, how he puts in so much work so that the moment isn't too big for him. His heartbeat is not racing like ours is talking about it. When the big fella ran in here screaming, that was legit. He was emotionally at a point where he exploded. So that field goal, like I was in there with him, another game JD did something amazing, and he literally, I thought he was going to have a heart attack.
It might have been the Chicago.
The Chicago, oh yeah, the Hail Mary.
Hail Mary.
I was in there with him in the Hail Mary, and I looked at him like, I go, and then I have to tell myself, you've never seen
Never
this.
seen it, Doc.
And I'm looking at it like, well, first of all, JD, now I expect it. And I go, well, if it doesn't go, we're still playing. It's not a finality to me. It doesn't, if he didn't make it, then we'll just keep playing. But, and then again, I don't want him to have a heart attack because who's going to lift him? I mean, you know what I mean? We need a crane to come in and put him in an ambulance. So the whole thing for me is I'm looking at this from afar going, because we've been through it, I can't make my brain function that we're supposed to win. We're going to be, yeah, this is what happens.
Well, and by the way, Doc, you're going into this game facing a 10-7 football team.
Yeah.
You were 12-5. You were 12-5 in the underdog.
Yeah.
You're supposed to go. They weren't the underdog, and they didn't feel that way all week.
And they shouldn't have.
They should not.
No, they shouldn't.
And guess what? They're going to go to Detroit. They're going to say, yeah, they won 14 games. We won 12. We've won 13 now.
They won 13 now.
Well, why are we the underdog?
Right.
I think I saw someone tweet at me that the early line is 8.5. You tell me that 8.5? Come on now. They're going to go in there feeling slighted.
And
like,
they should.
Like there's a chip on their shoulder.
And they should.
Because people are counting them out again.
And they will.
And they're going to.
Yeah.
And they're going to show up. And we don't know if they're going to win or not.
No.
But they're going to give their best.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, the strategy now is that they're going up against another wounded dog.
Big time.
Because
big time.
You go for fourth, we're going too. And I know what they're going to be telling them because they can't wait. Because they're saying we're playing our own kind now. This is warrior versus warrior. They think like we think. You know Campbell's telling them. I already know what he's telling them.
Oh, yeah.
They think like we think. This is perfect. We're going for it. So who's got the most in the tank?
Yeah, this is a prize fight here.
This is
heavyweights.
The Lions are licking their chop. They are so thrilled because this is where he's got to program them that way. If not, he knows this group would get him because there's nobody else that functions like the Lions do, but us like this, what DQ does.
Yeah,
because he's a savage, and everyone else is trying to be diplomatic. Both these two canines are going, hey, let's just throw it all out here. One wears his hat backwards. The other one doesn't give a damn. But that's the difference. They don't care. They're not trying to put a Wall Street look up to you. They're straight knuckles, brass knuckles. So now the interesting matchup is that and neither one of them is full strength.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of this. This handicap, this really makes this even more intriguing.
Well, and Doc, do they not embody what they say? Anyone, anywhere, anytime.
Anytime.
Do they not embody that perfectly?
Both of them.
Both of them.
Both of them. Both of them. And now it's in the Motor City. And so, you know, you just wish, part of me, I wish Hutchinson was healthy. I wish our guy, but it doesn't work out that way. Because that's why I was trying to ask, you know, Grant Paulson if he knew more. As long as one of the Fab Five is not on crutches, I'm good. Because you're right. It's Saturday. So now all this rest.
Short week, yeah.
Now it's condensed. And you go, does it really matter? Yeah, because you're in Tampa. You're not even home yet.
Well, and this is a hard-fought game. I mean,
it's a war.
It's a hard-fought game, knowing you're going into an even harder-fought game.
Yeah, and it's a playoff game, and you win your first one. There are going to be a few beverages that are consumed because you should celebrate this. This is a big thing to celebrate. And then you got to go, hey, Slim, by the way, everything's accelerated this week. You got the benefit of having a long one. Now it's short.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, only a day. They're robots.
I mean, football. And by the way, this is something that's big, too. They'll be coming off the bye. But this is where it's important. Washington, at least, it sucked at the time that their bye was week 14.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty happy right now that their bye was week 14 now.
Yeah.
They're not playing 12 games in a row.
No.
Right?
No.
They're still beat up, but they're healthier than they would have been if they had a week 7 bye. And that's why it was so important, too, for Detroit to win their game and get that bye. I think their bye was like week 5, so they've been playing long,
they've been
too.
playing a long time.
So they're coming off a bye.
They're legitimately, but they also have new bodies in. The job they've done defensively is just a work of genius. How many new people in the building that didn't have a training camp there that have bought in?
Well, and they're going to play aggressive.
Oh, they're coming.
They're going after you.
They're coming after us, and that's how we like it. So that's why this is really kind of like cool because.
Well, and by the way,
yeah.
Todd Bowles ain't sitting back either. Todd Bowles was heating them up all
we go
game.
from, and Dallas is no chumps.
Exactly right.
So it's 3 roughnecks in a row. We kid about Dallas. McCarthy didn't lose them. They played
butts
hard.
They played real hard.
And they're very talented. Now, they had a guy who's as good as anybody in the world on their team to play the whole game. They had a couple of them.
Yeah.
And you were able to get out of there alive with a win. That means a lot. It's
Big
one of
time.
the reasons why you were able to win tonight. You got to see that speed, full speed. When you see like Parsons, you got to feel he overwhelmed the first couple plays. I thought we were going to have to forfeit. But see, they adjusted.
Yeah.
Think about DQ and these guys. They take your best punch. They measure you out. They recover. If you don't knock them completely out, then they come back and they slit your throat.
Big time.
They come back and slit your throat. That's why I love them.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. I'm Toby Altizer. That's Doc Walker. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Welcome back. It is the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker, represented by Rude. We got to give out our window of opportunity. That's what we were talking about in the break, Doc.
Yeah, the pivotal moment that either propels, in this case, a team to victory, and is presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure, in-home estimate or at the Window Man's Fairfax showroom. Windowman.com's Fairfax showroom. And
I mean, you can
every week it's the same guy. And we're not getting kickback. He just earns it. Yeah. JD5.
I mean, you could pick 6 different moments.
But you know what? It had to be if we were doing radio in Chicago when MJ was with the Bulls. I mean, how many things? He wins them every week, every game.
Yeah.
How do you not? When Larry Bird with Boston, when Bird's doing his thing, we have one now.
Well, you know how it is, Doc. I mean, we work in radio, work in media, right? So you come up with these questions throughout the week. Hey, Doc, who's the X factor? Well, it's Jaden Daniels. It doesn't matter what you ask. You say, who's going to be the most important player? Who's the key to a win? How do they get Jaden Daniels, Jaden Daniels, Jaden Daniels, Jaden Daniels?
Well, when the GOAT was doing his thing with the Patriots, how many times in their awards did he not get the awards? When TD12 was doing his thing. We just have one. And all these years we've had very good players. And I'm thinking about in the Super Bowl years, I mean, and one guy I didn't see, well, obviously I'm here with you, but man, I'd love to have seen Doug Williams, the look on his face.
Honorary captain tonight. I love it.
The honorary captain, but in Tampa, went through tough times. They don't report on all the things that were done in Tampa and said there were some rotten people. But Doug, being the class guy he is, never going to say a word. Glad he ended up on top with that one today. And so it's a great award. And again, he's won it. He wins it every week.
Yeah.
It is great. We're lucky to have it.
He deserves it. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Mike in Frederick. Mike, what's going on?
I just wanted to say it's been a great season, and we haven't won a playoff game since I was 2 years old, so that's a great feeling. Jaden Daniels is better than Tom Brady. He's better than Patrick Mahomes, better than Lamar. Terry is better than prime Jerry Rice. He's better than Calvin Johnson, and it's been a fire season. So thanks for taking my call.
Calvin Johnson, that was a
You know what?
beast.
I love the fact, too, that you can have that delusion and you can say that, and it's not crazy like it has
No, it's
been.
not. We're laughing, but it's not like insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before it used to be, you'd say something like that, and someone's like, you're just a homer. And sure, we're not saying he's better than Brady, but come on now. Like, this dude just went out there and found a way to win. Let's just read his stats again. Jaden Daniels today, 24 of 35, 268 and 2 touchdowns, only sacked once, 13 carries for 36 yards, 0 turnovers. I mean, just an unbelievable performance. Let's get one more phone call. Let's get to Chris in Warrenton. Chris, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How you doing? Hey, Doc. I've got a picture from 1991, Fairfax Country Club. I was sitting there eating a grilled cheese. My grandfather was the starter at Fairfax Country Club, and Hambone made me a grilled cheese, and it's a picture of me and you. I'm going to send that over to you.
Please do that.
Hey, 1991, Hambone, great guy. Second thing, I want to give a shout out to my K9, Boone Hosey, Boonsta.
Ah, he is. He's an original.
Boone is the #1 K9. And my third point is, I'm one of the originals, 17-year season ticket holder. I sit outside the gates at 6 a.m. on Arena Drive every home game. And I want to give a shout-out to all those season ticket holders that have held in there and have stuck through this with this team. I've got a group of about 20 guys that sit outside that lot. We drink beer. We eat food, 6 a.m. till about 9 a.m. until they let us in. So hail to the Redskins, hail to the Commanders, and thank you guys. And hey, Doc, I appreciate everything you did for this team.
Hey, man, thank you for
Chris.
everything you've done and continue to do for the Burgundy and Gold.
800-636-1067. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are open, and they will be all throughout the night. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker.
And I am Okay. All right.
Wrapping up the Burgundy and Gold post-game show, Toby Altizer, Doc Walker. I'm going to hang
been
around
fun.
for a little while afterwards.
I
So
think you should. You're young enough.
if you want to still hang out, feel free.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Taking your calls late into the night. We'll stay as long as you guys want to stay. I know the junk's in at 6 a.m.
Oh, that's right.
You tell me how long to stay.
That's right.
You tell me how long to stay. If I need to stay and hand it off to Cakes and the boys and the junks in the morning,
I'd love to see the look on their face. They'll
I'll
be
do
on
that.
fire.
I'll
on
do
the
that.
Victory Monday, they're going to be on fire.
It's a Victory Monday officially now. It's 154. We're
Yeah.
wrapping up, Doc.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
Yeah, shout out to Quentin Lowry, teammate in our 82 World Championship team here. I used to have to fight him every day in practice, but I love this dude. He was such a killer, hell of a linebacker, teams guy, Hall of Famer at Youngstown State, and working in D.C. Seeing a champion today just really made my day. And I miss that dude, man, because he had such heart, and he just embodied what wearing that uniform meant. Seeing his face today, knowing that we're back in the money, this is a great day.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels good. You know, I think for anyone that's been a fan of this team, it doesn't matter if you're my age. It doesn't matter if you're someone that's been a fan of this team for a long, long time. We've all gone through it. Some of us has just never seen the success, like myself, like Linnell, like Denton. We've just never seen it. This is something new for us, but for so many people, they saw the success, and then they had to deal with 3 decades of incompetence, and not even just incompetence, but embarrassing aspects of this franchise. And today makes you feel a lot better. Makes you feel a lot better.
Proud.
Makes you proud.
And this is just the tip of the berg.
That's exactly right.
We haven't been eliminated.
No.
We're just getting started.
Just getting started. And by the way, I don't care what the line is. They got a shot in Detroit. They can go in there and win this thing.
Oh,
why not?
Here's who doesn't have a shot: Tampa.
That's exactly right.
They got no shot.
Yeah, you know what they can do tomorrow? They can pack up their lockers.
They can pack up their locker. Yeah, we in it until we not. I can't wait to get Dan Miller, who's my old tag team partner, on the air, and the pride of Flint Hill High School. He bleeds Burgundy and Gold too, but now he's the voice of the Lions. He got to do his job. Last year they lost in Frisco. Heartbreaking. They gave that away.
Yeah.
Dropping those 3rd to 4th down. He went for it and they dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Now they didn't want to see this, but they know they got to deal with it, and they know this is going to be a hard out. Hard out. I just can't wait to hear you and the junkies in the morning, man. I can't wait to
We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I believe in you.
I'll hang out as long as the people need me to hang out. If you want to call in, feel free. 800-636-1067 with you deep into the night as we celebrate a Commanders victory. They move on to the divisional round, but that's going to do it for you, Doc. Appreciate you hanging out. It's been fun. We'll be back.
We'll do it again.
We'll be
Let's
back
do it
on
again.
Saturday night.
Let's do it again.
You know what, Doc? I think we should have, let's see, we got a divisional. Why don't we have an NFC champion? Why don't we have 3 more shows?
I'm in it as long as you're in it. Yeah.
Let's keep this thing rolling.
All right.
Let's
Appreciate
keep this thing
you.
rolling.
God bless.
That's going to do it for us here on the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. I'll continue with you guys. If you want to hop in, 800-636-1067. Talk to you on the other side.